Chair, we are here today.
Charlie.
Chair,
Forget about any other conspiracy theories and some stories. Don't worry about that one.
Chair, can we have
Thank you.
Can we have a moment of laughter? There was a floor crossing yesterday from the ANC to the DA here in the Western Cape.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. There appears to be a shortage of the documents available. None of us have got one. So can we please get one before we start? Thank you.
Yeah, the honorable members, the Honorable Kolabanat and Honorable Thopa, may you please help Honorable Breitenbach? You only have one. How many do you want? 2, 3, 4 each? Okay, thank you so much. Honorable members, you disrupted me when I was still greeting you. I wanted to greet Honorable Sangoni to say good morning to you, and she exploded. Honorable Sangoni, good morning to you. Good morning, Honorable Sokanyile. Good morning, Honorable Skosana.
Morning, Chair.
Honorable Nomvalo, good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Shongwe.
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Breitenbach, good morning. Good morning, Honorable Cameron. Honorable Kolabanat, a very good morning. Honorable Thopa, good morning to you. Mkhalaka, Mkhalaka. Maduma Rosanela Mwak. Good morning. Thank you so much. Honorable Matthews, good morning. Good morning, Pangazita.
A very good morning, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable James, good morning.
Chairperson.
Thank you so much. We acknowledge your presence, Honorable Kamede, and thank you so much for joining us. SC and Advocate Mkhwanazi, good morning to you. Thank you so much. Let me greet you, Ms. Johnson. How are you?
I'm well, Chair. Thank you. And yourself?
Greetings to you and your team.
Thank you.
Honorable Skosana, would you like her to introduce her team so that your fears are...
Yeah, no, Chair, I think we must know. Otherwise, there's a lot of people we don't know here today. Maybe they are like the other ones. We're not supposed to be here.
Just to allay the fears of the members that you do not have any unwarranted person.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, we also had asked for accreditation. On my right is Mebulelwa Makeke. She is the Executive Head of Communications in the National Prosecuting Authority. I have counsel, junior counsel behind. I have Advocate Mtunzi Maga, who is the Special Director and Head of Legal Affairs at the NPA. And I have senior counsel behind me. But that is the ambit of the NPA team that accompanies the ID this morning. Do you need the details of the counsels?
No, thank you. Through you, Chair. They say there's NPA. Yeah, thank you. We'll see them as well. Thank you, Chair.
What is the name of the senior counsel?
I can ask my counsels to introduce themselves, Chair.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Apla. My surname is Bodla. Thank you.
Tsietsi Ramatekisa.
Thank you so much. Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to let you know that Counsel Ramatsekisa was my lecturer in the University of Fort Hare. He was lecturing me the law of evidence, a module.
So you want to tell us that you are the evidence of his work?
No, Chair, he's telling you that he's implicated, so he must be out.
Okay. Honorable Pambo, good morning. Thank you so much. The staff of Parliament, we greet you, and the support staff of all political parties. Good morning to all of you. We are going to commence with today's proceedings. Our witness today is Ms. Johnson from IDAC. The senior counsel will come and confirm that the person appearing before us is appropriate. Let me go to the next item and give you apologies. The apology that we have today is the apology of the Chief Whip, Honorable Nduli, who is still unable to join us due to commitments in Parliament. Honorable Vessels, we have said that he was going to be away for 2 weeks. The 2 weeks period has not expired. For sure, it will be expiring tomorrow. We hope to have his return next week. Can I check with you, honorable members, if there is any amongst you who wants to register apologies? Honorable Kusela.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Nhlanhla is going to be joining us later.
Later. Do we have apology from Honorable Sols? Okay, let's hope he will join the proceedings later. SC, may you please confirm that the person appearing before us is the person that you and us expected to be here today.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Ms. Johnson, everyone in the room, colleagues. I can confirm, Honorable Chair, that that is indeed Ms. Advocate Andrea Johnson, the head of IDAC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, SC. Let me move to the next item, which is the administration of oath on our witness. Good morning once again, Ms. Johnson. Before I administer oath, allow me to read the following to you. That you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which investigate allegations made by Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, and that you have been invited to provide information in relation to the committee's oversight work. The committee is investigating, amongst others, alleged unlawful disbursement of the political killings task team, otherwise known as the PKTT or the NPKTT, and further, the alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, and alleged corrupt relationships between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public, as well as political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation, the Ad Hoc Committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. Ms. Johnson, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or document required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offence and is liable to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful, and so you may elect whether you take oath or affirmation.
Honorable Chair, I'll take the oath.
So thank you so much. You have decided or elected to take oath. I will read and you will follow me. You will start by saying I and you state your full names.
I, Andrea Johnson,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the
And so help me God.
and so help me.
Thank you so much. I'm going to hand over to you, SC, and I now allocate you between now and 13 hours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I will, as usual, try my level best to conclude by 1300 hours. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, Advocate Johnson, for your appearance today, and also for your cooperation, your full cooperation, and that of your team, both at the NPA and your council. On a lighter note, your senior counsel, the last time I encountered him was in a boxing matter, when he was acting for the boxing promoters, and I was acting for the previous Minister of Sport. So I hope it's not a scene set to some kind of sparring that we're going to engage in today. Advocate Johnson, you are the head of the investigating Directorate against corruption. We'll refer to it as IDAC throughout the day. Those questions will be asked of you as head of IDAC, and you were appointed by the President as the head of IDAC on the 1st of March in terms of the National Prosecuting Authority Act. There was an amendment subsequent to your appointment, amendment to the IDAC Act in relation to its independence. Just briefly tell us about that.
Chair, thank you. I was appointed on the 1st of March 2022. At the time, it was not called the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption. It was called the Investigating Directorate, having been created in terms of a proclamation in April of 2019. Fast forward to 2024, and through a parliamentary process, the National Prosecuting Authority Amendment Act 10 of 2024 was passed. It therefore created IDAC, Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, as a permanent entity, which came into effect then on the 19th of August 2020.
Thank you. Now, the events of 6 July 2025, now well known, when Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi had a media briefing. You obviously by now know about that, and that's given rise to the appointment of the Ad Hoc Committee by Parliament, the National Assembly, to inquire into a number of allegations that he made. We're hoping that during the course of your testimony you can assist us on at least 3 aspects of the terms of reference of this committee. The one I know we briefly touched on it, but the 121 case dockets, there was some interaction on that aspect. But more pointedly, paragraph 4.1.12 of the terms of reference, which relates to prosecutorial conduct and the relationship between IDAC and the PKTT, that's the Political Killings Task Team, including whether IDAC or any of its officials unlawfully interfered in police investigations or exceeded its mandate. And then item 4.1.18, which is to scrutinize the interagency coordination among SAPS, Crime Intelligence, IDAC/the NPA, Correctional Services, Metro Police, and the legal basis for the directives affecting the PKTT, which is a latter part of that terms of reference. So, but before we get into those specifics, perhaps just talk to us about your experience, your academic qualifications, your appointment as an advocate of the High Court of South Africa, and then your subsequent involvement within the criminal justice system, your initial experiences as a prosecutor, as a district prosecutor, and then your elevation subsequently to a senior state prosecutor, state advocate within the Director of Public Prosecution.
Thank you, Chair. I do, in terms of the academic qualifications, hold a B Juris degree and an LLB degree. I would hope that no one wants to know when I got those. They are extremely old. But in 2007, I also attempted and completed in that year a diploma in criminal justice and forensic auditing at the University of Johannesburg. It was part-time. I have various short courses that you complete during the course and scope of your employment, from project management, coaching and mentoring, money laundering, corruption, all of the relevant courses to enable you to do your work, Chair. I started prosecuting on the 1st of June, 1996 at the Magistrates Court in Alberton. I was then moved to the Regional Court in Germiston early in 1998. But in the Magistrates Court, we did the usual matters that are still done, from assault. Unfortunately, back in the day, I also had to do traffic matters. I also had to deal with maintenance issues and got in between spouses and or partners about whose rights it were to pay for the upkeep of their children. But it was as basic as that. I was in the Regional Court for a very short time, where more serious offences from cash-in-transit heists, business robberies, murders, and so on were done. And on the 1st of June, 1998, Chair, I started as a state advocate at the then Attorney General's office in Johannesburg under then Attorney General De Vries. The National Prosecuting Authority came into being in 1998. And in December of 99, I was then promoted to Senior State Advocate and joined the Directorate Special Operations, colloquially called the Scorpions. I was there till the doors closed.
Who was the head of the Scorpions then?
At the time, in terms of the region, it was Advocate Gerrie Nel, and the Deputy National Director in charge was Advocate Leonard McCarthy, but I reported directly to Advocate Gerrie Nel as head of office. I remained there till the doors closed 6 July 2009. However, in that time, on the 1st of April 2004, I became a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, and around about April or May of 2006, I became a Senior Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, which position I held up until the 28th of February 2022, and I then became the Investigating Director on the 1st of March 2022. In that time, I held various portfolios as a Deputy Director, overseeing prosecutions and investigations in the DSO. I was also at the DPP office and fell under what was called the Organised Crime Component, where we dealt with organised crime matters, and from February 2019 till the end of February 2022, I was the National Coordinator Organised Crime at the NPA's head office.
Just the period when you were with the DSO, as you say, colloquially referred to as the Scorpions. Just discuss with us some of your experiences there and perhaps some of the more prominent matters or cases you became involved in as a prosecutor.
Honourable Chair and members, when the DSO started initially, it started with organised crime matters, and I think during the course of late 2003, what was then called ITSIO, which was the Investigating Directorate Serious Economic Offences, also came over to the DSO. So the DSO then ended up doing what the Hawks now do: serious organised crime, serious complex, serious commercial crime, serious corruption matters. And that became the ambit of the work that the DSO did. I was mainly involved in organised crime matters, but later on became involved in the serious corruption matters that were done at the DSO. There, much like what IDAC operates now, we had deputy directors who would lead a team, and the team would be comprised of advocates of various rankings, as well as criminal investigators. And we would form a team that would then deal with the matters that were allocated to us. I myself dealt with various matters, not just the corruption matters, but when it came to one of the more prominent matters, one of the matters that I dealt with together with Advocate Gerrie Nel was the investigation and prosecution of corruption allegations against the late Bheki Cele, who at the time was the National Police Commissioner and the first African head of Interpol. And we saw that matter through to its finality. But in that time, Chair, the DSO was disbanded. And so in July 2009, as with most advocates, we were given an opportunity to choose which Director of Public Prosecution's office you would like to work in. Advocate Nell and I, who are Pretoria-based, chose the office of the DPP Pretoria, also because in October of that year, the matter for trial in the Celebi matter had been set down. And so practically it made sense that we would be in our home base and would be able to deal with the prosecution. And that prosecution was then finalized as it was with the guilty verdict being passed against the late Mr. Celebi, together with a term of imprisonment of 15 years. I've dealt over the years with other matters, and I wasn't married only to the corruption matters. We also dealt with some of the murder matters, conspiracies to commit murder, one of those being the matter of athlete Oscar Pistorius. Advocate Nell finished off or chose to leave the National Prosecuting Authority before that matter went back on appeal, and I finalized that matter, and we dealt with various matters over the years. So my experience in terms of matters was mainly organized crime and then into the corruption.
Have you always been based in Pretoria? You were born in KZN, is it?
That is correct, Chair. My first prosecuting stint on the 1st of June 1996 was at the Magistrates Court in Alberton. For purposes of correctness of the record, I did prosecute on a contract basis in Scottburgh in November, December 95, and January of 96, and then the contract finished, and then I applied to the then Department of Justice and waited for a position, which then became Alberton on the East Rand. I hadn't, other than those 2 or 3 months, prosecuted anywhere in KZN.
Just talk to us briefly about your formative years growing up in KZN.
Honourable Chair, I grew up in rural KZN. It's unfortunate that much of what I experienced then, some of our people still do experience now, which is the lack of running water and ablution facilities. That was the story of the growing up, walking to school at great distances on our rural roads. And there was a time when, fortunately, we were then able to catch a bus and travel great distance to school and back. My only friends at the time, and more so because my late dad was a policeman. In the apartheid era, us as black families were not allowed to be involved in politics, so there was no talk of politics. I had absolutely no political knowledge. I was not politically savvy at all, but we knew that as black people we stayed together. So we were the only Indian family in that area, and then we had 3 African families, the Shomayos, Kiliza, the Teles, and those were our best friends. So I grew up playing with my friends, waited for one another when we came from school. I had a favorite meal at the time, which Mam Kiliza used to make, which was samp. I think called Mnusho more now. The kids there had favorite meals at our home. We all also, unfortunately, had to walk to a communal area at the police station to collect water. And so myself and my friends would, with our tubs and buckets, get to the communal area, carry buckets and tubs of water on our heads, walk back down, full up. So I had a very humble rural upbringing, and those were my friends. That is how we grew up. Unfortunately, though, when we went to school, we went to different schools. But after hours, after school, on weekends, that was us, that was family. And that is how we socialized, and that is really my upbringing.
And you also became fluent in isiZulu?
Yes, sir, I did. And if you would allow me, Chair, I taught myself to read. And the one thing I had to read, everywhere I went, I saw a sign. And the sign said, Abahamba kule ndlela bayoboshwa. And I needed to know what that meant. Because coming or being brought up in rural KZN, there were many farmers, and as we walked those paths from school, that was a very prominent sign. I also had to learn Afrikaans because there was this thing with the dog that said Paso Furionde. So that was my first self-taught Zulu speaking and reading. But I'm fluent in Zulu because part of the respect was we taught, myself and my siblings taught my friends English, they taught us isiZulu, and that is how I grew up. Also had to learn Afrikaans, of course, because given what it was at the time, our schools were bilingual, and we had to know English and Afrikaans, because if you failed Afrikaans, you also failed the entire exam. Not just if you failed English, you failed the exam.
Yeah, I think that was the issue that gave rise to, or one of the issues was the language issue, the compulsory Afrikaans that you had to do, even as a black person. Anyway, so that was a political education, I suppose, on its own. But just fast forward, so you obviously had to move to the urban areas, go to high school or senior secondary school, go to university and gain those degrees that you...
Correct, not as urban. I don't know if you call a little one-street village an urban area, but yes, I was able to go to high school in a different area, and I then attended the University of Durban Westville as it was at the time for both my qualifications.
Thank you, Advocate Johnson. Now, just to go to IDAC more specifically, first established in 2019, and I think, as you pointed out, was created or established by presidential proclamation, and that arose really from the findings and recommendations of the Zondo Commission.
Correct, Chair. The Commission had commenced in 2018, and so that gave rise to the birth of the Investigating Directorate at the time.
And when it was still known as the Investigating Directorate, that was headed by Advocate Lt-Gen Nhlanhla at the time.
Correct, Chair, up until I took office on the 1st of March, 2022.
So subsequent to 2019, your appointment in 2022, and the amendment to the NPA Act, the mandate changed. So just tell us briefly about that, the initial mandate of the Investigating Directorate and the mandate now of IDAC.
So the initial mandate of the Investigating Directorate dealt mainly with the commissions of inquiry, to with the Party Commission that looked into irregularities into the PIC, the Lt-Gen Commission of Inquiry looking into alleged irregularities within the South African Revenue Service, and then the State Capture Commission, colloquially the Zondo Commission. In terms of IDAC, the mandate seeks to also then deal with serious and high-profile corruption matters, also over and beyond the statutory offences one is allowed to look at, POC-Datara, PRECA, PFMA, MFMA, POCA contraventions, and then the common law contraventions, fraud, theft, forgery, uttering, and offences that in the main relate to dishonesty, Chair.
And subsequently, the mandate broadened to corruption more generally.
That is correct.
And would you be dealing with more complex cases of corruption?
That is correct, Chair. We are expected to deal with the more complex corruption matters, but that also brings with it, if I may add, in terms of the POCA, which is the Prevention Organised Crime Act, there are also our money laundering obligations, and so IDAC played a very prominent role in ensuring complex investigations, also of money laundering towards the FATF and towards us dealing with the grey listing issues.
Do you only act on matters referred to you, IDAC, or do you have some authority or powers to, as it were, that Latin phrase, mero moto, on your own? Do you take on corruption matters just because you were told about it or read about it in the media? How does that work?
Unfortunately, Chair, the entry into IDAC in terms of matters is very restricted. Yes, those matters that arise out of the 3 commissions, we are able to look into those matters. I would just like to clarify, Honourable Chair and members, that notwithstanding, we do divide up the work also with the DPCI, known as the Hawks, and what we do before we authorize new state capture investigations, we also check with them if perhaps they haven't already commenced investigations in matters that arise out of the State Capture Commission report and findings. Where they do, and they have already commenced, we hand over then a matter that can go in there and falls within the ambit of that specific matter. So we do engage with the Hawks. In fact, there's a weekly meeting that the head of investigations in IDAC attends with the Hawks so that we are able to synergize new matters and where we are with old matters, and whether or not there might be something in either or agency that the other might need in terms of assistance. But when it comes to matters coming into IDAC, even corruption matters, they have to come in through a referral, which is a Section 27 referral in terms of the NPA Act, and the only other way it comes in is if they are referred to the ID and IDAC through the Office of the National Director in terms of Section 28 of the NPA Act. So had it not been for, do you have those dockets, give them to us, this is corruption. We cannot do that, and we haven't done that. And we cannot also go to the Hawks and say, we want to do this, so give us yours. What does happen is, where the Hawks also have started a matter and they feel that it might be best placed to deal with it in IDAC, there is then that handover and or joint working process. But you cannot just go take a matter. We can't just take over a case, project or docket.
Yeah, I think that explanation is important, and I'm sure will be expanded upon later. But the Director of Priority Crimes, the Hawk, they deal with priority crimes. You deal with serious corruption cases, which would also indicate, or us as members of the public would expect to be dealt with as a priority crime. So you're saying the way you deal with it is you have a regular interaction with the Hawks?
That is correct, Chair, because the Hawks also have a mandate to deal with serious corruption matters. And so that there's no duplication or overlap. That weekly engagement seeks to ensure that that doesn't happen. But there's interagency working where we actually do share resources if they are needed. What IDAC is also able to do, Chair, is if there is a matter in our space, but there's a capability that also lies within the DPCI, we are able to designate those persons into an authorized IDAC investigation. So a DPCI investigator who's not seconded to IDAC can actually be allocated to a matter within IDAC through a designation process.
And we know now from the evidence and from the organizational design structure of the South African Police Services that there are also specialized units. And I think all of us now understand why these special purpose units have been established: murder and robbery, abduction, kidnappings, organized crime, mine killings in the mines, zamazamas, and a whole host of specialist task teams, which would also indicate priority and certainly serious crimes. So do you interact at all with those units And of course, one of those units is the political killings task unit or task team. Do you interact with those units, or do you act with the National Commissioner and his deputies who are heading those units?
To clarify, Chair, in my earlier days as a prosecutor, yes, the specialized task team that I would have engaged with was what was called the SVC, Serious Violent Crime. They mostly dealt with the cash in transit matters, business robberies, and so on. So that was the one specialized unit most of us dealt with. And that would have been the case even throughout my time at head office as a National Coordinator Organized Crime. We dealt with the various agencies that dealt with. So within the detectives, for example, as is with the Hawks, they also had specialized teams. They didn't call them task teams, but they had dedicated teams that would work with extortions, dealt with essential infrastructure theft, which was quite an issue. So we worked with teams that dealt with specialized matters. But the only specialized task team I did deal with was the Serious Violent Crime Unit at the time. When I became the head of IDAC, and IDAC itself, we only engaged then in terms of law enforcement in the main with the DPCI, which is the Hawks, with the South African Revenue Services, the Financial Intelligence Center, and we also deal with Treasury when we need to, have engagements with the Auditor General's office, but we haven't had to work with the PKTT because that has nothing to do with our mandate at all. So there's no engagements with them or the work that they do, Chair.
We'll come to the PKTT a bit later. Just before we go any further, tell us about your office, the makeup of your office, how many people are employed, in which sections, and perhaps also an idea of the demographics in that office.
During a break, I'll be able to perhaps just give the Junior Counsel something to print out. But as an overview, the staff contingent as of yesterday, which includes myself, are 128. And that includes the investigating director, the head of investigations, 2 chief criminal investigators, 4 chief financial investigators, 4 project managers. And then across the board, we have senior and junior financial investigators, criminal investigators, as well as data analysts, and then senior and junior advocates. So it's a total of 128, 63 female, 65 male.
And the demographic breakdown?
I'll be able to, during a break, I do have it on my laptop. I will look at it and I will revert with the exact numbers of the demographics. Okay. And I would assume, you'll correct me, Chair, you're asking about the racial demographics of the office. That's not an issue. I will present it. I do have it on my laptop. I will just want to give you the exact numbers.
And how are people, personnel in IDAC, how are they appointed? Who appoints them?
So, Chair, there's nothing unique about IDAC in terms of the recruitment process. Bear in mind that we are a business unit in the National Prosecuting Authority, which in itself is a program of the Department of Justice. So the recruitment policy in IDAC is the recruitment policy of government as we follow it through the Department of Justice. You would have to identify vacancies and positions to be filled, and these are then advertised. They are not advertised only internally, they are advertised externally. There's a screening process that gets done outside of my office. It is all corporate services that would do those. Persons are screened to see that they fulfilled the requirements, that they correctly filled in. We still do what they call the Z83 form as a form of employment in government. All of those are done. There's pre-screening, there's shortlisting. And in terms of the shortlisting, demographics play a role, both in terms of gender and color equity. Those are part of the equity principles of the NPA as well as the Department of Justice. So all of those factors are taken into account. A panel is pre-approved. We've got to send an approval for a panel. Also, it has to be constituted in terms of both race, gender, as well as qualifications. You cannot have, for example, myself chairing interviews for a data analyst. I might be out of my depth, but I could chair the interview for an advocate or a deputy director of public prosecutions or the criminal investigators. So we take all of that into account. Our panels are sent through to the NPA's head office, and depending on the level of appointment, some, if not most of those panels also have to be approved in the office of the Director General of DOJ, as the Director General is the accounting officer of the NPA. And then those panels constitute themselves. Shortlisted candidates are then interviewed, go through a 2-pronged interview process, which has also become part of what government requires. Ordinarily, in these kinds of positions, you just had an interview with panelists asking questions and scoring candidates. But where we have, especially the criminal and financial investigators as well as advocates, we have part 2 of the interview process, where they are either given case theories, scenarios, etc., and they have to then answer those. So there's a written portion, and also a question that seeks to determine their level of ethics and integrity in the way they engage with the question. So it's not a different recruitment process. It is a recruitment process that's followed by the department.
Do you, from time to time, chair some of these panels?
Honourable Chair and members, yes, I have. I have chaired panels for deputy directors of public prosecutions. I have chaired the panel for chief criminal investigators, chief financial investigators. I think that's, and could have been the head of investigations, but I think that is it. I might have assisted where, oh yes, I do recall, I think late last year, ordinarily when you do the positions for state advocate or senior state advocate, we usually have a deputy director of public prosecutions chair. The deputy director from my office who was assigned to chair fell ill, quite ill, and so in order not to interrupt that process, we sought permission, as we do, that I take over as chair, but it was for a prosecution position.
Now, your husband is also employed in IDAC?
No.
No, not at all.
My husband is at Crime Intelligence, and he's been there from 7 July 2009 when the DSO disbanded, and so many of the investigators, collectors, operational support were also moved. Many of them then were moved to either state security and or crime intelligence, and that is where he found himself by virtue of the allocation of personnel given the disbandment of the DSO. He was never at IDAC.
So, my apologies, I was mistaken, I apologize. So your husband obviously knows and works under Lt-Gen General Khumalo, who's the head of crime intelligence.
That is correct, Chair. If I remember correctly, Lt-Gen General Khumalo became the divisional commissioner. It would have been late 2022, but my husband had been at crime intelligence from July 2009. But having to work under Lt-Gen General Khumalo as the divisional commissioner would have been from around about December or so of 2022, whichever date the divisional commissioner became the divisional commissioner. But he had been at crime intelligence well before then. My husband, I mean.
Now, in the complex, serious work that you do as IDAC, you would require more often than not intelligence which would be collected by crime intelligence, is it, and shared with you, or do you have your own crime intelligence section?
So, Chair, we do not utilize crime intelligence unless crime intelligence refers a crime threat analysis to us, which is part of the job that they do across the board for law enforcement. So if they had to compile a crime threat analysis that dealt with high-level corruption, organized corruption, and then in terms of the Section 27 referred it to IDAC, we would have looked at it. They hadn't done that to date, but we do not utilize intelligence, Chair. That's where the DSO got into trouble, thinking that intelligence is perhaps something we can do. IDAC will collect information that it can get, and we therefore use the subpoena process in terms of Section 28 that allows us to gather information that we would need to conduct our investigations. So it can be anything from the banks, cell phone service providers, from the revenue service, from the police, and from any person and or entity or agency that may hold the information that we require, and then we conduct our investigations. But there's no intelligence gathering at IDAC.
But when you issue the Section 28 subpoena, it could or may involve the provision of crime intelligence, which could be restricted or confidential. You would have sight of that. I mean, you, IDAC, not you personally necessarily.
So to be clear, Chair, we currently, if you talk of the intelligence field, IDAC has matters relating to state security, and those arise from the State Capture Commission. We have also had Section 27 referrals from state security. When we request information, we invariably first engage by way of letter or meetings, and when we need them for court-directed purposes, we do issue Section 28 subpoenas. So we are mindful in terms of those, Chair, for state security. We have a legal officer that they have identified that we do serve those on. Our letters, however, go directly to the acting DG or DGs, whoever they may be at the time. When we sought information from crime intelligence, the first time that we did seek such information was with regards the Section 27 referral from Mr. Adams, but that information we then subpoenaed the National Commissioner, given the sensitive nature of documents and information in crime intelligence.
So we'll also park that for the moment. So within, or rather your husband's role within crime intelligence, there's some allegations, not confirmed by any concrete evidence, that you do or might share information which only he is privy to with you in your role as head of IDAC. What would your response be to such an allegation? Absolutely not.
And I know that for some, it might be, you got to be kidding, girl. It really is. I really hold my oath of office and integrity very important. In fact, when I was to take up the position as the head of IDAC, it became a reality that in terms of corruption matters, at that time when I took office, there were already corruption matters being investigated by the investigating directorate into criminal allegations, corruption allegations of SAPS. My husband was very mindful. We had a conversation about do what you need to do. That's always been how it has been. I don't need information from Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson doesn't have information to give. I wouldn't ask him for information. Pillow talk gets people killed. That's something we've never done. And that has just been it. And I know that, Honorable Chair and members, it might sound like such a glib answer. It's the true answer. If that is how you operate, you do not have to worry about a comeback. I am aware of the allegations. I think it's natural human nature for people to think that their 1 + 1 makes 2. Unfortunately, in this instance, it does not. We did not ask Mr. Johnson for any information. He didn't share any information. He won't share any information. And just to be clear, even as I sit here, if my husband is not at the crime intelligence head office in all of the more than 20 years that I'm married to him, and in all the time that he's been at Crime Intelligence, I do not know where his office is. It's not my business. So it sounds simple, it is simple, and we've kept it simple.
Just discuss just briefly your mandate.
So, Chair, we have set out the mandate.
Yeah, it's from paragraph 20 onwards. So
yes.
just summarize it.
But in summary, the mandate of IDAC, Honourable Chair and members, is as set out in Section 71A of the National Prosecuting Authority Act. It is, as I indicated earlier, it relates to serious, high-profile, complex corruption matters, but it also deals with commercial or financial crime cases. These could arise from the commissions, Mpati, Nugent, and Zondo. Also matters referred to by the National Director in terms of Section 28(1)(b, and then the Section 27 referrals. And then, like I also indicated earlier, we can also look at common law offences, fraud, theft, forgery, uttering, and any offence relating to dishonesty. And then there's quite a few statutory offences, PRECA, POCA, POCTATARA, PFMA, MFMA. So in the main, that would be it. And like I also said earlier, Chair, we also are obligated to deal with the FATF requirements, which therefore deal with the money laundering provisions, which find themselves in the Prevention of Organised Crime Act.
You, at paragraph 23, you deemed it prudent to deal with an allegation made by former Minister Cele that there was no or is no oversight mechanism for IDAC.
That is correct, Chair. I did hear that the then Minister indicated that the DPCI has a judge, and the police have IPIT, and IDAC has nothing. When IDAC and when the NPA Amendment Act was passed and came into being in August of 2024, when the bill was signed in May of 2024, part of the provisions was that there would be an IDAC judge. We saw the value therein because we engaged with the DPCI. We had also engaged with IPIT. This is also something, now that I think about it. Before the bill was passed, the DPCI, SAPS, and IDAC, or the ID at the time, had to engage. Then Minister Cele chaired the meeting. Ministers of Justice attended the meeting, as did the head of the Hawks, then General Labia, the DG and DDGs of Justice, Doc Mashabane and Kale Pillay. I attended as the ID, and the late Advocate Rodney de Kock representing the senior management of the NPA. And there were various aspects that we had to talk about, that we had to have a gentleman's agreement on, understanding what the implication of a permanent IDAC meant. And one of the issues that then Minister Cele had raised was oversight. And we had all discussed it, and as part thereof, in the bill, we requested that there be a oversight mechanism in terms of a judge to oversee IDAC, all complaints relating to IDAC, from the head through all of its personnel. This part of the program had to be dealt with by the Department of Justice, and the Department of Justice has appointed Chair, as you would see in paragraph 11, retired Judge Takalani Joseph Raulinga as the 24 as the inspecting judge for IDAC, which term commenced on the 11th of October 2025 and is for a period of 5 years. We would have to now engage the honourable judge so that we can work out the operating procedures, etc. But this is a recent appointment, but it was an appointment that was in the making, and the Department of Justice dealt with it. So to be clear, IDAC had no input, nor did the NPA, into choice of judge. The legislative provisions asked for a judge to be appointed, and that falls within the ambit of our minister, and she has duly made that appointment. So,
and that's quite a recent appointment.
That is correct, although it formed part of the legislation that came into effect on the 19th of August 2020. And if I may, yes. Whilst this process was being dealt with by the Department of Justice, if there were any allegations against any members of IDAC, they would be dealt with. If there were criminal allegations, they are dealt with as they other allegations against NPA employees are dealt with. They go to the police for investigation. If there were issues that related to security of data, state security would become involved. And where there were issues of misconduct, the NPA has within its ambit also of HR, a unit that deals with discipline issues. And there's also the Office of Ethics and Integrity, where complaints could also have been made. Just so that we do not create an impression that there was a lacuna in terms of dealing with issues of criminality and or misconduct whilst one waited for the appointment of the judge.
Does the terms of reference or the mandate of the judge, does it also deal with complaints against IDAC or any of its members, like a sort of an ombud kind of role?
It would operate exactly like the DPCI judge, any and all complaints, be they from the public and or internally, and that is how we see it would operate.
When would you...
Let's see. May we please take Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think the evidence leader did not complete.
Let me welcome you to the meeting. Thank you so much. Good morning. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to be back. I think the evidence leader did not complete the oversight mechanism question. IDAC is established in 2019. The oversight mechanism is discussed in 2024. The inspectorate judge is appointed on the 11th of October 2025, which is less than 30 days ago. Now, from 2019 to up to date, how have IDAC been being oversighted? Where did they report? And all that. I think that's the part that is, I think it's incomplete. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nhlanhla, it's much like what I indicated, that in the time that we waited for the appointment of the judge, we worked as is with all the matters within the NPA. Where there are discipline matters, they are dealt with in the disciplinary process. Where it was an issue that related to a presidential appointment, those matters are escalated as they should be to the office of the president, but there aren't any that I'm made aware of. Where there were criminal allegations, dockets are opened and those would be investigated. And where there might be allegations of compromise of data and information security, we have in the NPA the Risk and Security Division, who work very closely with state security, and those issues would have been or had to have been escalated there. So that is how it did work. But in terms of matters that I became aware of when I started as the head of IDAC or ID in March 2022, we have had disciplinary issues where we've had allegations that arose against, for example, we had an advocate that joined us, but the allegations of corruption and criminality arose from his work at the office of the DPP. However, we dealt with it because we became aware of it. A disciplinary hearing was conducted. The employee was dismissed, and I know that the criminal matter continued in court. I'm not sure how far that matter went, but that was the course of how things were dealt with, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chair. What is an oversight?
So the Honorable Malema, you ask in terms of the judge?
What is an oversight?
So oversight is where they exercise, so the oversight is making sure that we are doing things within the prescripts of the law and or our mandate and or in terms of the disciplinary code. That is the oversight as I see it in terms of IDAC and or its employees.
And there was no oversight up until the judge is appointed to deal with oversight. There's no need to be defensive. There was no oversight. That's why now there is an appointment of a judge to make sure there's an oversight, key amongst others to avoid abuse of power by those who are at IDAC.
So, Chair, nothing to defend. I can merely indicate what processes we had in the NPA at the time, from the time the ID was proclaimed in 2019. It had the labor provisions and discipline issues were dealt with there. There are matters where criminal dockets could have been opened, and those would have been investigated outside, either by the detectives or the DPCI Chair. In terms of the ethics and accountability, they also fell within the labor division, and then we also had risk and security. So in terms of the general oversight, that was the NPA's mechanisms to deal with the oversight issues. In terms of mandate, Honorable Malema, I'm sure that there would have been criminal allegations that could have been laid by anyone who was aggrieved and felt that IDAC had acted, or the ID acted outside of its mandate, but there wasn't a judge. I do agree with you.
There was no oversight as we have it now. What we have now was not there.
Correct.
To tell us about labor, to tell us even at the Chisanyama, there is a process of dealing with labor issues without having any oversight. So there was no oversight as we have it now.
So maybe if you'd allow me, Honorable Malema, I agree that we now have a judge. However, we were not allowed to do as we pleased if that is the contention. I can only refer to the mechanisms that were in the NPA that were applicable to the ID and IDAC at the time. But you're correct, we only have a judge now.
We only have an oversight by a judge now,
That
which
is
we
correct.
didn't have.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Nhlanhla, you.
No, Chair, we're not. And I take a particular interest in this matter because I'm the chairperson.
Honorable Malema, you're satisfied? Okay. You still want to pursue it, Honorable Nhlanhla?
Yes, Chair. Maybe to put it differently, I'm failing to understand what Advocate Johnson is trying to brief us on. Oversight. The point is, where did IDAC report between 2019 and October 2025? It's about close to 6 years now. What was the oversight mechanism in place at that point?
Let's do it this way. Advocate Johnson, the first question is, where did you report between 2019 and October 2025?
Honorable Chair and members, the accountability for IDAC, the head of IDAC reports to the National Director in terms of its work and in terms of that oversight, if we want to use that word. So the accountability mechanism for IDAC at the time is in the Office of the National Director.
Next question.
I'm fine, Chair. We'll pursue it further later.
Okay, thank you so much. SC, you may proceed. Thank you so much.
In the short period that Judge Nhlanhla has been in office, has been appointed, has he received any complaints? And if so, what are the nature of these complaints?
None that we've been made aware of, Chair.
Do you meet with the judge from time to time? Have you met with him since his appointment in October?
No, Chair, we have not.
Is the public aware of his appointment and where to direct any complaints?
Chair, I can only answer in the following way. Judge has been appointed by the Minister of Justice. I'm not sure what his terms of reference are yet, how they've worked that out. But there should be a public indication of the fact that there is a judge. The judge would have to give us the terms of reference, or they should be published through the Department of Justice by the Office of the Minister or the Director General, because that is where the judge sits. What his terms of reference would be, the complaints mechanism, how they report matters, who reports matters. The judge does not account to IDAC at all, or the NPA, but accounts within the Department of Justice.
When and how would the judge's appointment have been made public and announced in the media?
I am unable to assist, Chair. I'm not aware of what the plans of the Department of Justice are to ensure that the public is aware, but it is a critical aspect that the public should be made aware of, because that talks to accountability. People need to know where to go to if they have any complaints about IDAC or its staff, and what the nature of those complaints and or the format should be for the reporting of complaints to the judge.
Would you be able to comment or not on whether senior members of police management or other law enforcement agencies, would they have been aware of his appointment?
I'm unable to comment, sir.
Can we just deal briefly with your experience in two of the more high-profile matters of former or the late General Bheki Cele and Mr. Solly Lazarus, and their prosecution for corruption, just by way of short background?
Honourable Chair and members, I deal with it very broad strokes at paragraphs 25, 26 and 27 of the affidavit. And just based on our experience, mine included with criminal cases against the late Mr. Bheki Cele, and it was also with Mr. Solly Lazarus with SAPS procurement, and now with SAPS procurement matters in IDAC. It seems that when the police, and this is in general, not a specific unit, regardless of which component, invites bids for the procurement of services or goods, many people want to participate because they've come to know the contracts can be very large, and we've seen that play itself out as well in public. They're lucrative. And in terms of the prosecution and investigation in the corruption matter involving the then Chief Financial Officer of Crime Intelligence, Mr. Lazarus, who currently serves a term of imprisonment. Lazarus demonstrated what I referred to above, and during this process, at the time we were in the DSO, it became very apparent, and this is not passage talk, it became apparent through the investigation that officials had learned that if Mr. Lazarus asked something, people were reluctant to say no, because he was the CFO. If you wanted something, the CFO got it for you. So you didn't stand in the way of the CFO, and I'm talking about at the time. And that specific CFO and others came up with several schemes to ensure gratification to and from parties relevant to the entire procurement and acquisition process. As an example, in one of the main charges against the then CFO, Mr. Lazarus, was they procured vehicles, covert vehicles, and vehicles for crime intelligence. And part of that was him ensuring that his kickback was getting vehicles, one of which he got for his daughter, for which he was charged, and one of which he got for his family members. So there wasn't procurement for procurement and procurement for services for its officials to be able to do the work. At that time, in that specific instance, there was always what can I get out of it? And those were the instances that we were able to actively pick up in relation to Mr. Lazarus.
Then, just to move on also briefly, because you've already touched on it to a large extent, the role of crime intelligence in our whole criminal justice system and how important that is.
So
that you deal with it at paragraphs 28 to 30.
Chair, we must make no mistake that crime intelligence is integral to the fight against crime. It's something that we've always worked with as prosecutors and investigators, especially in the work that I did in my portfolio of dealing with organized crime matters. The DPCI, when the DSO was disbanded, I would attend a lot of their project committee meetings. That is where they discuss which projects to take on, etc. A continued argument that we always had with the DPCI was, if you do not have a credible crime threat analysis from crime intelligence, it is really difficult for you to register projects. And we say that because crime intelligence is very good at coming up, especially for organized crime, with credible crime threat analysis. And this was at the time when we were dealing with organized crime, which I dealt with up until February of 2022. And so it is so that they play a very important role, Honourable Chair, in that they provide for a system that allows for a very credible report of information, which is called a crime threat analysis. It informs law enforcement agencies across the board about possible groupings and syndicates, their criminal activities, the commodities that they may be trading in, and other relevant information. They also deal with transnational organized crime. And so a crime threat analysis from crime intelligence won't restrict itself just to the borders, but if there was something that we needed to know about these syndicates operating outside of our borders, they made that part of the crime threat analysis. I've said it helped investigators and prosecutors. And crime intelligence, without a doubt, is critical to the fight against crime, especially organized crime. I think the only challenge that was found, and that was only based on the Celebi matter that we did, the matter against Solly Lazarus, there was a matter against one Mr. Richard Mkhwanazi, but I haven't dealt with that matter. As critical as their function is, the key challenge that was found during those investigations is accountability for the use of its funds. And unfortunately, secrecy characterizes the utilization of the funds and the procurement. And like I say, Honourable Chair, this was encountered since the time of the Celebi investigation, and we found that fast forward into the Lazarus and the Mdluli era. So I think out of all of this, one hopes that even with this committee, that one finds a balance between their mandate, how it's executed, protecting its COVID mandate, but still that there be accountability for its funding and funding mechanism. And the reason for that, Chair, is not because we need to know about their money. It helps ensure the accountability mechanism, and so that there's no abuse of funds within that system, whether it is for personal gain or otherwise.
Thank you. Can we just move to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi? Do you know him? How well do you know him?
I guess well is relative, but I've known him for a long time in terms of knowing of him. But in March of 2020, and for about a period of 3 months, I got to work every day with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. It was during the period of COVID. He chaired what was called the National Core Command Group, which was a group of generals from the various police components. There were people from the Department of Health. I represented the NPA, etc. And what would happen there, Honourable Chair and members, is when regulations came out, we would have to sit together to see how they would be operationalized, the kind of standing orders SAPS would send, and the kind of provisions we would have to send to the prosecutors for the prosecution and investigation of certain matters. So he chaired that meeting. We saw him every day. It was very seldom that General Mkhwanazi did not chair the meeting. It was the odd occasion. But he was there. Is very boots on the ground, committed individual. So I worked with him in that environment. I came to know of him being the acting National Police Commissioner, but Honourable Chair and members, we didn't engage on that platform. And now in my time as in IDAC, we did engage with General Mkhwanazi. In my time as IDAC, when these investigations of the matters that were referred to IDAC by Mr. Adams, out of habit, what one does is when investigators go into a province and they are going to see police personnel, you will inform the police commissioner, provincial commissioner, as do prosecutors when they appear in a jurisdiction of a director of public prosecutions. So investigators would inform General Mkhwanazi that they were in his province, that they were seeing police officials as potential witnesses. They also, one of the investigators also engaged him, Honourable Chair and members, when we needed issues of clarity. And that is as far as the engagement goes. And the last engagement I had personally with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was during the month of June. He had called and I was away for work and unable to take the call. When I called back, he said, not urgent, we'll talk when you get back. I guess we both got busy. General then did speak to me on the 2nd of July. And on the 2nd of July, it is when the General indicated that he wanted me to talk to somebody about an issue. He sent me the details, but unfortunately, before I don't call anyone. I usually give it to the head of operations, Mr. Sissoko. But before I could do that, the 6th of July media expose by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi happened, and that was the ambit of our engagements. Our engagement stopped on the 2nd of July.
Now, he makes reference to one of your investigators, Mr. Brian Padiachi. Can you tell us a bit about that? Or let me just put to you two allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi in his affidavit. He says a further condition is that if the accused required anything related to their work, it could only be obtained through the intervention of the investigating officer. This is in relation to Lieutenant General Khumalo, Senior Investigator Brian Padiachi of IDAC, and then later on he says, having regard to the sensitive nature of Lieutenant General Khumalo's role, a condition empowering Mr. Padiachi to have any access to crime intelligence information is unwarranted, compromise the state security. Lieutenant General Khumalo has applied for the bail conditions to be amended, but the hearing of the application to amend has been postponed on numerous occasions. So just in relation to, we're going to deal with Lieutenant General Khumalo's arrest and the charges against him. Yeah. You deal with it from paragraph 56 onwards, allegations against Mr. Brian Padiachi.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and members. To go back to the assertion that you made, Council, I am aware...
Not that I make.
That General Mkhwanazi makes that you've put to me. The assertion being that Mr. Padiachi would have and be allowed to have access to CI and documents. It is, I think it's incorrectly interpreted. That condition dealt with, and mainly because we have witnesses at crime intelligence, and those witnesses had indicated that they had been intimidated and victimized. So the condition for them not going to CI was to ensure that the witnesses were not intimidated. Mr. Padiachi would not have been allowed, to be clear, to access any documents from crime intelligence. We would have had to follow. If after that, one identified that there were documents from crime intelligence that were required, Chair, we would have had to follow the process we had followed initially, which would have been to issue a Section 28 subpoena to the National Police Commissioner. No one would have been allowed to go to CI, engage any personnel, or take on any documents. And when it comes to Mr. Padiachi, it is Mr. Padiachi who, in fact, would call Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi to let him know that he was going to be in his province. It was him who engaged with the Lieutenant General mainly. They met, they would have talked. They had meetings, they had WhatsApp exchanges about Mr. Padiachi going down to KZN and what it is that he would require. And General Mkhwanazi was always willing to assist and or to facilitate. I'm not sure what might have gone wrong, because I'm not aware of anything having gone wrong. But when the allegations are made, Honorable Chair and members, that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi cannot understand what Padiachi is doing at IDAC. I found Mr. Padiachi at the ID. He had come to the ID and had been sought after by my predecessor, Advocate Hermione Cronje, and he remained then at IDAC. He did undergo a detective course. He has conducted several investigations in his time in the South African Police Services. He wasn't only at crime intelligence. We do refer, Honorable Chair and members, from paragraphs 62.1 up to paragraph 62.3 of specific matters that Mr. Padiachi dealt with as an investigator within the South African Police Services in his time at the South African Police Services. So the assertion that he's got no investigating experience and no one knows what he's doing there is incorrect. He has the requisite qualifications, he's had the requisite experience, and he was at IDAC from sometime in 2021, me having taken office in March of 2022, and has conducted investigations as part of different teams that were doing investigations in IDAC.
Honourable Chair, may I just request a short adjournment? There's some, you would have seen some activity, there's some documents that I wish to refer the witness to, and which is not part of Ms. Johnson's statement.
That is granted, SC. We will come back at 11:45.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Breitenbach and Honourable Kolabana to take their seats. SC and Advocate Johnson, are you ready to resume?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Advocate Johnson. Yes, thank you, Honourable Chair, for allowing us the adjournment. These documents are on record before the committee. It's just that we were trying to, for the convenience, create a bundle. And so if and when I get to it, I'll refer to the documents in the bundle. But Advocate Johnson, we were last dealing with Padiachi, and I think you've concluded your remarks or comments about him and his experience as an investigator. And he's actually someone that, when you came to the what was previously known as the Independent Directorate under Hermione Cronje, he had already been employed there as an investigator.
That is correct.
Now, I think you've already touched on this, and unless you want to say anything further, we can conclude it quite quickly. These insinuations about your husband working for crime intelligence.
There's nothing to comment more than it is an insinuation. People are entitled to their opinions, albeit that they are untrue and unfounded. I can take it no further.
Then again, briefly, just under the subheading IDAC investigations into Mr. Vusimuzi cut Matlala from page 23, paragraph 69 onwards. Do you want to comment on that?
Honourable Chair and members, I deal with it at page 23 from paragraphs 69. And without going into the detail of each paragraph, IDAC received a Section 27 referral from the South African Police Services, more so their Risk Audit Division. And this is not the first time we would have received referrals or worked with the Risk Audit Division. There are many matters currently in IDAC where one is looking at corruption, PFMA contraventions, and fraud related to the supply chain management component of the South African Police Services. And in fact, we have cases where even the head of supply chain, General Mokoena, is facing criminal charges. We have DNC Bonanga Ngwenya also facing criminal charges, as well as several other high-ranking police officials. So there are several investigations in IDAC, to be clear, that relate to police corruption and more so the supply chain and procurement component.
Just to pause there, does it relate, perhaps to the tender that was eventually cancelled, the one that was awarded to one of Mr. Matlala's companies?
So the first and only time that we are looking into allegations against Mr. Matlala relates to the 360 million rand tender that was awarded and then subsequently cancelled sometime this year. So there haven't been criminal investigations into him as a service provider. We have criminal investigations against SAPS members and other service providers where the supply chain management processes were circumvented and corruption or fraud or PFMA contraventions took place. So in February of this year is the first time that we got a referral that relates to Mr. Matlala as a potential suspect, either in fraud, corruption, or together with other SAPS officials, contraventions of the PFMA. So we received the referral on the 16th of February 2025, and then through the media, as we paid attention, we found out that Mr. Matlala had been arrested and his phones were seized our interest was piqued because the media reports referred to his devices being seized. And so, given that one was afraid that for the devices to either they get lost or data gets compromised, we also were not aware of who seized the items. We first went to a judge, got cyber warrants, also search warrants. And then, as we almost always do, we first check with the DPCI because many of these matters tend to be with the DPCI. We called the head of the DPCI in Gauteng, Major General Kadwa, to say to him, General, we have a cyber warrant for the electronic devices, whatever they may be, for one Mr. Cat Matlala. Do you have those devices so that we can then execute an access warrant because these have already been seized? Major General Kadwa indicated that he's not aware of these matters, would find out where the matter was. But in that time, we were able to engage the Office of the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner then indicated that the phones were seized by the PKTT and that he would arrange through Lt-Gen General Khumalo for those devices to be made available. During the course of that day, a police official, we assume from the PKTT, availed himself with 2 cell phones in a evidence bag. The cell phones were still on. I'm not sure why they were on, but they were on. We had a cyber expert on standby so that the download of those cell phones and the execution of the access warrant was done properly. The official stayed in the room. The investigators from IDAC dealing with the matter were present. The cell phones were downloaded. They were put back in the bag, handed to the official. To date, what we have is data. We were never in possession, save for the time of the actual download of any of the electronic devices of Mr. Matlala. But during the download process and in the presence of the police official who brought those cell phones, the cyber expert made it clear that there were gaps as it became apparent that data had been deleted. Of course, that would have to form part of his report when he makes his report as to when data was deleted and or that there is information missing. We then got that data. We have continued with the investigation into the allegations relating to the SAPS tender. There are many persons that are implicated, both within SAPS as well as Mr. Matlala and some associates. That investigation continues, and that is how we became involved in that matter. The only matter that IDAC currently is looking at with regards to Mr. Matlala relates to the 360 million rand tender. Other tenders relating to the Tembisa Hospital, Honourable Chair and members, is dealt with by the DPCI, and we are aware of those matters because in these weekly meetings, those matters also do get discussed, and we do have an arrangement that should we require any information that we are unable to procure, they would sort of steer us in the right direction in terms of the Matlala matter, but that hasn't arisen because we were able to deal with the matter as we have it. So that's the only investigation, and that's the only time IDAC has dealt with Mr. Matlala and or had cause to have access to any of his digital devices. It was just 2 cell phones.
Now this referral on the 16th of February this year, where did this referral come from within SAPS? Your statement just says a referral from SAPS. Who in particular referred the matter to IDAC? The
head of their risk audit referred the matter to IDAC in terms of a Section 27 referral, deposed to an affidavit, attached supporting documents, and the matter came over to IDAC.
And when would you first be alerted to this, or when would you become involved in this referral, if at all?
So, Honourable Chair and members, when matters are referred, they almost invariably come through one of the chief criminal investigators and or more so through the head of investigations and operations, Mr. Matthew Sissoko. So they would receive the matters, go through the matter at a cursory perusal, see whether or not it's a matter that IDAC can take. They then compile an application, which we call a Section 28 application, for the ID to consider whether or not to authorize an investigation. That is the only time, or the first time, that I then become involved in applying my mind to the matter. Here the matter was then authorized. And when it is authorized, investigators and prosecutors, etc., are designated to conduct the investigation of these matters, as it's a prosecution-led methodology. But the investigators and the prosecuting team go about determining what taskings, activities, line of investigation, etc., should be followed. It is not for the ID.
So there would first be what sounds like a preliminary investigation that you would authorize?
Chair, for clarity, there are 2 types of investigations. Usually when we get the Section 27 referrals, it also depends on the level of information and or evidence that is provided. There are times where you can authorize a full-blown investigation, which is a Section 28(1). But in most instances, and to err on the side of caution, or the ID is able to declare a preparatory investigation, which is a preliminary investigation. It is allowed in terms of Section 2813 of the NPA Act. And as the investigation progresses, and they are able to find evidence of the alleged criminality, and there is more than a reasonable suspicion of the allegations, the team has to bring another application to say, at the point where we are at, this can now be a full-blown investigation. There have been matters, just for clarity, Chair, where we authorized a preliminary. After the investigations were done, there wasn't anything to take it forward in terms of sufficient evidence as part of the investigation, and those investigations can be closed. So it's not automatic. It does not automatically progress from one to the other. It depends on the evidence.
So how soon or when after the 16th of February 2025, when the referral was made, did the request to authorize a further investigation, for want of a better word, was that authorized by you?
It would have been within the month.
Within the month?
Yes, because what happens, Chair, is if they sit with it, they can't do anything with it. They have to have an investigation authorized, albeit preparatory. And what it does, Honorable Chair and members, is there are certain processes that can only be activated. So, for example, the request for bank documents, the request for cell phone data, the request for company documents can only take place once you have a Section 28 authorization, and Section 28 authorizations, therefore, by their nature, allow for the activation of legal processes to obtain information. So they have to do it as soon as they are able to put it together, or else it's a piece of paper you're sitting with. You can't move with it when it's not authorized.
I just heard you saying on the tender of 360 million, there are a lot of people involved, including police officers and service providers. Is Minister Mkhunu and the former Minister Cele amongst the people that you are looking at?
Honorable Chair, it would be irresponsible to mention who potential suspects are till we get to evidence. Honorable Malema, I have learned that you can throw a name out there and then you follow what you think is an investigation path, and it does not amount to evidence. It would be irresponsible. You cause irreparable harm. But what I can say is there are several persons implicated, and regardless of their ranking and who they are, and whether they're public or private officials, as long as there's evidence, IDAC will follow that evidence, Honorable Member, and where we can, they will most certainly be prosecuted.
Maybe let me put it differently. You were able to say police officers, high-ranking police officers. Are there politicians that you are looking at without mentioning names?
That is correct, Honorable Member.
Thank you.
May we proceed? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In the referral, this is now in relation to Matlala, and subsequently the application, the internal application to you to authorize a further investigation. Can you give us, I know in your response to Honourable Malema now, and one can understand these matters are sub judice, and your concern about fairness to the accused persons and a subsequent fair trial, you don't want to jeopardize that. But can you give us some idea of what was in this referral? For example, was there any mention about the PKTT? Was there any mention about General Mkhwanazi? Was there any mention about Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Khumalo?
Honourable Chair and members, not in the documents that we received.
Yes, the referral.
Yeah, not in the referral that we received. We received a referral that talks to irregularities in the awarding of the 360 million rand tender to one Vusimuzi Cat Matlala. It refers to police officials, but General Khumalo, General Mkhwanazi were not mentioned in that referral. Nor was the PKTT, sorry. It refers purely to the tender process, and other members of the South African Police Services within the supply chain of the South African Police Services, the bid evaluation committee, the bid adjudication committee. That is where it stopped. There's no reference to any of those that you've mentioned, Honourable Chair.
And just again in your response to Honourable Malema, when you confirmed, I think, that a minister or ministers are also mentioned, is it in the same referral?
So, to be clear, it's not ministers that are mentioned. There are allegations that politicians are involved, and so we have to determine who these politicians are and what their level of involvement was, and whether that involvement then amounts to criminality. In a lot of them, they also would talk of, for example, other persons affiliated to Mr. Matlala. No names are provided. I guess as one does the investigation, you have to look at who in that entire value chain would have been compromised and or complicit in the awarding of what now turns out to be a tender that ought not to have been awarded to Mr. Matlala.
We looked at the investigation into Pat Matlala, and also you were explaining, we just continue with that, from the time you get a referral and then there's an application to authorize an investigation or further investigation. Just expand on that. So
once the investigation is authorized, Chair, whether it's a preliminary investigation or in our terminology, a full-blown investigation, the investigators and prosecutors that are designated, they sit and work out what the line of investigation is, what evidence or documentation they would require, from whom and where. They have timelines for the investigations, and they will also determine the kind of resources they might require in order to conduct that investigation. And they go about their business. They will engage the ID, for example, if there is something that is required, and given our stakeholder relationships, there are instances where it is better, as we have also done with the National Commission of Police. More often than not, we will first write a letter making a request. for certain things. So there are instances where, for example, they would come to the ID and indicate what they need, and we rather follow that recourse of writing a letter and requesting information. Of course, then when we need it for court-directed purposes, we then agree with the person, we're going to have to serve you with a Section 28 subpoena, especially for issues of chain of custody and evidence. The investigations will carry on.
Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to find out the clarity. As you sit there, you just said that there's allegations against politicians, am I right? And as you sit there today, you don't even know who those allegations against today. I'm talking about today.
I am not saying we don't know against whom. It is irresponsible to be throwing names of persons who might be implicated when the investigation is not yet completed. And so the level of evidence against them might either result in us having to charge and prosecute, or it might be that they are mentioned, but there is no evidence. So the investigation continues.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nhlanhla, are you fine? Yes,
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Sorry, Advocate Johnson, we were talking about your role, if any, in any, from the time there's a referral through to an investigation and then a decision to prosecute, and perhaps the prosecution itself. Maybe you would become involved with Oscar Pistorius. Your role in these matters.
So, Honourable Chair and members, once the investigation and prosecution team have concluded the investigation and they have determined that charges can be brought and they have determined against whom, what we tend to do before they put together their charge sheet, or what we also do is we ask them to put together a draft charge sheet, and they would present that matter to myself, some of the other deputy directors of public prosecutions who are not involved in the matter, as well as the head of investigations and operations, Mr. Sissoko. And they'll talk us through the matter so that we can engage and discuss if we see any loopholes, if there's suggestions we can make on things that must still happen. It's a collective back and forth engagement. And once that is done, the team will decide who the lead prosecutor will be. They'll put together a charge sheet. They'll also put together what we call a prosecution memo. And that prosecution memo, Chair, gets sent to the Director of Public Prosecution, in whose area of jurisdiction the matter will appear. Because in terms of the NPA Act, the investigating director enrolls after consultation with the Director of Public Prosecutions of that specific jurisdiction. So we send through the prosecution memo, they apply their minds, DPP will usually send a letter to say they have gone through the matter, you may go ahead. And then we enroll the matter as other criminal matters do in the normal course of NPA matters, and they run through the court system.
So also just to be clear and understand, do you authorize the prosecution of a matter referred to IDAC, or is the decision to prosecute the matter with the DPP in a particular province, or does the DPP just enroll the matter for a criminal trial?
So the investigating director and all the prosecution staff in IDAC have a delegation and mandate to institute prosecutions for and on behalf of the state, similar to any of my counterparts in any of the other NPA offices and divisions. So it is not seeking permission to enroll the matter, it is to inform the DPP that we will enroll the matter in the area of his or her jurisdiction. However, what has happened is they can ask clarity from that prosecution memo. One or two have, we respond thereto, and then they indicate they are satisfied. But the institution of the prosecution happens by the lead prosecutor in the team. What the ID will do is, in going through the charge sheet, would approve that yes, this is a charge sheet and that it can go to court. Honourable Chair, I think this hands.
Honourable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Advocate, I just want to be clear on this aspect. Does a referral only require you to prosecute? Do you not face instances where, for instance, a referral will come with evidence which is not complete, which requires you to do more investigation in order for you to establish prima facie evidence? Is it always the case that it requires you to prosecute? It comes with prima facie evidence?
Honourable Nomvalo, no. When the referral comes, investigation must get done. So an investigation must first be declared in IDAC, and in the investigation must be done. So even if we are given a referral with what others might consider substantial evidence, we have to declare an investigation. We have to check that that evidence is correct. We have to go back and talk to those witnesses. We take supplementary affidavits if we need to. We conduct further investigation, and only then do we prosecute. So a referral does not allow for an immediate prosecution. A referral allows for an investigation first. Even if we were given a docket, Honourable Nomvalo, we would have to first authorize in the IDAC space, and investigations must happen, albeit just to verify. We cannot just run into a prosecution.
I'm okay, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We just needed some clarity, because you talk about the team, the investigating team, and now the prosecuting team. The matter is discussed. The matter is discussed. But what is discussed? Are you discussing whether there are prospects, or what the prospects are of a successful prosecution, or do you discuss matter, or is it already determined or decided by the lead investigator, lead prosecutor, that we are going to prosecute, and now you come in as the head of IDAC to discuss various aspects of the prosecution where you may require further evidence, additional evidence to strengthen the case or whatever? Just to understand your role in these matters.
There's no separate teams. A team will comprise of a deputy director who would lead the team, and there's chief and criminal investigators. There's a project manager who will manage. There can also be data analysts, and if we need external service providers are also designated to the matter. So at the stage it comes to the ID and others for presentation, it is for the team to present their evidence. What the allegations are, what evidence they have to support those allegations, any challenges they may have encountered, what it is they would require from the ID or the head of operations, or having given us that brief, evidence, charges, what supports it, what's the next steps, that they are now ready, they would like to have the matter enrolled, and then the administrative processes start. What they would need from the ID is to indicate once they've provided a charge sheet and the prosecution memo is that the ID approves that they can go ahead, but then we have to engage the office of the DPP first.
Have you or do you or can you interfere with that process of prosecution? And are there instances, have there been instances where when the case was presented to you, you for good reasons or for no reason decided no, this matter should not proceed to prosecute?
Honourable Chair, I cannot interfere in a decision, but I have to apply my mind to the evidence, to the allegations, what it is they want to do. We make proposals. Sometimes there may be more evidence that we can point them to, and that is what we do, and we advise on the matter. There has been one or two instances, like I indicated, where you have a preparatory investigation, and when you go through what they present, it's insufficient for a prosecution. Then that decision is made in consultation with their team. I don't sit on my own and say, no, this is not going to work. We're not going to allow this. There's an engagement, and when the team knows and understands, the team will then send a closure report indicating that for these reasons, we make the proposal for the matter to be closed. It's also done in a formal way.
Is there some inbuilt internal mechanisms to review any decision you might make? Or are there instances where it has happened?
So the review mechanism is where, for example, what we do have, and especially in matters that have gone to court, accused persons have the right to make a representation. They will make a representation which would first come through the prosecuting team to the ID. If that representation is unsuccessful, as is with every other matter in the NPA, they have a right of review through the Office of the National Director. So there are review mechanisms to that decision. And in that representation, they can indicate why they believe the investigating director and directorate made the wrong decision to prosecute, and they can provide the necessary evidence which would have to be taken into consideration by the National Director. I think at this point that function in her office is also delegated to the Deputy National Director of the Prosecution Services. At this time it's Advocate Mzinyati. Previously it was the late Advocate Rodney de Kock. But there are review mechanisms that are applicable to prosecutions across the board.
And just because I think it is quite an important matter that was raised by Honourable Malema in relation to the judge, the overseeing judge. Would a matter that has been referred on review to the NDPP's office and where that office concurred with a decision not to prosecute the matter, would such a matter, in terms of the mandate of the judge, go to him, or can it be referred to him?
I'm sure that it can, if what the persons allege might be a malicious prosecution, a compromised investigation. Those would therefore talk to the integrity of a prosecutor and or an investigator. And of course, I see no reason why it shouldn't go there for the judge to apply his mind. And whilst you're on that point, if I may, Honourable Chair, on that oversight question, the Parliament has been the oversight body of the NPA and therefore IDAC by its nature. So over and beyond the steps that I mentioned of bodies in the NPA. So that's the oversight. But I take the point that the Honourable Malema makes. We only have a judge now. And it is in this process that one is going to be able to determine the value of having this kind of different oversight mechanism that hasn't been a feature of the NPA before. And only because we have investigators and prosecutors under one roof in one agency.
Now, there's also an office in the NPA that's been established. I think it's the full name designation now, but the Office of something integrity.
Is ethics and accountability.
Ethics and accountability. Would that office have oversight responsibilities over the work that IDAC does?
They would have had up until the appointment of the judge. All complaints that relate to IDAC must go outside of the NPA to the judge who's been appointed. So the NPA does not oversee those allegations. The NPA will still, I guess, of course, look at misconduct issues, which are labor issues, but complaints against the IDAC officials will go to the judge designated.
Now, just to get a bit closer home to the matter that we're dealing with specifically and to the allegations of Lt-Gen General Khumalo, he says in an affidavit that has been placed before us that despite its mandate and the way you've described it, IDAC has elected to involve itself in labour matters. And he refers specifically to the arrest of Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Khumalo on the 28th of June 2025, along with 6 senior members of management on charges of corruption relating to the irregular appointment of Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and it records a Brooklyn case number. It is important to note that under normal circumstances, irregular appointments are addressed through established human resource procedures. In this instance, however, the members of the selection panel responsible for Brigadier Mkhwanazi's appointment were arrested and formally charged. The peculiar exercise of criminal jurisdiction over a labour matter warrants further scrutiny. And then he says, I was further informed that members of the PKTT have been the subject of several unwarranted cases as a result of their work. Although the cases themselves are without merit, they serve to distract members and instill fear and undermine the team in the eyes of the public. And then he records certain cases, referring to December 2024, the accused, Vusimuzi Matlala, was advised to open a false case against members of the PKTT. Then there was also a case opened by Ms. Fundiswa Nyalungu, the partner of accused Mr. Katiso, Katie Molefe, and by 2 of his nieces. It refers to the case numbers. In January 2025, Captain Makhotloe, a ballistic expert with forensic services, opened a kidnapping case. And during April 2025, Brigadier Shabalala from the DPCI head office initiated a case, Eastern Cape case, involving allegations of theft under the corruption. So that is by way of background in relation to the broad allegations made by Lt-Gen Mkhwanazi. Can we perhaps deal specifically with the matter of that resulted in the arrest of Lt-Gen Khumalo? When, to your knowledge, did this saga begin, which resulted eventually in his arrest and subsequent appearance in court, and I believe also again today to amend or to relax his bail conditions?
Honourable Chair, before I proceed, I don't know if Honourable Songani still has, she had her hand.
Yeah, we did not want to distract the SC. What do you want to do? Do you want to take a question first, or do you want to answer the SC?
Maybe she had a point to it that she would want to make.
Let's take it. Honourable Sangwana.
No, thank you, Chair. No, it was a small point, just clarity. When the SC was reading, he started off saying in an affidavit deposed by General Khumalo. I wanted to make sure that it was General Mkhwanazi.
I concur, he did say that, Honourable Member, and I was going to ask.
Did I say Khumalo?
Yes, you said, so it was Mkhwanazi.
It was Mkhwanazi, and it's an affidavit that is attached to his statement before that.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I will deal with the arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo, but you made mention of quite a few things about the PKTT, and I would just, for purposes of completeness, indicate that IDAC is not aware of these cases that were made, be they by Mr. Matlala about theft, by Katitso Molefe, the ballistic case, or any other case that has been made against any of the PKTT members. They are not allegations that IDAC is looking at, and so I am, unfortunately, Chair, unable to provide this House with any information with relates or with regards to those matters. I'm not saying that there weren't cases. I also cannot comment on the validity of these cases and or not. That's not my place. What I can then indicate, Honourable Chair and members, is early in November 2024, IDAC did receive a Section 27 referral from Mr. Adams. To be clear, the ID herself hasn't met Mr. Adams, nor have I spoken to Mr. Adams, nor have I engaged Mr. Adams. And the reason for it is simple. Matters that are referred to IDAC must come through the head of investigations and or the 2 chief criminal investigators. That is how it works. And so I hadn't had any engagement. The Section 27 referral comes through in November. The investigators have engaged with Mr. Adams. His affidavit is taken. They then present an application for an authorization, as I've previously explained, as part of process, and the investigations are authorized. What was presented, Honourable Chair and members, is in terms of the collective matters that were referred by Mr. Adams, it wasn't one matter. As it stands in IDAC, they translate to 6 different matters. But the Section 28 referral looked at the collective complaint. And in terms of the collective complaint then looked at whether or not the bypassing of processes, the manipulation of processes and systems, the gratification in terms of the form of an employment, etc., fell within the ambit of state capture as we know it. Not the state capture per se of the State Capture Commission matters, but within the broader definition of what that capture meant. When we determined that the full ambit of those cases fall within that definition, the matters were then authorized. Currently, 2 matters are in court.
Can you just pause there and describe to us what defined the characteristics of what is regarded as capture, state capture?
So Chair, we have always, through the process of deciding whether or not, in the broader sense of the word, there is capture or state capture, we have looked within the ambit of the State Capture Commission report, and as I have referred in paragraph 37, if you would allow me to read, it says that according to the Zondo Commission,
Yes.
there it's the State Capture Commission report, state capture is a project where a group of actors with their network of collaborators systematically conspire to redirect sources for their own private gain. It's achieved by the improper influence of state appointments and procurement and manipulating the rules and procedures of government's decision-making, undermining oversight mechanism, and weakening key state institutions like law enforcement and intelligence services. We then had to look at what those different allegations were. And I know that, and I do say in the affidavit, Honorable Chair and members, if you just take the Khumalo matter, just stand alone. Of course, the members of this House can say, what were you doing? That is a standalone matter. What is it doing in your mandate? It is in our mandate in terms of there is corruption, then there's the argument. But that's not serious corruption. But what is serious corruption? Does the manipulation and bypassing of processes, putting people in strategic appointments, isn't that what got us where it got us to in terms of state capture? And then you say, serious? Is serious money? Is serious the offense and the office bearers who are entrusted with these positions who bypass these positions? And then let's just say I lose that argument. The IDAC mandate can also look at fraud, which you would see in the charge sheet. It can look at issues of fraud, forgery, uttering theft, and any other matter that involves dishonesty. So as it stands alone, even on its own, and you take the corruption and you say to me, Madam IDAC, it's gone. There are still matters that fall within the ambit of IDAC for it to investigate and prosecute. But like I said, we first looked at the entirety of the Section 27. When we go to court, we've taken them on as the matters as they stand, or else we end up, Honorable Chair and members, with issues of misjoinder and charging people for different things where they shouldn't be in the same matter. And so we were able to then, as part of this process, start with matter one, which was the arrest of the Chief Financial Officer for the defeating and fraud. And then the second matter would therefore relate to the matter that we now discuss, which would be the arrest of Lt-Gen General Khumalo and others.
And so there are 4 other matters?
There are 4 other matters that form part of the umbrella of matters that were the Section 27 referral that were sent.
Honorable Malema.
Sorry, Madam, you were interrupted when you were trying to give us example of 2 cases. You said there are 2 cases and then you stopped it.
Honorable Malema, there were 2 cases that are already in court. The first case relates to the criminal allegations against Chief Financial Officer Major General Lushaba of Crime Intelligence. That was the first matter that was enrolled. And then a little over 2 weeks later, the matter relating to Lieutenant General Khumalo and the 6 other accused was enrolled. There are 4 other investigations that have yet to be enrolled because those investigations are not yet complete, but they arise out of that Section 27 referral. I hope I've provided clarity.
So, in those cases, do you find the name of General Mkhwanazi in there and the National Commissioner being part of the referrals that were sent to?
In terms of the Section 27 referral by Mr. Adams, I can tell you that I don't recall being briefed or seen in the referral itself for the authorization the name of General Mkhwanazi. And also with regards to the National Commissioner, I haven't seen his name other than, I guess, as the investigations progress. And to be very honest with you, Honorable Malema, I haven't had a briefing as of recent, so I cannot tell you about the National Commissioner and whether or not his name does appear.
But there was a story that there is prima facie evidence that is in your position against Mkhwanazi and the National Commissioner, and you are reluctant to charge. And if that is the case, will that not be defeating the end of justice if there is an overwhelming or prima facie evidence before you and you are reluctant to charge because of certain names, irrespective of who they are?
So to be clear, Honorable Chair and members, those allegations do not come out of the Section 27 referral. When I took over as the head, as the ID, there were already corruption matters that had initially fallen within the ambit of IPID. Those IPID investigators, when they were brought over to the ID at the time, came with their cases.
Are you okay, Honorable?
No, she was still responding to my question.
You will indicate if you are...
It's not me, it's the Honorable Member from Eastern Cape.
May I be allowed to finish, and then if Honorable Nhlanhla will then be allowed to ask. Thank you, Chair. So those allegations do not arise out of the referral. They were corruption allegations that were initially reported at IPID. IDAC is not afraid to act. We can only act when we have sufficient evidence. And just because there's a complaint doesn't make a criminal charge. And that is why where we are at, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and General Masemola have not been arrested for those matters.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thanks, Chair. No, Chair, I was not trying to interrupt the honorable member from Sasha Holimbopo. I was just indicating so that after he's done, you note me. I just want to get to one thing. Maybe the Advocate Johnson must take us to where does IDAC derive the arresting powers? Which law do they give them?
Thank you. Chair, I want to call a point of order. You see, Honorable Malema and Honorable Nhlanhla have been away from the Ad Hoc Committee so long, they've forgotten what a clarity-seeking question is. So they are starting new questions, and we need to wait until the evidence is led, then they come back and they ask their questions. Please, Chair.
Okay. The part that says they have been away, they might have forgotten. I disagree with it. I sustain the latter part that says. But look, questions that emanate from the line of questioning by the evidence leader are acceptable. Can we proceed in that way? If a question emanates from the line of questioning, I don't know the question about the mandate of IDAC, if it is related to what the SC was leading now. May we proceed?
Chair, can you rule that my questions were not out of order? Being away after you have apologized doesn't mean you have stayed away from struggle.
Look, the away part does not belong here.
But my questions were in line with what the SC was asking.
I agree with that. With that part. That's why I say the part that both of you were away. Let's not belabor it. SC, may we proceed?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So the 4 other cases being investigated, they arise from the same Section 27 referral by Adams.
Sorry, Honourable Chair. I don't know if it looks like Honourable Nhlanhla is still unhappy, but maybe if he, without me going into the detail, if Honourable Nhlanhla will go and read Section 29A, subsection 1 and its various subsections of the National Prosecuting Authority Act, as well as the Act as amended in 2024, to deal with the question that he raised. Thank you, Chair.
You will come and explain that later when he is asking you. Now, let's go to the SC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Advocate Johnson, I asked for you to confirm that the 4 pending cases being investigated, they arise from the same Section 27 referral by Mr. Adams.
That is correct, Honourable Chair.
And I know you wouldn't want to mention names, but at least you can tell us these 4 other matters pending and being investigated, do they involve the same or all or some of the 7 accused in the Khumalo matter, including Lieutenant General Khumalo?
I'm not going to go against my own principle that I espoused in this House. What I can say is those 4 matters relate to the crime intelligence environment and allegations of criminality in that environment.
Better be careful, your husband is also in that environment.
And if my husband does wrong, Honourable Chair and members, I think, and to be fair, let's deal with the question. There are consequences. One of the things I have always stood by, I'm not prepared to. He's an amazing husband, that's an aside. I'm not prepared to compromise my integrity or oath of office, not even for the husband, not at all.
So let's just deal with, you mentioned that you don't know, you haven't met Mr. Adams. You mentioned in your statement, though, that I'm looking at paragraph 44, that when he approached IDAC, he had already gone twice to the SAPS in the Western Cape and Gauteng provinces. We had open cases. And then you say, somewhat miraculously, these cases had disappeared. Now, do you have first-hand knowledge of this, or are you just conveying information that came to your knowledge at some point?
So, Chair, this came to my knowledge through my own investigators who had taken the Section 27 referral affidavit from Mr. Adams. So part of what he indicates is that when he received information, which he alleges was pushed under his door, which is part of the affidavit, that he opened cases in the Western Cape. He later opened cases in Gauteng. Nothing came of either or, and these matters then were referred to IDAC. However, what IDAC did find on the first arrest, the first matter.
Yeah, if you can conclude your answer.
Is it okay, Honourable Skosana?
Conclude your answer, Advocate Johnson,
So,
and then Honourable Skosana will be given an opportunity.
Honourable Chair, I'm not sure if it is appropriate to raise. I know, I said, I do not know Mr. Adams. I've never met Mr. Adams. I've not spoken to him. But I have seen him on television. And it is somewhat of a challenge for me, ethically. We are discussing a criminal matter in which Mr. Adams is a complainant, and I do see that he is sitting in the House. What can happen later during a criminal trial, accused are allowed to say that their matter was unduly influenced by his presence. I'm merely raising it, and for the Chair and House to decide how you deal with it.
You don't know him, but you see him.
No, not knowing a person is one thing. I've seen his face on television.
Oh, okay. The face you see is the face you saw.
I wouldn't know whether it's a kilogram heavier or lighter, but yes, it's similar.
Okay. SC, how do you deal with that matter?
With Mr. Adams being in the House or in the room, I think we need to be consistent in the same way that we've dealt some other honourable members remaining in the House, and despite being complainants in cases. I don't think, Advocate Johnson, there'd be any prejudice. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe getting a fright that you're seeing him here today. But apart from that, there's no prejudice to the case. He is a complainant in a matter.
To be clear, Honourable Chair, I didn't talk of prejudice to the state's case. We also protect the rights of accused persons, and I do not want accused to raise later on that certain details were discussed and the complainant thereof sat in a house where they didn't have representation and or were not present. I merely raised that ethical issue.
Well, you can go outside now, Ms. Johnson, look at it on TV. You're going to make any difference.
You can take Honourable Kona Panat with you.
Honourable Malem.
Just to put it on record that Adams is not a member of this committee. He's a member of parliament. And like any other member of parliament, his rights are not withdrawn. He can attend any committee as a member of parliament. So So this is a completely different space. Hence, before she took an oath, you have had to remind her that certain things that are done here may not even be used anywhere else outside this place. So it's for Adam's personal conscience that he left, which for me is good, but it should be put clear that he's not a member of our committee, he's a member of parliament, and it doesn't influence anything when it comes to how decisions are going to be made here. Thanks.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a follow-up question about the issue of Honorable Member Adams. Did Mr. Adams bring up a classified document in his report? If so, are you authorized to investigate a classified intelligence, and which specific section allows you to do so? Because according to the law, only the Inspector General of the Intelligence Office has the authority to investigate such matters.
Is that question based on the evidence that the SC is leading?
Yes.
Okay. Number one is that, yes, it's true that Mr. Adams is not a member of this committee. And number two is that he is not leaving the proceedings because it is a decision of the chair that he must leave. And number three, when questions are put to you, advocate, and in your conscience you have an understanding that it has an element to prejudice any person, you can always raise that to say, I believe that there is an element of prejudice in this question, and these are the reasons that I advance. Yeah, but when he left here, it's out of his own conscience. It's not because we have taken a decision that he must leave. Honorable Sangon.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I know I don't have to, but I concur with your summary as well as what Honorable Malema had raised. Honorable Chair, I'm really not trying to be difficult, and I'm appealing to members just in terms of the process and procedure we had established on this issue of the follow-up, the clarity-seeking questions. The questions that members are raising are excellent questions. They're very important. It's just that they're not for right now, including the question that Honorable Skosana raised. Let me tell you why I'm saying, Chair. In our very first meeting, I remember I attempted to do what the member was doing, right? I was interested in a point, wanted to pursue it. Honorable Matlala corrected us, even made an example that you asked things like, no, is it this one? Who do you mean exactly? I did not hear that word. So if we could please maintain that, Chair, then when members have their time to ask questions, then any and every issue that they want to interrogate, they can do it at that point. I'm appealing, Chair. Otherwise, we won't finish leading the evidence. Thank you.
You talk about questions asked out of impatience. Okay. Honorable members, and I asked that question, Honorable Skosana, because I believe it's a question that can still be responded to later. But if you strongly feel that it must be answered now, I can concede.
Chair, I wanted clarity. It's no longer a question time for me. Can you please answer now? Because we're on that matter of Adams about what Adams brought. So I just wanted to find out.
What is the clarity you seek? No. Yes. What is the clarity you seek?
Must I repeat the question again?
Yeah, the clarity seeking question.
So must I repeat it again? Whether advocate, true, you share. You want me to repeat myself?
Honorable Skosana, I did hear you.
Thank you.
May I proceed? Okay. I'm going to answer without going into a whole debate, and I accept, Honorable Member, you will come back with more questions when it is your turn. Safe to say, what the ID herself received was a Section 28 application based on a Section 27 referral. The investigators got an affidavit from Mr. Adams. But let's just say the ID was given a document purported to be classified. The ID is in possession of top secret clearance that therefore will allow me to look at those documents. However, before we do that, even with the SSA matters, Honorable Member, what we tend to do, to err on the side of caution, we would indicate to the person giving us a document, can you rather declassify before you give us? But I did not have sight to any classified document. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
SC, we have 4 minutes left before the next.
You want me to proceed, Honorable Chair?
If you are generous enough, you may say we break. And if you feel we can still do something in 4 minutes, you can say we are a nation at work for a better life for all.
Well, we're dealing with this important matter now, so it might be convenient to break at this point, to resume after lunch.
Honorable members, we are breaking. We are coming back at 14 hours. Good afternoon once again, honorable members. We should resume the proceedings. SC, Advocate Johnson, are you fine? Thank you so much.
Chair, honorable members and colleagues and everyone present.
Chair,
Honorable Malema.
are we going to start without MK because it looks like there's a serious problem inside?
No, Honorable Malema, the meeting still has a quorum. The meeting corrects once. Yeah.
No face come. Don't worry.
May we please allow the SC to continue?
Chair, can we talk about IDAC only today?
No, a matter was brought to my attention that when I don't see you returning, I must understand that that might have been your last appearance. Yes, SC, we have handed over to you. You're done. Are you done, SC, with your questions?
No, I'm not done. May I continue?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. Advocate Johnson, we're dealing with the referral by Mr. Adams in terms of Section 27. And you, just to recap, you said that apart from seeing him on on a television screen. You don't know Mr. Adams at all.
That is correct.
And you didn't receive the referral yourself when it was first referred to IDAC.
That is correct.
Just remind us again, what was the date of that referral?
The referral would have been in the second week of November 2024.
You're not aware of Mr. Adams also referring this matter to the National Commissioner?
No.
Or to the Minister?
No,
Either
Chair.
the Minister or the National Commissioner?
Not at all.
And when, after the referral in November, when did the matter land on your desk? And what matter was that? By the time his referral landed on a desk, what was all contained in it? What work would have been done on it?
At the time I would have received it would have been around about the middle of December. But I had been informed before that that I will be getting a Section 28 application for consideration to authorize an investigation, as there had been a Section 27 referral by one Mr. Adams. But I didn't get any documents or a full briefing, so I would have received the application itself around about the middle of December, but the matter had come to IDAC by the second week of November already. That is an affidavit to the investigators in terms of the Section 27.
And when the matter landed on your desk in December, somewhere in December, was that for authorization to further investigate the matter?
That is correct, Chair.
And in the documents that were placed before you for consideration and your approval for further investigation, there would have been a reference to a Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Khumalo.
Yeah, what the document did is it summarizes the Section 27 referral, setting out some of the facts that were in the affidavit, as well as persons against whom criminal conduct is alleged. That is correct.
So at that stage, they would be allegations set out in the affidavit accompanying the referral.
That is correct. In this matter, it was.
What was your... And in that referral, there was no mention... Did you make a connection between Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Khumalo and, of course, him being head of crime intelligence?
As head of crime intelligence, yes, because it talked to the head of crime intelligence. But if one is asking if there was any referral to the PKTT, no. It was Lieutenant General Khumalo. It was about CI officials, the head of CI. There's only one head, which would be Lieutenant General Khumalo.
Did it raise any red flags with you, any issues with you, that this is quite a significant matter with serious allegations against the head of our crime intelligence?
Not concerns. I was receiving a matter. There are many high-profile matters. There are many persons who hold high office that are implicated in many IDAC matters, those still under investigation and those that are in court. So it was looking at the allegations and looking at who might be implicated in those allegations. I didn't have a concern in the traditional sense of the word. I had to apply my mind to the matter, yes.
Did you receive... There was an email that was sent to your office by the then Minister's Chief of Staff, Mr. Gabinde, that the matter had been referred to IDAC, and also a further, sorry, if I may just read it to you, it's, why does the Public Service always have the date right at the bottom? It's on the 11th of November 2024. It's addressed to the Investigating Director, IDAC, referral and request for investigation in terms of Section 27. Attached, please find, for ease of reference, a copy of written correspondence addressed to the Honourable Minister of Police, Honourable Senzo Mkhunu, by Member of Parliament, Honourable Fadiel Adams. The allegations contained therein implicate very senior members of the South African Police and are viewed in a serious light, and case dockets were registered as per the following case numbers. Then there's one Langplata case number and 3 Orlando case numbers. Due to the nature of the allegations made by the Honourable Fadiel Adams, which seem to be quite sensitive and which contains allegations of criminal misconduct, this office requests the Investigating Director to consider investigating the same. Honourable Fadiel Adams was advised by the office to await your decision in this regard, and it's signed by Mtokozizi Gabinde, Chief of Staff, 11 November 2020. Do you recall seeing...
Honourable Chair and members, yes, we did receive such a letter. IDAC didn't act on that letter because it's not a Section 27 referral. He wrote to us to consider and says it is a Section 27 referral. There is the person who's making the referral, Honourable Chair and members, which is how Section 27 reads, must depose to an affidavit. There was no affidavit. This was Mr. Nkabinde writing and alerting us to a matter. We were approached by Mr. Adams, and when we were approached by Mr. Adams, we then asked Mr. Adams to depose to a Section 27 affidavit. And so even though that letter talks to dockets, we didn't go and get those dockets at that stage because we didn't have a proper Section 27 referral. So we had to get a statement from Mr. Adams after Mr. Adams approached our office.
Did you respond to Chief of Staff Gabinde?
No, sir.
Why not?
At the time, I can't, other than the letter had come in, and I think it wasn't much long after that Adams would have engaged with the investigators. But at the time, I received the letter, and that was it. I didn't act on the letter because there wasn't anything to act on.
So were you aware that the matter had also been referred to South African Police Services?
only insofar as Mr. Adams in his affidavit indicated his initial report to a police station somewhere in the Western Cape, and then his reporting of same to a police station in Gauteng. That is the only SAPS references that IDAC is aware of.
So, if I may just, Honourable Chair, refer to, we asked earlier for an adjournment just to put together a further exhibit bundle of documents. Do you have it there, Ms. Johnson?
I have a document, Chair. At the top it says Annexure MK15 and a number 269 on the right-hand corner, and it is a set of documents.
Can you refer to the page 283, and honourable members also?
Honourable Chair, if I may ask Council to just read what that letter would start with, because
No, I'm referring
many
just
of
to
them, sorry, I have a 28, and then I don't have anything after the 28s. There's no 281, 282, 28. So maybe if you just say what the top
it
of
appears
that...
to be cut off.
Yes.
Must be crime intelligence.
So maybe if you could just give us the heading of what that document would start with, Council, then I know which page I'm supposed to be
maybe
on.
Something. And before that, is there a document with a SAPS badge? Just before that document.
There is a document with a SAPS badge, and it purports to be
And
an
then-
email from the National Inspectorate Bophela HA Lieutenant Colonel. And then my next page with the 28 says NB,
And this is
feedback
the one
must
with
reach
cut
the
off.
office.
Yeah. If you see at the top there, there's an email from Gabindi CM.
Yes.
Dated Friday, 1 November.
At 9:04,
Yes.
I am there.
That's the document. So you'll see there that's an email from Chief of Staff in Kabinde, dated Friday, 1 November. Good morning, Major General Zibola. The Ministry has received this complaint from the Member of Parliament. In order for the Ministry to respond accordingly, please furnish this office with a report in responding to this complaint and the details of the investigating officer who was assigned to investigate these cases. Your report is expected on Monday, the 4th of November. And at the bottom, you can see it's from a Sakina Frenchman, but it appears to be on behalf of, and you see on the following page, regards Honourable Fadiel Adams. That's the complaint. You see that? So you're not aware that this complaint was being laid also with the Minister Mkhwanazi at the time, and in turn that he was referring it to police.
Not at all, Honourable.
Sorry, ma'am.
Not at all.
And this is also more comment. Now, if you should, right at the front of the bundle, there should be, it's called an information note, which is addressed to the National Commissioner. I'm afraid it's also cut off, but maybe some of you are lucky to have it recorded there as page 273. It would be the third page in the bundle.
Would that be an information note?
It's an information note addressed to the National Commissioner.
And above the information note, does it say SCS 19/11 of 2024 end?
Yes.
I am there, Chair.
And now it ends probably about 5-6 pages further on, and what should be page 280, and it's dated 30 July 2025, and it's signed by Lieutenant General Divisional Commissioner, Inspectorate P.A. Jacobs. You see that? Now, this memo records the passage of this complaint by Honourable Adams, and how it gets to the National Commissioner, and eventually, as I said, it concludes with a signature of General Jacobs. You'll see this is headed Complaint Against SAPS, Allegations of Corruption and Defeating the Ends of Justice, Complainant F. Adams. The purpose of the information note is to provide a response to the allegations that 1. The Division Inspectorate was complicit and irregular in the handling of a service complaint levelled by Mr. F. Adams, MP, and 2. To reflect on an averment that the Division Inspectorate irregularly handed 7 dockets to the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, IDAC. So just to pause there, were those the dockets that would have been requested by the IDAC investigation team?
The dockets that were requested are those dockets. They were, however, requested by myself as the ID on a letter to the Divisional Commissioner Detectives, Lieutenant General Sentumule, given that as the Divisional Commissioner Detectives, I automatically and ordinarily assumed that any dockets to be found, or if they were at head office, would have been with the detective component, hence my writing to the head of detective.
And when would that have been? Because you received the complaint also in early November, and you said that it landed on your desk for further investigation, authorization mid-December.
I will, when we do break, ask my office for a copy of the letter, but it would have been soon after the authorization of the matter. But I do recall having written to Lieutenant General Sentumule, and I recall her then ensuring that the dockets were received accordingly by IDA.
And just while we're there, we'll come back to the information note, but did you subsequently request information from the National Commissioner himself and write to him yourself.
It is correct, Chair. Once the dockets were received,
So this is now in the second phase of the
second
investigation.
phase, the dockets are being referred to. We then request to get those dockets. Once the dockets were received, investigations commenced as the matter was authorized. And when we realized, or when the investigation team realized that there were documents that the investigation required, but they fell within the domain of crime intelligence, we then sought to rather subpoena those documents through the Office of the National Commissioner. He is the head of police, and the National Commissioner would have then had to indicate one of two things. Yes, I will adhere to the subpoena, which he did, or he could have said, I cannot allow for these documents to be made available to IDAC, upon which we would have to consider what legal recourse, if any, we would have had. But we did serve it on him, given the nature of the environment from which we were seeking those documents.
And when would that have been?
Subject to correction, Chair, that would have been any time from January, February of 2025. We served various subpoenas as and when the investigation indicated the requirement of certain documents, and those documents were either within SAPS or crime intelligence. The relevant subpoenas were issued accordingly. So it wasn't one set of Section 28 subpoenas for documents. It is as and when the investigation highlighted the need to get certain documents from within the police domain.
So was it a request in a letter, or was it a subpoena that was served on the National Commission?
We served a subpoena on the National Commissioner. I personally called the National Commissioner to indicate that given the sensitive nature of these matters and given the environment within which we say the documents are, it is a safeguard for the police and ourselves. We are going to subpoena the documents, and it is on that basis that we proceeded. So where one would ordinarily have written a letter, given that we wanted these for court-directed purposes, and I said when we want for court-directed purposes, we issue a subpoena. However, he is, after all, the National Police Commissioner, made the call to indicate. I also asked the Commissioner who would be the nodal point in his office that would be allowed to receive these subpoenas. And those discussions were had between him and myself telephonically, and I then conveyed to the team to go ahead and prepare the subpoenas for the documents.
So when he received the subpoena, your protocol had already indicated to him that he would be getting the subpoena?
Absolutely.
And so the National Commissioner would have been aware that the head of crime intelligence was being or is being investigated by IDAC?
That is so. In the issuing of a subpoena, you've got to set out the allegations, and the allegations will indicate that environment and the level of persons. And so the National Commissioner would, by virtue of just having a read of the subpoena, and because of what we were asking, would have known even if you didn't put the name.
Honorable Sangon.
Sorry, Chair, just a clarity-seeking question. Are we using documents and dockets interchangeably? So what were we subpoenaing? Was it getting the additional documents or the original docket?
Honorable Sangoni, the dockets we requested by way of letter from the Divisional Commissioner, Lt-Gen General Nthumule. What we were requesting through the National Commissioner was documents that were not dockets, because we had the dockets. So it was documents and information by way of subpoena.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And since this was sensitive information, documents that you were seeking from the National Commissioner, how were they obtained? How were they received? Were they brought to you? Did you fetch them? What happened?
I just would like to add one more point before I answer the question or respond, Counsel. I also indicated to the National Commissioner in that telephonic engagement that I do accept that it might be quite a lot of documents, and or not knowing where they might be located, he might require more time. Now, the subpoena gives you a fixed number of days. I made it clear to the National Commissioner that should his office require more time to honor the subpoena, he was more than welcome to indicate so that the requisite extension of time could be granted. When the documents, the first set of documents and the bulk of the documents were ready, the National Commissioner brought them himself in person to IDAC's offices. I wasn't aware that he was going to do that. I was informed by the investigating team on that morning that the National Commissioner was coming to IDAC. I in fact said, but I wasn't aware that National Commissioner is coming because there is protocol in how we receive persons of certain standing. I then informed my office that he was going to arrive. He brought the documents. So when I say he brought the documents were in boxes. He was accompanied by certain officials. The one official whom I do recall is Major General Maga van Rooyen, because she's a senior member at Legal Services. The both were invited to my office. We greeted. I did indicate to the National Commissioner, it was not necessary for you to bring these documents yourself. Would have sent them, or we could have collected them. And the National Commissioner indicated that these are important documents, and it is an important matter, and he therefore sought to bring them himself. I thanked him and had him and the people that accompanied him, together with the investigation team, leave my office so that the discussion around the documents, the adherence, whether in full or in part of the subpoena, and anything else be discussed outside of. So what was brought, I cannot indicate, but he did bring them personally.
So you personally didn't open the boxes?
Not at all. I had no sight of what was in the boxes. It's not my job. I have to leave it to the investigating team. Hence, after thanking the National Commissioner, I asked the National Commissioner, the legal officer, other members that accompanied him, and the members of IDAC to go to a different venue within the building so that that handover process and the comparison of what was requested in the subpoena vis-a-vis what was provided by the National Commissioner, that could have been done outside, and that was done.
So that would have been in January, February?
And that's why I say I speak under correction. The subpoenas would have gone out, started going out from January, February. There were subpoenas in March. I know there were subpoenas in April. First time documents were brought, the National Commissioner brought them.
And still with your process, I'll come back to the information note, because there appear to be parallel process. So in terms of your process, what happened after these documents were brought by the National Commissioner to your office? They were then handed to your investigators. What happened next?
Honourable Chair, the investigators would then, having access to those documents, would have studied the documents and then put them in those relevant case files, bearing in mind that we had divided them into 6 different matters. So we didn't subpoena each matter and then wait for adherence to the subpoena and then go on with the next. It was a parallel, continued process. And based on the documents that were received, I know that the investigators and prosecutors indicated that there would be follow-up subpoenas because some of those documents were not complete in terms of there would have been other supporting documents that were required. So it was part of an investigative process to which, where I play no part, but which is part of what we do when we subpoena documents across the board. So even if we had to subpoena a cell phone service provider for documents for Mr. X, we always have to do this process. To the subpoena request, was it adhered to? Did we get the complete documents? Are they clear? Where do they fit? Do we need to ask for more? So that would have been the process.
And then after those documents were considered by the investigating team in relation to what appears to be 6 matters, when did the matter relating to Lt-Gen General Khumalo and the other matter that you've also mentioned, when did that land on your desk for authorization?
The matters were already authorized. So the investigations were already authorized in December.
Well, maybe I'm referring to the prosecution and then the decision.
The prosecution engagements, Honourable Chair, commenced from May. I was getting briefings at the status of some of the investigations, and what they did is they worked out for themselves which matters they are able to get ready, and it depended on how much evidence was required for that matter. So the first matter was ready, and at the end of May, first week of June, I received the prosecution memo, received a briefing from the investigation and prosecution team, as is with all of the other matters, asked the necessary questions, made sure that they were comfortable with the decision, and then engaged the Director of Public Prosecutions as we should for the enrollment. 2 weeks later, and that would take us to around about the end of June, that then also happened with the matter wherein Lt-Gen General Khumalo and 6 others were arrested.
And he was arrested in, just remind us of the date?
It was the 26th of June. It would be AJ1, let me just be sure. It would have been the 26th of June, 2025, Chair.
Okay. You didn't, in terms of protocol, take it upon yourself to inform the National Commissioner that one of his most senior officers was going to be arrested? Or did you follow some other protocol involved when a very senior person is involved?
Correct, Chair. The protocol I follow, since I report to and I'm accountable in terms of my reporting to the National Director of Public Prosecutions, I did inform the National Director that the Head of Crime Intelligence, Lt-Gen General Khumalo, and others would be arrested. I do not discuss the merits of the matter with the National Director, but I did indicate that in terms of the Section 27 referral, we had worked out those matters within the ambit of the definition of state capture, but that there were individual matters that dealt across the board with fraud, corruption, and or defeating, and this matter would be enrolled. We did the same, Chair, when it was the first matter that was to be enrolled as well. So each time I inform the National Director that there's going to be a matter that appears on the roll, and that is for all matters. I do not discuss the merits of the matter because I have the discretion as the ID, as do Directors of Public Prosecutions, to institute prosecutions for and on behalf of the state.
Did you inform the National Commissioner?
I did not. I informed the National Director.
Now, did you inform Lt-Gen General Khumalo?
We didn't inform him when he was to be apprehended. He was informed what he was being apprehended for, that IDAC was in possession of J50 warrants of arrest. We asked that, well, the investigators asked that he kindly accompany them. Lt-Gen General Khumalo was not placed in cuffs because he was returning from a trip and he was at the airport. It's a public place. One didn't seek to embarrass him. One merely sought to secure his attendance. And in fact, we did that for all of the other accused. They were called and told to please hand themselves over at the Brooklyn police station. These were senior members of the police who had been in their office. If we thought there was a risk that they could flee, one would have acted differently. But at the time, we didn't have a reasonable belief that that would. So when he was approached, there was no obstruction from himself. He got into the vehicle with the 2 IDAC investigators, and at all relevant times of that trip, even till it ended at the Brooklyn police station, his entire security entourage followed and knew where he was at all times. We did afford him that respect. We wanted to secure his attendance in court. That was the bottom line. One could have executed the warrant. We had a valid warrant. That was not the purpose of the exercise. The exercise was a method of securing his attendance together with the co-accused, and we treated all of them the same. So we didn't execute warrants on some and not on others. We called and asked them to hand themselves over.
So it sounds to me that unless you knew that firstly, this is Lieutenant General Khumalo at the airport. Secondly, that he was being accompanied by other police officers, and it appears to be some kind of an arrest. It wouldn't have been evident that he was being apprehended, arrested. There were no handcuffs, nothing like that.
Not at all. And I do recall that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi indicated there was a dramatic arrest. There was no dramatic arrest. There were just two IDAC investigators. They approached him, spoke to him, and he went to the car. Even at the time of the conversations, his security detail was right there. So he never placed us in any danger. We didn't place him in any danger. We really secured the attendance of an accused.
Different from your Scorpions experience.
Honourable Chair, if one takes note of how IDAC has been operating, you will find that there hasn't been media coverage unless there was some rogue journalist who hid behind a bush that I'm not aware of, but we do not do media-style arrests. We apprehend our accused. They appear in court. Of course, once accused persons appear in court, everyone would know about it. But we sought in all of our matters to be as circumspect as we can be. If there's one lesson, IDAC, from how the DSO operated and how not to operate, it was that, which is why I also was at pains to indicate, Honourable Chair, that mentioning people's names without having certainty about the criminal allegations and evidence against them would become highly irresponsible.
Subsequently, Lieutenant General Khumalo appeared in court. Yep, he would have applied for bail. Did you oppose bail?
In terms of the schedule of the offence, you had to read the bail opposition affidavits, but we had agreed to an amount of bail.
So would IDAC's own prosecutors be present in court and actually present the case to the magistrate?
That is correct.
And would you, IDAC, have had anything to do with the bail conditions that were set by the presiding magistrate?
The investigator would depose to an affidavit. Prosecutor would read that out into the record and would ask for bail conditions. Yes, it's a prosecutor's job to deal with the bail application and bail conditions.
Now, you must please correct me if I've got it wrong, but the complaint seems to be that, or the effect of the bail conditions ultimately imposed was that Lieutenant General Khumalo and his co-accused would be prohibited from entering their offices, which effectively means that they couldn't do their job as crime intelligence officers. Just your comment on that, either if I got it right or wrong, or your comment.
The main interest we were weighing, at least investigators and prosecutors, was the fact that several of our witnesses are from crime intelligence and in the employ of crime intelligence. And in the process of getting their statements, all had indicated that they had been victimized and was intimidated. What one sought to do, Honourable Chair, through the bail condition was prohibit the intimidation of witnesses. It had that unfortunate effect that the accused therefore could not return to their office. So we had to weigh the safety of the witnesses and the evidence that they would still have to give. So it wasn't per se directed at, we don't want you to do your work. It is the state's duty to protect their witnesses. And one of the conditions is, and we gave a list of names to the court, that these witnesses must not be contacted, etc., etc. That is normal. And part of the not going to the office was to ensure the safety of those. In fact, if you would allow me, Honourable Chair, in the one matter, the first matter, there was a time when General Lushaba went back to the office. And the witnesses were a flurry. We were inundated with calls about why were we, IDAC, so reckless about their lives that we didn't inform them. We were not aware he would go back to the office. It's not for me to comment on why he went to the office, but that was the effect of one person having gone to the office. So this is not a thumb suck. It was the reality of witnesses who were in a very sensitive environment. And our duty is to witness or witnesses.
So as I understand the reason for that particular bail condition was to protect the safety of witnesses, material witnesses in the matter, in the prosecution of Lieutenant General Khumalo and others, and that they were fearing for their safety or lives, and that would be the reason barring them from entering those offices where the witnesses were. And you have one instance where one of the accused had actually gone back to the office, and it caused some, let's call it, consternation amongst some of these witnesses.
Absolutely, Honourable Chair. And we all know that they're currently in court applying for an amendment of the bail conditions. Should the court find in the favour of the accused, IDAC is going to have to decide with the National Police Commissioner, what do we do about our witnesses who find themselves in that environment? That would still be a concern. We'd have to honour the court judgment, but we have to protect our witnesses. And that would be a conversation to be had. The court decides against us, we'd respect the finding, but it wouldn't take away the initial reason why the condition was set or requested.
Now, this is obviously based on media reports, so you can ignore it or reject it or respond. But did they go back today to seek an amendment to their bail conditions, and did it relate to this issue of access?
That is correct, Honourable Chair. The application for the bail amendment did start some time ago. I think it started in October. But given the Madlanga Commission and the fact that Lieutenant General Khumalo had to testify, etc., the matter moved itself along, and today was the first agreed to date for the court to continue to adjudicate. However, what also happened is, given the aspersions cast on the presiding officer who agreed to those conditions, the presiding officer decided, well, his name was being dragged through the mud, and so he would have to step down. And that caused, again, a disruption in terms of proceedings and process.
So did a new or newly appointed presiding officer, was he or she appointed today to hear the application for an amendment?
On the previous occasion, when the name of the presiding officer was made known at the Matlala Commission of Inquiry, the presiding officer came into court, the original one, indicated that he would rather step down. He will also be applying to the commission to testify because of the aspersions cast on himself. There was an adjournment of the matter, and then another presiding officer was brought in to indicate that the matter is being postponed to today, and that today there would be a new presiding officer. However, the state applied for a motion application indicating that this would really waste time and is not in the interest of justice. This matter was already part heard, and that the original presiding officer who was dealing with the bail amendment should finish the matter. And that application was filed in the High Court. I'm not aware of what is happening in court at the moment. I'll be able to get feedback when we are done for the day to find out if a new presiding officer was in fact allowed to proceed, because it means everything starts from scratch, and that prejudices all the parties, state and defence.
What consideration, if any, went into the fact that effectively our crime intelligence was now hamstrung by our top crime intelligence investigators being barred from office? They haven't been suspended from work, they haven't been dismissed, but because of a bail condition, they cannot perform their functions, which is so crucial to the criminal justice system.
What I can say, Honourable Chair and members, is they are not physically there, but they are still within the employ of SAPS. I have no doubt that they continue to work and to engage with colleagues, albeit not the witnesses that they were barred from engaging. But crime intelligence is not hamstrung. There are acting persons that are carrying on with the job and have continued to do so, including a Major General who's acting as the Divisional Commissioner for Crime Intelligence. In all of those positions of the current accused, there are persons acting and the work continues. The National Commissioner himself has not indicated to IDAC that, unfortunately, crime intelligence, which is such a key component, cannot do its work. Rethink your stance. That has not happened.
And I suppose since COVID and so on, provided they were also barred from accessing information online, that presumably is such an important component. It's having access. Obviously, they've got restricted access and passwords, stuff like that, that you and I can't access. But that remains in place.
Unless someone can tell me otherwise, I do believe it remains in place. I do believe that I am aware that crime intelligence officials, and this was reported to us by our witnesses, do meet with the Divisional Commissioner, Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Khumalo. So people can leave that office. There's nothing that precludes the Divisional Commissioner from engaging his staff, from doing work, but they are acting, that notwithstanding. So it's the physical location because of the security of witnesses. So I think it would be rather disingenuous, Chair, to say that nothing happens to CI, or that they are not having any insight and input into what is going on in crime intelligence currently.
So there's still physical meetings outside of the office where the witnesses or potential material witnesses are?
Yes, our witnesses have indicated that there are officials from crime intelligence, that head office, where Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Khumalo and the co-accused have been barred from entering. Members leave that office and meet them elsewhere. They get feedback. They have engagements. And these would almost invariably are some of those who are acting. So nothing is lost. Of course, I wouldn't want to be barred from my office. And so I accept that it was an unfortunate consequence of wanting to protect the witnesses. But that was the only reason for asking that they do not report physically to that actual head office.
Now, the criticism, I think we've read it out to you earlier from Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, was that why would you want to turn this into a big case, corruption case, when it's simply about the appointment of a person within SAPS? Now, I know that you are limited in terms of what detail you can give us. But can you give us some high-level indicators, factors that arise from the investigation into this case and which satisfied you, obviously it must have satisfied you, that there are reasonable prospects of a successful prosecution for corruption and fraud in this matter? There's been some interference with your microphone.
Advocate? Yeah, no, we just wanted to bring it to you. I think that your mic was off.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe it's after, although I know I'm going to be here long hours. So when we get to the affidavit, Honourable Chair and members, we have discussed from page 30, paragraph 33, about the allegations against Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Khumalo and his co-accused, why we thought in paragraph 37 that looking at the cumulative effect of the Section 27 referrals from Mr. Adams, that they amounted to state capture, and then delved into the individual matter. And so in terms of the individual matter, we indicate in terms of AJ1, which is attached here too, and I think Chair and members would allow me.
AJ1 is the charge sheet.
The charge sheet. The charge sheet, AJ1, charge sheets like a lot of English, but if one goes to the bottom of the page, it says page 7, the top of the page is paragraph 12. But if one goes through page 7, page 8, up to the top of page 9, which stops at 12.15, which is why I chose to attach the charge sheet, sets out in essence.
Johnson, just well for me too, and for the honourable members, there is AJ1 starts with what is called the charge sheet.
Yes.
But then it's
all the court appearances.
Then there's
and bail receipts.
and then there's another
document
that
says charge sheet.
Yes.
That is the document. Sorry, Chair.
Which names the accused and which gives a summary
of the charges.
Yeah, that and when you refer to the page it's at the bottom.
It is at the bottom of that document.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. And it is attached so that it indicates throughout the document who the accused are. It sets out the provisions of the Corruption Act, but more pertinently then, from page 7 up the top of page 9, Honourable Chair and members, it sets out what the state alleges that the accused collectively did and did not. And what it talks to is non-compliance with, at paragraph 12.3, the National SAPS instruction in summary 11 of 2017, which deals with appointments to posts in the SMS, where it sets out appropriate managerial experience, competence, and suitable, which means suitability of candidate, amongst other relevant factors to be considered by the selection panels. 12.4, that the selection panel was chosen by accused 1, and it comprised of accused 1, which is Lt-Gen General Khumalo, as the chairperson, and other panel members, which were the co-accused. And if we can go to paragraph 12.7, that I don't waste time, it was discovered that accused 1 and 5, accused 5 being one Sydney Zwelithini Gabela, and I can mention the name only because it is there in the charge sheet, which is a public document, are well known to each other, as is evident because accused 1, in applying for his security clearance, had the person as a reference. And we say that so that throughout you are able to see how the accused group themselves in a manner that sought to circumvent the processes. And by putting themselves in a specific grouping, they knew what they wanted to achieve. They knew which person they wanted must get the post, and that is what the witnesses will tell us. 12.8, accused 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, acting in concert, shortlisted 5 candidates, 2 who were from within TSS, which is the crime intelligence environment, 3 from outside SAPS. And then they seek to do a few things, and I'll only mention 1 or 2. But accused 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 made misrepresentations about some of the candidates' knowledge, skill, and experience, and misrepresented in their report for the recommendation that all 5 candidates meet the requirements of the post. In fact, at 12.12, accused 7 submitted false and misleading information in her application and curriculum vitae. And 12.13, misrepresentations were also made by the accused with regards to the vetting application by accused number 7, resulting in her getting a security clearance she was not qualified to get. And at 12.14, accused 1 to 6 abused the authority vested in them by willfully disregarding and not complying with the SAPS National Instruction 10 of 2017, and in concert awarded a gratification as per the definition of gratification in the Corruption Act, which talks to a form of employment to accused 7 in the form of employment without just and reasonable cause at the expense of other duly qualified, experienced, and skilled senior officers of SAPS. So when the panel was put together...
And just for the record, this is a public document, and obviously Lt-Gen General Khumalo and all the other accused, they're in possession of the document. They know exactly what
that is correct.
The charges and the basis for the charges are.
That is correct, and that's the only reason I am able to read what I read into the record. And to then perhaps surmise that is the gist of it, is they group themselves in a way to achieve a particular agenda, which agenda was to gratify Brigadier Mokwele with a post she was neither qualified nor had the requisite experience for, because she needed to be placed in a strategic position. And in placing her in that strategic position, it then indebted her to the accused for whatever they required in the future. And that comes in the other cases in terms of the other investigations that we are continuing to investigate.
What role would that person play if appointed?
So that person would be the head of the technical services. And the technical services is quite an important program for crime intelligence. It is where all covert work is done, where instructions for interception and monitoring goes through, where the procurement of devices, listening devices, interception devices are procured. The big procurement items happen here. And so you would need someone here who is not going to question you for that which you want to. And it wasn't so previously in terms of, well, let me backtrack. Not to the knowledge of IDAC was someone previously in this position that was able to be compliant with what any divisional commissioner would have wanted. In all of the investigations, Honourable Chair, TSS has not been the subject of any criminal investigations done either in my time at the DSO, my broader time with the NPA, or even at IDAC till this matter. They really remained a very close covert environment.
Yeah. Now, let's get back to the information note, now that we have that background and context which resulted in the arrest, Lt-Gen General Khumalo and co-accused, and their appearance in court. From the information note, you'll see that there were allegations that arose from the complaint by Mr. Adams, a Member of Parliament, But then there's also a complaint about the averment that the Division Inspectorate irregularly handed over 7 dockets to the investigating Directorate, IDAC. Were you aware that there was such a complaint?
No, what had happened is when we received the referral, we needed to find the hence I indicated I wrote to Divisional Commissioner Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. We also informed her that we had heard but had no confirmation that these dockets were with the inspector. In fact, General Nhlanhla indicated, but why would they be there? And I said, General, I don't have answers. Kindly indicate whether or not we can access those dockets or get those dockets. General Nhlanhla did respond, and the dockets were handed over from the inspector. They were handed over to IDAC. And if you look at the document, Honourable Chair, that Council referred me to, the document Council referred me to had a report from Lieutenant General Jacobs.
You're looking for the end of the first information note?
Yes.
Yeah, you're looking for the conclusion.
The conclusion.
That is signed off. It's about 5-6 pages.
But the gist of it, as I have in my recollection to the National Commissioner, he says there was nothing untoward in the obtaining of the documents, in the obtaining of, I correct myself, Honourable Sangoni, in the obtaining of the dockets from the inspector.
That's the conclusion, yeah.
That is the person who had those dockets.
In fact,
I did find it, if I may.
There is actually, this first information note, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, is a summary of other documents that's annexed to this note. And if there's a document, in my bundle, it's marked page 289, Annexure 3. So it's about 10, 11, 12 pages from the...
Sorry, the one you refer to now is
289, at top right, marked Annexure 3, SCS 20/11/2024.
I have that.
Information note to the Divisional Commissioner, Legal Services, because this matter was referred on advice by the National Commissioner to Legal Services, and then there's input here from Lieutenant General Jacobs on the 20th of November relating to the complaint, and it for legal advice, for a legal opinion of criminal dockets opened by the complainant. And you'll see a summary there that he opened in the background section 3 criminal dockets in Cape Town Central SAPS, but has learned that, quote, there has been interference from the SAPS provincial office. He thereafter opened 3 criminal dockets at Orlando SAPS, Gauteng, but it's also learned that there's been interference from the SAPS provincial office. The National Commissioner has instructed that the report be provided in terms of the allegations that the SAPS is derailing the criminal allegations levelled by the complainant. A report was compiled wherein the allegation that there has been interference from both provincial offices and were reported to be unfounded. It was also reported that this office is in possession of the 6 dockets opened by the complainant. And then the memo discusses these claims. The criminal allegations in the 6 cases which are opened are levelled against Lieutenant General Khumalo, Major General Lushaba, Major General Madondo, and Brigadier Ngube, and are centred on 4 specific matters, namely abuse of the Secret Services account, cover-up of a criminal incident linked to Valeria, failure to address Major General Madondo's results of the polygraph examination, wherein 2 incidents of tax evasion were uncovered, practices of nepotism. Then paragraph 3.3, as part of the protocols to address service complaints, an affidavit is obtained from the complainant. Colonel Philip of this office was tasked to obtain the affidavit. However, after numerous attempts, it seems as if the complainant is evading the request. That's now a reference to
Mr. Adams.
Honourable Member Adams. Then there's a recommendation, and a recommendation due to the sensitive nature of the allegation, which has been widely announced by the complainant. It is imperative that before any criminal investigation is launched, your office peruse the affidavits to provide a legal opinion on whether the elements of a crime exist and advise on the way forward. So that was on the 20th of November 2011. Then if we come back to the information note at the front, we'll see the role of the inspectorate is discussed on the 2nd page. The findings of the service complaint investigation, those are the 4 dockets, the one in 4 of Orlando, opened in Orlando. 3 Cape Town, 4 Cape Town dockets, case numbers. And then again at 4.2, various attempts were made to conduct an interview with Mr. Fadiel Adams, MP, but due to the complainant's schedule, no appointment could be secured. The purpose of the requested appointment was to obtain an affidavit in terms of the allegations and determine if information alluded to in the affidavits contained criminal dockets in a criminal docket was in possession of the complainant. Colonel Phillips submitted an affidavit to support the attempts made to secure the appointment. Then a report was compiled. Then at 4.4, the 6 above-mentioned dockets were provided to the Division Legal Services to provide a legal opinion on whether the elements of crime exist and advise on the way forward. Then at 4.5, an extract of the reports received from legal services indicated the current information contained in the docket is scanty and too vague to formulate charges against any suspect. As a result, legal services is unable to confirm that the required elements of any offence contained in the docket. Then in Annexure 4, which is also at page 293, for those who have the paginated bundle, it's 293 Annexure 4. Have you got it there?
I do.
And this legal opinion is dated the 11th of December 2024. Quite a few things have happened in December 2024. But so you'll see, and right at the end, on page 296, paragraph 13, the current information contained in the dockets is scanty and too vague to formulate charges against any suspect. As a result, legal service is unable to confirm the required elements of any offence contained in the dockets. So just at random, I'm sure honourable members will pick up on some of the detail. For example, at 3.4 on page 294, no details are provided regarding the identity of the friends and family members of Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Khumalo who were allegedly appointed in the division. This would at least have enabled the investigation into the allegations. Neither the particulars or statements of senior members of the service who were allegedly instructed to ensure that Valeria case number so-and-so is not investigated, nor the statement of a sex worker are filed in these dockets. In Cape Town case number 1651 and Valeria case 403, the complainant alleges that Major General Madondo failed a polygraph examination in July 2024, whereafter the head of vetting, Brigadier Ngube, was tasked to ensure that the matter would not be addressed to investigated. The complainant does not reveal the identity of the person who allegedly tasked Brigadier Ngube not to invest the failed polygraph. And so it goes on and results then in the conclusion that is reached. And if we then go back to the front to the information note, we'll see that following a process followed, that the matter shouldn't go any further. Advocate Johnson, so one, your response, there appears to have been some parallel investigation, and two, that investigation contrasts markedly with the IDAC investigation, and it records that there seems to be no basis to proceed any further into the allegations of the Honourable Mr. Adams. I suppose an immediate concern would be that they also failed to secure him for an interview, and the opinion seems to be based squarely on what was contained in the dockets, and they say the information was scanty. And
So, Chair, the IDAC was not aware of these processes that I alluded to in the entire MK15 and all of its annexures and attachments. Because when IDAC requested the dockets through the Office of Lieutenant General Sentomule, if this, and I'm not saying that this didn't happen, what would have made sense if IDAC was informed that they should please wait, there is a process to deal with this matter, given that there is a complaint that has been escalated to the Office of the National Commissioner. Of course, we would have waited. We were not informed that there was a process to look at the allegations and or the unhappiness of Mr. Adams. Not at all. The dockets were handed over. And it is so. Those dockets, in all likelihood, in the form that they were in at the South African Police Services, were scanned, and they were unable to apply, or while they applied their minds, could not come up with the requisite criminal charges. I'm not disputing that, but that must be borne out by the fact that for whatever reason, and the attempts they made, or the kinds of attempts they made, Honourable Chair, they did not secure an audience with Mr. Adams. IDAC was able to secure an audience with Mr. Adams. When he referred the matter in terms of Section 27, IDAC was able to sit with him, to take his affidavit, and to fully understand the allegations that he was making. That was an opportunity the police did not get. I accept that if they got that opportunity and were asked for that opportunity and went ahead with it, there's a real likelihood those cases would not have ended up in the IDAC space because the police would have done their work. So I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying we were not aware of that process. And I would honestly, in fairness to the colleagues at SAPS, one would have expected them to bring it to IDAC's attention, that they were vested in dealing with this complaint.
Sorry, Chair, can I just confirm what is the date that on which Mr. Adams referred the matter to IDAC, firstly, and then secondly, the charge against accused 126. I know that 7 has an additional charge of corruption. 126. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, if I may just ask for clarity, Honourable Sangoni, you are asking in terms of the referral made by Adams, what were the allegations he made against those accused?
No, the date on which he made the referral. Thanks.
I speak under correction, and when we get a break, I'll get the exact date, but it would have been between the 11th and the 20th of November.
What is General Khumalo charged with?
In the charge sheet which is attached, General Khumalo is charged with corruption for the gratification of the employment position, and then there are fraud charges as well that are preferred against the General and the accused.
Honourable Mngango, Honourable Kosana.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Advocate. I'm just wanting to get some clarity here that the information contained in the annexure document actually gives us a process that actually had been undertaken by the police after they had actually received the dockets. I don't know whether the dockets from Mr. Adams. So it actually outlines the processes. Now, in the evidence here that is presented to us, the documents are actually reported to have disappeared. In the light of what actually is contained here, would you still say that the documents had disappeared?
Sorry, Chair, I seek clarity. I'm just slightly confused about what documents do you refer to, Honourable Member?
I mean, I don't know whether it is, you guys call it dockets.
The dockets, Honourable Member.
Yes, dockets, yes. In your statement, in your evidence in chief, you are actually saying that those dockets were missing. Nobody knew where they were. And then here in this annexure, the annexure is actually outlining the process that indeed these dockets were being attended in November and right up to December. So my question is, would you still maintain that the dockets had disappeared, as you have actually said in your evidence?
Thank you, Honourable Member. What is in my affidavit is what is reported to us by Mr. Adams, that he had opened cases in the Western Cape, those dockets disappeared. I used the words that the person used, that he opened dockets in Gauteng and they disappeared. What I did say in an earlier response just now was, IDAC was not aware of the process that was followed as per MK15. So how these got there, we are not aware. But what we did become aware of is, when he came to Gauteng, we asked the Divisional Commissioner Detectives that we would like to know if these dockets are there and can we have access to those dockets. Given that they were then, as I now know, were busy with these, of course they had those dockets, but we didn't know where those dockets were, and the witness, Mr. Adams, the complainant, indicated that the dockets were missing. When those dockets were handed to us, we were handed dockets with Valeria CARES numbers and one Langlachta CARES number, and those were the dockets that we then had. But those were the dockets that they had and gave to us. We didn't know that they had them till we wrote and asked for them, but that is what he said, Honourable Member, that the dockets were missing.
Through you, Chair, should we actually believe that the dockets were missing or had disappeared? Should we actually be still saying that the dockets had disappeared?
Honourable Member, I give it from the context of what was referred to us and what the complainant indicated. When we had the dockets, we can no longer say the dockets are not there. Those are the dockets that we were given by the head of detectives. So in his initial report, he said the dockets are missing. So when we were given the later information, we were able to ask. So no, we can't say the dockets are still missing. We now have the docket because the head of detectives provided us with those dockets.
Ola, and then Matthias.
Thanks, Chair. In the same dockets kind of questioning. Mr. Adams opens a case in Cape Town. 2 days later, Mr. Adams opens a case in Gauteng. When did he lodge a complaint with IDAC? And when did IDAC receive the dockets? Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Nhlanhla. He referred the matter to IDAC in the middle of November, and IDAC only requested and received the dockets after that. I indicated when we take a break, I will make sure that I get a copy of that letter written to General Sentamole to indicate that we were requesting the docket. So he registered dockets. When you look at the CARES numbers, they say CARES something stroke 10. So he registered his dockets in October, but he only approached IDAC in the middle of November, and we got the dockets after.
So Mr. Adams' evidence is that in month-end October, he registered cases, but already, which is probably about 17 days, 15 days, his evidence is that dockets were missing in between those days.
That is what he referred.
Honourable Matthias.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate, it's a bit bizarre that you don't have the exact dates even in your affidavit, or in your statement rather, but we have here the 29th of October was when Honourable Adams opened the case in Western Cape. Then it's the 31st October when he travelled to Gauteng. Then on the 1st he writes to the Minister, and then you get a letter on the 11th of November. So it's all in a space of 14 days. Does that make sense to you?
So
14 days that it landed up with you to intervene.
Honourable Chair and Member, I understand what you're saying. On the face of it, looks as though things were rushed. We cannot determine the sequence that he chose to follow. But when he did come to IDAC to refer the matter, we dealt with the matter at the time. I accept that it doesn't look kosher, but that is what he did. I cannot comment on why he followed the timeline that he did. And that is why I go back to, if the police had indicated they were running a process as per MK15, we would have stood back and allowed that process to run. It was not in our interest to be running with the matter while they ran with it.
So the question wasn't talking so much about the process of Adams, of Honourable Adams. It's about that when you finally got hold of it, that this happened so quickly. So that just didn't raise any awareness that within 14 days you have something, and the fact that he said dockets are missing and they actually weren't missing.
I take the point, Honourable Matthias. I can't differ from your answer, except we received a complaint, we acted on the complaint in the time that we acted on the complaint.
Honourable Sangon.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Johnson, would the affidavit that Mr. Honourable Adams would have had to depose as part of the Section 27, would that be a public document? Would we be able to be furnished with that document?
Yeah, respond to the question and then we'll go.
Your microphone.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. The document is not a public document. If it was, I would have brought the document with it. It forms part of the investigation and forms part of that process. It's not a document that has been disclosed.
Can I follow up, Chair? So this matter is in court. Would it not be part of the court papers and therefore a public document?
They aren't part of the court papers.
Honourable Malim, are you fine? SC, I think we are ready to proceed.
Thank you. Advocate Johnson, did you have any interaction during the course of 2024, after July 2024, and in particular around November 2024, December 2024, with Minister Mkhwanazi and or his Chief of Staff?
Not that I can recall. I hadn't had an engagement.
Not that you can recall, or is it possible that you may have?
I remember that with Minister Mkhwanazi. No, I don't. No, I hadn't spoken to his chief of staff.
So-
not from my own recollection.
And the only contact, is it your evidence, the only contact you had with Minister Mkhwanazi's office was that letter you received from Chief of Staff in Kabinde?
There had been occasion for IDAC to write to the minister. There had been a complaint from his chief of staff about a member of IDAC. And as the head of IDAC, we asked the chief of staff that the allegation he makes is serious. He must depose to an affidavit or a statement so that that matter can be referred to be investigated. That was the level of engagement. The chief of staff sought not to engage. He refused to depose to an affidavit. And what the ID did was write a letter to the Minister of Police, Minister Mkhwanazi, indicating its displeasure that the chief of staff raises an issue with one of its investigators directly with the ID, refuses to make a statement. It is an issue of integrity of the investigator and of IDAC, and that can this matter please be dealt with, and can he kindly implore on the chief of staff who made these allegations to please depose to an affidavit. The minister never replied to me, and to date the chief of staff also did not depose to a statement where he made allegations against one of the investigators at IDAC. That would have been the most engagement I had with them.
Did you have any interaction with Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi during that period?
November, December?
No, yeah, in 2024, and especially towards the year November.
No, I'm sure that after the referral by Mr. Adams, my investigators over the course of the investigations did engage with Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. I did not. The only time I did engage was then now in 2025 when the general himself had called me about assisting with something. And the last conversation with him was on the 2nd of July, 2025.
The 7th of July?
Was on the 2nd to
The 2nd.
July. 2020.
And what was that about?
Lt-Gen Mkhwanazi had called. He indicated that there is someone he knows at Correctional Services in KZN, and can I kindly engage with the person? There is something that they want to report or raise. He says, I don't know the details. I indicated, General, kindly send us the contact details so that IDAC can engage. Lt-Gen Mkhwanazi on a WhatsApp sent the contact details of the person that he was requesting IDAC make contact with. I said, not a problem, General, we will deal with it. He said, thank you, sent me a picture with the police salute, and that was it. I didn't, nor did my office, in terms of the investigators. We didn't get an opportunity to engage because once the media expose of the 6th of July, I paused to wonder why we were asked to make contact with this person. And I've subsequently learned that that person is in fact subject to investigations for corruption. So at the time I didn't know who it was. After the 6th July expose, I sought to and find out who this person is that we were being asked to contact, given the allegations made by General Mkhwanazi about IDAC and the ID.
So just explain to us what is the connection between this person that Lt-Gen Mkhwanazi wants you to make contact with and his involvement in corruption? Is it a case that you were investigating as IDAC, or a case the police was investigating?
Honorable Chair, I had no idea who the person was. General only indicated that this person had an issue that he wanted to discuss or escalate. He said, I'm not sure of what the issue is. I asked him to send me the contact details. We didn't speak to the person, but after the 6th July expose, I sought to look at who is this person we were supposed to contact, and it turns out that this is a person implicated in corruption.
But what case of corruption?
So this is a person that is implicated in the in allegations of corruption with Bosasa in his time as the Correctional Services Commissioner for KwaZulu-Natal. Is the allegation.
The Zondo Bosasa or something?
The Zondo Bosasa, yes.
And he wanted you to contact that person?
Yes, but what he wanted, I don't know that he knew. I want to be honest. I really don't know if he knew what the person was going to say. I don't know if he knew what the person is involved in. I cannot make that kind of deduction. But after the 6th July media expose, I sought to step back because I couldn't understand why he would have talked to me on the 2nd of July, yet went ahead and made the allegations he made as he did on the 6th of July. I sought to step back from that matter.
So I don't think it's rocket science to deduce that you must have been quite shocked when you heard his allegations on the 6th of July, having had contact with Lt-Gen Mkhwanazi on the 2nd of July, actually asking you to do something.
That is correct.
Now, just going back to the legal opinion that was provided to the National Commissioner, it was also dated 11 December 2024. And it's clear from here that they say, obviously, Honourable Adams' allegations are scanty and so on, but they do say it requires to be properly investigated and prosecuted. However, it also requires that resources should not be wasted and suspects should not be subjected to persecution based on unsubstantiated allegations. They acknowledge the seriousness of the allegations. They said, while these allegations made by the complainant are serious in nature, they are unsubstantiated at this stage. The complainant's statements can be described as vague accusations rather than an account of factual details that fall within the complainant's personal knowledge. And then they say that the current information in the docket is scanty and too vague to formulate charges against. As a result, legal service is unable to confirm the required elements of any offence are contained in. But subsequently, you or IDAC, the investigators, did engage with the allegations, obviously interviewed witnesses, gathered further information, and they presumably satisfied that there's a case to answer.
That is correct, Chair, insofar as the two cases that are now enrolled. The other cases must still be assessed once those investigations are complete, and I cannot tell this House that there would be sufficient evidence or insufficient evidence. We'd have to adjudicate those matters on the evidence based on the investigation. So what would happen with those cases, I am unable to indicate. Unlike with the first two, we were able to finish those investigations because they were much easier in terms of the allegation. The other allegations are a bit more in-depth and need a lot more investigation than what was in the initially enrolled cases.
Now, a standard question in our inquiry. Do you know Kat Matlala? Do you know Brown Mkhwanazi? Have you got their names or numbers on your mobile telephone?
No, I don't know any of them and got to know of them from what is in the media reports. And of course, now through the Madlanga Commission, one gets to know about the allegations of their criminality. Kat Matlala, we got to know based on the fact that, well, we got to know of him, to be correct, based on the referral on the 16th of February 2025 from the Risk Audit Committee of the South African Police, but only insofar as relates to the 360 million rand tender, nothing else. So I cannot comment on their criminality, either one of them, or anyone else that is allegedly the Big Five cartel.
And another Kat, but this one with a K, Molefe.
No, Chair. What I know is what is at the Commission and or what General Mkhwanazi said on the 6th of July or what he testified to.
Were you aware that Mr. Molefe's place was raided on the 6th of December 2024?
No. After the fact, yes, as it now plays itself out in the media through the Commission. Because
the narrative is what triggered this whole train of events is Molefe's, the raid, his arrest on the 6th of December in Gauteng. PKTT is also involved in that operation. And then you have the directive, the 31st of December 2024, issued by the Minister. And then there is of course, terminating PKTT immediately, and there's an issue about that. But there's the dockets are then sought very early in January by General Sabia, and there's a whole trail of events.
Honourable Chair, and it is rather unfortunate that were the conclusions that were sought to be drawn. IDAC received a referral from Mr. Adams. We continued with that investigation. In February, we received a referral from the South African Police Services into the tender irregularity. Matlala proceeded with that investigation. If it hadn't played itself out in the media space at the time about his devices being seized, we would have carried on with our investigation till the investigation dictated a need to conduct a search and seizure in terms of a cyber warrant and then in terms of a normal warrant for documents. What their allegations and involvement are in other criminal matters, who's investigating those matters, are not of interest to IDAC, nor were they within the purview of IDAC. And the only way we came to know that the PKTT was even involved in the Matlala matter was the National Commissioner who directed that the 2 cell phones that were seized from Matlala were with Lt-Gen General Khumalo's team, and that he had arranged and facilitated that those would be brought to IDAC and the cyber expert for download. That is as far as the knowledge is concerned. Everything else that we do know about the PKTT has played itself out as it has in the media. Be it the letter, be it the request for dockets, why they were asked, when they were asked, were not within our purview, and it has nothing to do with IDAC. And we had no right or reason to be involved in any of those. And if I could just say one final thing, if the police had not referred, Honourable Chair and members, on the 16th of February 2025, if they had not referred the 360 million rand tender to IDAC, IDAC would not have had any matter against Kat Matlala. If they chose to refer it to the DPCI as an example, we would have had nothing to do with any investigation into Kat Matlala, and we don't have investigations against the PKTT and or Mr. Molefe or anyone else that is mentioned as part of that group.
So you're still investigating the Kat Matlala allegation about the tender?
Only the tender, yes. The 360 million rand SAPS tender awarded to Medicare 24. That is the investigation, not anything else.
Just to place it on record, I'm just looking at the Minister Mkhwanazi's affidavit that he deposed to in these proceedings. He says at paragraph 79 on page 34 for the record that shortly after he assumed office, that would have been in July 2024, he received reports of abuse of power by the NK, he calls it the NKPKTT. These individuals had either been part of or were still part of the NPKT. These are all events that he says informed his decision of the 31st of December. They have indicated their willingness to come and testify before the Ad Hoc Committee should they be required. Although they are willing to assist, they have, however, raised issues of security, and that I leave to the Ad Hoc Committee to decide. He then refers to a letter on the 3rd of August 2024 that he wrote to the Inspector General, then who was now suspended, of Intelligence, Mr. Imtiaz Fazal, requesting an investigation, and also allegations made by Ms. Patricia Mashale. Don't know if you know her or heard of her. her, Ms. Patricia Mashale?
I have heard of her in the media space because she does make herself known in that space, but not in any other context.
Then in October and November, he refers to letters of complaint he received from Ms. Mary Daas. Do you know her?
I have heard of her as well through the media.
And then on the 14th of October, he had a meeting with General Vusimuzi Khumalo, and they were briefing him on investigation they were conducting into Lieutenant General Sabia and Lieutenant General Khan of Crime Intelligence. Do you know both of those two gentlemen?
Yes, I do. More so Lieutenant General Sabia, because there was a time when he worked at the Scorpio, the DSO, for a time in Gauteng, and I think then in the Free State. So I know who he is, yes. And I am aware of the allegations that are being made.
Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just clarity from my side, because I see since this morning the narrative that we're trying to create here, I believe is incorrect. Earlier on, Advocate, you said that on the 16th of February, the gadgets were handed to you by members of PKTT. I just heard the SE again say now that the members of PKTT obviously were involved in the raid and the arrest on the 6th of December. Now, there's the PKTT unit and there's counterintelligence, and this is exactly what General Mkhwanazi was highlighted on the 6th of July, is the fact that the PKTT was incorrectly disbanded based on the fact that there were assumptions that this was the team going after these cartels. And again here, it is sort of the narrative is that it was PKTT. It was the members that were redeployed from PKTT to the counterintelligence in Gauteng that was actually dealing with these investigations. The PKTT was a team that was purely dealing with cases in KZN. So the team that you are referring to is the counterintelligence and not PKTT. So I think we just need to get that right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I do take note, and thank you for the clarification. It is purely because we were not aware of who is investigating, and when we spoke to the National Commissioner said, I will arrange, it is with the PKT. He didn't make the clarification, Honourable James, and so I'm grateful for the clarification.
Let's see. Yeah.
And then on the 13th, I think we
are going to break in the next 9 minutes.
Yeah, it should be. On the 13th of November, Mr. Kabinde wrote to IDAC requesting a Section 27 investigation that you've already dealt with. So these are amongst some of the reasons that I have repeated from Minister Mkhwanazi for David, that amongst others informed.
Honorable Malam.
No, I missed the arrangement. You were saying what's happening?
We are breaking in the next 9 minutes.
And what's going to happen is done. Let's see.
Yeah, he's been done.
Because he said he needs an hour. We want to ask questions also. I agree, this is our committee. It's our committee.
No, that one is beyond dispute. It's beyond dispute. Let's proceed.
Advocate Johnson, I think at the outset, I asked you about your knowledge of the PKTT or NPKTT, and when did it first come to your attention or your knowledge of the existence of this task team? Can you perhaps just repeat your evidence in that regard?
I indicated, Chair, that when Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on the 6th of July indicated that IDAC had arrested a member of PKT, we didn't know what he was talking about because we had arrested at that time Lieutenant General Khumalo, the head of CI. And in the days and months that followed, it became clear that he was talking about Lieutenant General Khumalo as the coordinator of the PKT, which he, for the first time, went into detail on at the Matlala Commission. And then the PKTT, like I indicated, it's a name that is known, but what they did, who they reported to, what the actual work was not within my knowledge. And we didn't have any reason, even when I was not in IDAC, I haven't had any reason to work with PKT in whichever shape or form.
Then just an item lastly that you said you could speak about after lunch is the demographic in your office.
That is correct.
Statistic.
Honourable Chair, the staff complement, which includes myself, is 128. Of that, in terms of the gender equity, 65 are male, 63 are female. In terms of the racial demographics, Indians, 16, 16. African staff, 91, 91. White staff, 18, 18. Coloured staff, 3. Those are the demographics.
And amongst your investigators, what's the figures?
Colour composition.
Yes.
The majority of the investigators, I have the numbers on my computer. I gave you the numbers as you asked, the full description. I have the full breakdown. I think it might be best that we print that document and make it available It gives a full breakdown of the entire office, the rank of every individual, as in how many state advocates, the colours, in terms of racial demographics as well as the genders. That is available, and we can make it available in print form if the Secretariat allows us.
Thank you very much, Advocate Johnson. Honourable Chair, that concludes our leading.
Honourable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of clarity somewhere. Ngicela ukubuza advocate. On the arrest of General Khumalo, which referral were you referring to? Yaga suspended Minister Mkhwanazi or Yaga Adams?
I-referral sasebenza kuyo, ama-referral wonke siphuma ku-Adams. I-referral zakhe zenza ama-case ayi-6.
Uyayazi ukuthi le yaga Adams yanga 6 January ngithi, and not November 2024.
U-Adams wathinta abantu base-IDAC ngo-November 22.
But affidavit yanga 6 January.
I-Section 27 referral bayiqede ngo-November.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you done? Not even 1 minute. Okay, thank you so much. Honorable members, we're coming back at 4:15, and then 30 minutes allocated to a full member, 15 minutes to the alternate, and that is inclusive of responsive. Thank you so much. I want us to run until the Democratic Alliance or the EFF and have a break somewhere before 7. So it is in your hands. Honorable Sangoni, your hand is up.
Yes, Chair. No, before we start, I think before the break, Advocate Johnson had said she would look for that date of the referral. So I just wanted to check if we were able to get it.
Advocate Johnson.
Honourable Chair, the matter was, the formal Section 27 referral was 22 November 2024. The Section 28 authorization was then the 6th of December 2024, and the dockets were collected and or handed over on the 9th of December 2024.
Okay.
I hope that helped, Honourable Sangoni.
So honourable members, the time allocated to you, it is not compulsory that you must use all the minutes. If you have run out of question, you just pass the microphone to the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honourable Malema has a point of
Honourable Malema.
No, you like telling us this is your time and all of that, but you don't tell our visitor that we're sharing that time. So when she answers, when she answers, she must be very considerate.
No, she can confirm. I consulted her during the break, and her and I have agreed that we need to run. Thank you. It's just a reminder, Advocate, to say the time allocated is shared between you and the person who would have asked the question.
Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Advocate Johnson. I see you organized yourself a watching brief there by Advocate Podlan and Advocate Maga.
Not sure what they're watching, but they're present.
Okay. Our main witness as the Ad Hoc Committee alleges that the arrest of General Khumalo is as a result of a project to stop criminal investigations, particularly in Gauteng. And IDAC was used as an ammunition to actually effect that project. What is your view on that?
As indicated, it is an unfortunate and untrue narrative. We were not aware of the matters they are doing. And if we were not referred to the Matlala matter, we would not have been involved in anything related to anyone they referred.
So in the affidavit by Mr. Adams, he says, how did he get hold of the intelligence information?
The referral, he indicates documents were put under his door. He does not say by who. He does not say what documents. He said documents were under his door.
Is Advocate Johnson aware if the documentation was classified or not?
Honourable Chair, when we were given the matter, he made a Section 27 affidavit. That is what he made. He didn't give us the documents that he referred to. Those documents, because we don't know what they all were that were under his door, I think there are some, one or two documents that did form part of those dockets that we received police, which were docket of open. But he did not give us.
So you mean that the documents that Mr. Adams alleges to have received them from his doorstep, he did not bring them to you, he just brought the word of mouth?
He brought a Section 27 referral affidavit, but they were found, some of them, in the dockets when we got the dockets from the police.
So from the side of IDAC, you are not aware whether it was classified information or not?
No,
at the time
Chair.
of the receipt now?
No, Chair, and we also can't tell you how many documents he allegedly received under his door.
Okay. So the only form of evidence at your disposal at the time when Mr. Adams came to IDAC was the affidavit, the Section 27.
That is correct, Chair, at the time he made that affidavit.
Okay. There is an allegation that IDAC is actively participating in a well-coordinated attack against General Mkhwanazi, General Masemula, and General Khumalo. Are you aware of that allegation?
I have heard the allegation. There's no truth to the allegation. I indicated earlier, if that is how IDAC operates, there are criminal matters that are in the IDAC space. If all that IDAC wanted to do was go out on a witch hunt, nothing precluded IDAC from arresting and placing both Generals Mkhwanazi and Masemola on the court roll when I took office in 2020 or any time from then till now. We did not do that because there wasn't sufficient evidence in the matters we have. There's also no witch hunt against Lt-Gen General Khumalo because there were no matters brought to IDAC prior to the referral by Mr. Adams to IDAC about. So there is no witch hunt on any of those officials.
Okay, but do you not think that the manner in which IDAC responded to Mr. Adams' complaints is actually feeding to that narrative?
Chair, to clarify, the only reason, and I say so respectfully, that there's a buha is because Lt-Gen General Khumalo was arrested. I can almost guarantee if his co-accused were arrested and not him, there would have been no questions asked. No buha was raised about the first matter where the CFO of crime intelligence was arrested. This was about the arrest of the head of crime intelligence, not the arrest of the crime intelligence officials.
Okay. Is it part of Mr. Adams' complaints that there was apparently a motor vehicle that was procured unlawfully through the PKT funds, which is privately used by allegedly former Minister Bheki Cele? Was it part of the complaints registered to IDAC by Mr. Adams?
Not about a vehicle for the previous minister, no.
Okay, so it's not part of the complaints?
Not that aspect, no.
Okay. IDAC is established in terms of the NPA Act and operates within NPA as an institution. But in paragraph 22 of your statement, you say IDAC is an independent entity. Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean?
When I talk of independent, I do not talk of outside of the NPA, Honourable Chair. What I mean is that we have a mandate that we are able to execute on our own, not outside of NPA. It's an independent exercise of duty, discretion and the powers.
Okay. Do we have cases that emanate as a result of the SARS inquiry?
That is correct, Chair.
How many people have been arrested in relation to it?
We have, the SARS inquiry is slightly different and somewhat challenging, but we have the one matter, I can only just mention the main accused only because the person is in court. We have the matter of Dumagandlovu in terms of the Nugent Commission of Inquiry, and then we also do have arrests on the PIC inquiry for the Party Commission, but we don't have as many because in those ones, Chair, there's a lot more investigations to be done as opposed to those that were in the State Capture Commission report and findings.
How many from the PIC?
From the PIC, we have 3 matters, and I am aware that there are a further 2 matters that are set for enrollment before the end of this financial.
So part of what has been leveled against General Khumalo is the fact that there is a particular irrational employment of an individual. Is it part of the complaints from Mr. Adams?
That is correct, Chair.
Did you go to an extent of investigating how the employment came about? Who was involved in the employment of the said person?
That is the matter that is currently for court. And so those aspects that I alluded to in AJ1 from paragraph 12, pages 7, 8, and 9, those were the allegations in terms of the irregular appointment that was referred to. There are other matters where he makes allegations, but in terms of the appointment, that matter.
Okay. So part of what we are to check in terms of our terms of reference is to where are the systematic gaps that may be a cause of the problems that we have in the public service, even if it means legislative gaps and stuff. So in relation to the work and the mandate of IDAC, how do you think that Parliament can help to strengthen the work done by IDAC?
Honourable Chair, given that we had only become permanent in August of 2024, I think Parliament has empowered us in terms of that legislation and a tweak to the mandate to be able to do our work. The Ministry of Justice has given us sufficient funding to do that work. Something that Parliament cannot intervene in, although we wish you could, was recruitment. You don't find the requisite skills as readily as we would like because all of law enforcement seeks similar skills, especially that of financial investigators and seasoned criminal investigators to deal with corruption. But I know that government had, I can't remember the program. We have to work on a coordinating mechanism between law enforcement across the board. And what will strengthen IDAC, SAPS in all of its shapes and forms, SARS and the DPCI, is the ability to collaborate, to be able to discuss where we are in terms of strategies, matters, and processes. We currently work as we work. We do engage, but I do not think that we have made a concerted effort to coordinate our efforts so that as law enforcement, we are seen to be dealing with things in a structured manner and we're all moving in the same direction. We tried to with FATF, worked, and maybe that is the kind of coordination help we need, where it becomes coordination is an accountability mechanism.
Chair, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you so much, Honourable Sokanyile.
Thank you very
I know
much.
today you are galloping. You are galloping like a horse. You did in the Usain Bolt way.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me go straight to you, Advocate Johnson. On paragraph 29, you indicate that the key challenge in relation to crime intelligence is the use of funds. You have raised that, whereby you are saying that crime intelligence is critical to fight against crime, especially organized crime. But the key challenge now to it is the use of funds and the lack of accountability thereof. What and where are the gaps in relation to this accountability? Can you reflect on that?
So these would have arisen from previous investigations that were done and not in IDAC. I've also been listening when the Auditor General does come to Parliament to make her reports about the challenges in getting documents, supporting documents, the ability to engage with crime intelligence. It's a very covert environment. It has to be that way, but we must account for public money. And for me, those books must be audited in the same way we are all audited. I don't know how you deal with the findings you make and how much of it you make public, but cent for cent, they should be able to account. So the fact that you can take money from a secret service account is not the issue, Honourable Member. The issue is, what did you use it for? Did it go for the work that you are supposed to do? Because they have important work. It's the checks and balances that perhaps the Office of the Auditor General must be able to come up with, in the same way that she's been able to guide municipalities, for example, to be able to do proper bookkeeping. And also, I'm not sure how the oversight role, or the role, sorry, Honourable Malema, the role of the Inspector General works and whether or not access to accountability in terms of the Secret Service funds are part of that mandate. And maybe that is where Parliament needs to look. You have these two bodies. Are you doing what you're supposed to do in order to account? And let us not forget that they do report to the South African Police Services. What is the CFO's role and duty? What is their risk audit role, duty, and function? And maybe it is just taking those and cementing.
Are there any regulatory gaps then?
Sorry, Honourable Member, I didn't.
Are there any regulatory gaps to that?
Sorry, I think within their own standard operating procedures, there are accountability gaps. Because of the Secret Service account, they are allowed to operate in secret of that account. I don't even know how much of it they account to the South African Police Services in terms of their chief financial officer. So internally, there are gaps about how they have to account for the money they use, only in the Secret Service account. The account that is open and audited is the open account, I guess, for everyday use.
Okay. Then looking at paragraph 25 to 26, you make reference to the former CFO of Crime Intelligence, Mr. Solly Lazarus. This seemed to be your departure point when you are talking about corruption within the Crime Intelligence. You are raising that issue of the CFO. Does this not show a sense of being biased towards Crime Intelligence, simply based on one example that you are giving us?
So there is no bias, Honourable Member. What I seek to do is to indicate how I have knowledge of that working. And it is actual knowledge based on a criminal matter and a criminal prosecution for which he was found guilty.
This was the
Over
huge
the
matter.
apologies.
I'm saying that the issue of the CEO was the biggest issue if you are talking about corruption within the Crime Intelligence.
Yes, at that time. And what has happened, which is unfortunate, over the years, we have had members of Crime Intelligence, senior members, asking for investigations to be done in Crime Intelligence for the misuse of funds. What is unfortunate, Honourable Member, is none of them are prepared to depose to affidavits. So it's not as though this has stopped or dissipated. People within that environment are really reluctant to make affidavits, especially about the use of the secret funds. This has been so even in investigations the DPCI would have been asked to look at. They do not want to talk about it. So we're unable to help them. So it's not that it started and stopped. With Major General Solly Lazarus, it continued, but one was unable to investigate because they didn't give you the necessary evidence.
When Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi was here, claimed that IDAC is divided into two rogue sections, the one with good men and women and all under the watch of Advocate Johnson. What would you make of this perception that the institution is having these two rogues? I mean, these two different people. You can say duplicitous in its nature, all under you.
So I heard what he said. There are no good and bad teams. There's no good and bad people. What it is we might have people who don't get along with one another, as is in any environment, but there are no good people, there are no bad people, there are no evil people. In terms of the work we are doing currently, under my leadership, we are all working together. We do have disagreements, as does any institution or agency, but I am not aware of a good team and a bad team. I also heard it for the first time. Internally, nothing of that sort has been brought to my attention, that there's a good team and a bad team. One cannot lead a team of people and have them divided into good and bad. It can serve no purpose. It would never serve my purpose to be able to serve in terms of doing this work.
You are neutral.
I have
if
to
you
be
are not good, you are not bad. Then it means that you are in between.
I am not in between. I have integrity to lead the agency, which is IDAC. I ask for the people to do the same. I do not seek to divide and conquer. That is what I do not seek to do, Honourable Member.
Okay. Then, with reference to paragraph 61, that Mr. Padiachi was headhunted. What is the relationship of Mr. Padiachi and Advocate Johnson's husband?
So this paragraph is a paragraph that refers to him being appointed in IDAC. He was not headhunted by me. We make it clear that he was appointed in the time of my predecessor, Advocate Hermione Cronje. We can get those documents from HR if we need them, but Advocate Hermione Cronje would have motivated in 2021 why she required the services of Mr. Brian Padiachi. I do not know what he was doing at the time. What I can allude to is, because he was in Crime Intelligence, I have no doubt that him and my husband would have encountered one another. In what shape or form, I cannot answer. I do not know. But I cannot dispute that they would have known one another.
He's not a friend of your husband?
He was a colleague of my husband when he was in Crime Intelligence. Not at head office and not in Pretoria, from what I understand. Okay. I'm subject to correction. But he was at Crime Intelligence in KZN. And as officials, I'm sure that they would have engaged.
So the claims that were made by former Minister Bheki Cele to say that Mr. Padiachi was a close friend of Advocate Johnson's husband.
That would be for the ex-minister to answer. I'm not sure where he gets his information from or in what context the ex-minister would have discussed any relationship between my husband and anyone else, let alone Mr. Padiachi, Honourable Member.
With reference to 65, this is my last one. You indicate that yourself and your husband, you don't discuss work-related matters at all. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct. I have taken an oath and I uphold my oath. I was very clear, Honourable Member, earlier, and I wasn't trying to be funny when I said it. I will not compromise my oath or my integrity, not even for my husband. I have not had reason to discuss my work with him. There's absolutely none, nor does he have a reason to discuss his work with me. And that is why I was at pains to say, up until today, I don't even know where his office is. I only know if he says he's going to head office where the CI head office is. And that is how we've been able to operate. It may seem like a fairy tale, it is our truth. Absolutely, that we do not discuss the work.
Do you want to tell me that you can see most there's chaos within the SAPS, all down? You cannot even say, hey, how is the situation or the work environment now that we heard what Mkhwanazi said? You don't even discuss that.
We do
you
not
didn't
discuss.
even discuss when Mkhwanazi was on TV. You didn't even discuss that one.
When Mkhwanazi was on TV, we were watching the expose together. What I did remember saying is, I really cannot, for all the respect I have for the General, that this is what he is saying, as he casts aspersions on the ID and IDAC and or mentions my husband. That is as far as the conversation went, was the media expose, and exactly what was being said there. That is it. So it's not that we didn't discuss that aspect, because it was there in the media, and only what was discussed there.
Today you are from this Ad Hoc Committee. You mean you'll simply go to bed and not even ask, how was your day at work today?
No, that is different, Honourable Member. That's normal things. I have to ask him how was his day. He's going to ask me, how are you doing? I hope it went well. Well, I hope he's going to ask me that. And I hope he says to me, I hope you're comfortable with what you had to do, because he understands that I take this work serious. So he will ask how I am. What went on in the Ad Hoc Committee? He'll watch on the news. If he hears or sees something, I think the first question he's going to ask, how dare I say I would not compromise my oath and integrity? Is that how much I care about him as a husband? But that would just be a side issue. There really is no need. But the husband and wife things get spoken, May. That is what happens.
So
it's not that we don't talk.
You have never discussed about crime intelligence. If it was me, I would say, hey, today I had this and that and that. These people of crime intelligence.
And so what I said is what I said, because I can't change it. It is our truth. And I wish there were lots of things, Honourable Chair, that I could have discussed with. I don't know if it would have made my life easier, and I would have had better answers for this committee on why I do what I do, but I've given you the honest answer that I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much. We are moving to Honourable Skosana and Honourable Shong without any waste of time. Honourable Malema, just a moment.
Yes, actually, it's supposed to be like that.
Let me take the two of you. You are the only ones who have raised hands.
I just want to, mine is very simple. So I understand you, advocate, to be saying, me and my husband do not go into details of discussing our work-related matters. Because the things that happen on TV, on newspapers and all of that, it's not specific cases that you're dealing with, to a point where you are even scared to say, there were storms which flooded headquarters of crime intelligence. That's not discussing work. That's discussing issues at a high level, not minute detail of what you guys are dealing with. Am I correct?
You are correct. Those generalized discussions, they do happen.
I will understand that as a married man myself. We never discuss detail of EFF with my wife, but we discuss EFF. Not who's going to which position, who took which file, and all of that. We don't go to that extent. And that's what the understanding is.
You are correct. We discuss generalized law enforcement issues, but not the specifics of crime intelligence. Thank you. And thank you for providing that clarity.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. No, I just want to follow up on an issue. I know that Advocate Johnson mentioned it in passing, but it caught my eye. Advocate Johnson, were you saying that you are investigating General Masemula and General Mkhwanazi, or you investigated them and you found no evidence? Which is it? Are they under investigation, or you had investigated them and you've moved on to other matters?
So, to be clear, Chair, there was an investigation in which both are implicated, a matter arising out of IPA. In terms of the allegations for that matter, there is insufficient evidence for me to move against the both. And I also did, when the stories came out about IDAC has warrants of arrest for General Masemula, I did something I wouldn't ordinarily do. I called him personally. I said to him, General, if you hear the story, it is not true. There are no warrants for your arrest. Happened 2 times thereafter as well. He is the National Police Commissioner. I afforded him that respect. So I do not have an investigation against them in the manner that was put to me.
Are you done, Honourable Member? May I proceed? You wanted to check about the time, Honourable. The time is 45 minutes. 30 minutes for full member, 15 minutes for the alternate.
Thank you, Chair.
But for sure you've seen the example, no?
Yeah, I'm watching it, yeah. Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Advocate.
Afternoon, Honourable Scott.
Do you know Junaidi Johnson, who previously worked at Telkom?
If you repeat the first name.
Do you know Junaidi Johnson, who previously worked at Telkom?
Yes.
Are you related to him?
If it is Junaid Johnson,
yes,
that is my husband.
Following his retrenchment, he was appointed as the special investigator at the Directorate of Operations with a scorpion in the National Prosecution Authority. Am I right?
Following his retrenchment, Chair, he worked in the information management security component of the NPA first.
Right.
And you are then correct that he was later appointed, Chair, as a member of the Directorate Special Operations.
When he is recommended for his appointment, were you part and parcel of the interview panel?
No, Chair, I had nothing to do with be it the shortlisting, the interview process, and or the recommendations.
So you are not part and parcel of that interview panel?
No.
So you confirm that you were not part and parcel of that interview panel?
I was not part of the interview panel for
Yes.
the position of special investigator.
Yeah, or any other where he was interviewed?
There was, Chair, a later position where I was part of a panel, but when he had to go in for the interview, Chair and honorable members, I was excused by the panel because I had, at that time we were married, and so I did not sit in the interview of Mr. Johnson. I was excused. I did not.
No. Advocate, I just want to get clarity now. Before you recuse yourself, were you part and parcel initially of the panel? For the same post, you were part and parcel of that?
That is correct, Chair.
So there was no conflict of interest in your view?
There would have been a conflict if I remained when he was being interviewed for that post. When he had to come in for the post, I was excused from sitting in on the panel. So he was interviewed by other panel members. I was not part of.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Because prosecutors deal with highly classified and sensitive information, am I right?
Correct, Chair.
Do you know Tyler Chabalala?
Advocate Chabalala is a prosecutor in IDAC.
We'll get back to that as well. Understandable, one will expect certain level of security clearance in relation to prosecutors, especially in the leadership structure, and in respect of senior prosecutors you have. Now, by virtue that they've got a high profile, and they do complicated investigation and prosecution, am I right?
Correct, Chair.
Yourself, have you been subjected to any security vetting by national intelligence agents and provided with a top security clearance? Your mic?
Sorry, I have been throughout my career as a prosecutor, and I do have my top clearance certificate with me. I am currently in top secret status in terms of...
How many prosecutors do you have which were subjected to security vetting by national intelligence, NIA, you used to call that because they change names every time, and who were provided with security clearance certificate?
Honourable Chair and members, I do have that information. It is on my laptop. If you'll give me an opportunity, I can access it. But everyone, all investigators and prosecutors, Chair, are obligated to fill in the security vetting form, and the vetting process must be undertaken by state security. The vetting is in various stages of completion, but security clearance certificates have been issued for various staff, Chair. If there's a specific individual, honourable member, that you would like to know about, if you would indicate, and as soon as I get an opportunity, I will check it. I do have it.
But you can confirm that every prosecutor which you have, and investigators, they've got top clearance certificate?
Every prosecutor and investigator in IDAC has a level of clearance. Many of them do have top secret. For those who do not yet have top secret, it goes back, Chair, to the fact that it is state security that does the security clearances, and we rely on them in terms of them finalizing that process or expediting the process. But all documents have been submitted to state security.
Are there any instances where any member of your team failed the security clearance? If yes, how many?
None that I have been made aware of, Chair.
In terms of, how many, you said we've got
128, but that also includes corporate services, honourable member.
Now,
just a moment, Honourable Skosana. Honourable Malema has a question.
Prosecutor Chabalala, the honourable member is asking about, does he have a top secret certificate?
I will check it and revert in a moment if I can. It's not a secret to indicate who has and what the levels are. I did ask for that information. I do have it on my laptop, Honourable Malema.
In terms of demographics, can you perhaps, because you just mentioned, people of color, how many do you have?
Out of the 128,
yes.
Sorry, Honourable Member. Out of the 128, only 18 of them are white, which means the people of color are 108.
Yeah, but I want us to break it down. Africans, how many Africans?
91.
Indians?
16, 16.
Coloreds?
3. And the white, 18.
Yeah. Who from SAPS referred the corruption allegation of Vusimuzi, known as Matlala, matter to IDAC?
It was a general from the risk audit section of the South African Police Service.
He's the one who referred the matter to you?
That is correct.
And what have you done about that?
The referral was in terms of Section 27. We've declared an investigation, and we are busy with an investigation into the irregularities or the alleged corruption.
In relation to Brown Badiach, you don't mention his involvement in the Lt-Gen Nhlanhla investigation, which was a highly publicized, high-profile matter. Why?
I wasn't asked about the Pandey matter, and the Pandey matter, whilst it started before my time, it was then that I'm given to understand that in 2021, Mr. Padiachi was sought by my predecessor to come to IDAC to assist with that matter. There's nothing sinister about not mentioning his name. We only mentioned some matters that he dealt with, Honourable Member.
His proximity with SAPS, Johan Poison, the crime intelligent Dinah Modley, do you know about that, the proximity?
No, Chair. I'm not aware of it.
Do you know that his wife is a deputy director of public prosecution at the NTPP office in KZN?
I became aware of it when I joined IDAC in March 2020. I do not know her at all.
You were only aware when you joined?
I only became aware when I became the ID.
Now, my honourable colleague here, Mr. Adams, remember I wanted clarity earlier. Now, I want to find out from you. In fact, I'll finish with my colleague Adams. Because of time, I must just try to ask as many questions as possible. But I'm happy so far, Advocate, you are answering, you're not lecturing us, Andrea Johnson only became aware, remember, you only became, and I'm talking about you now, about this Medicare case or a contract in February? Were you only aware in February about this Medicare issue?
Yes, when it was referred to IDAC.
When General Masemula gave his interview, he confirmed that Pemwell had called him regarding the Medicare submission tender process, specifically about the issue of the invalid tax clearance certificate. At that time, Pemwell confirmed he was investigating other matters related to Tembisa hospital co-contracts. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware.
Based on the evidence and the sequence of events, I'm not sure whether, I don't want to accuse you, but National Commissioner General Masemula later stated that after speaking with the head of supply chain management, he learned that the individual or a company 7 days later failed to comply with tax clearance certificate, and that this is an issue which has led to an automatic disqualification. I think you heard that when when SAPS was here, am I right? What have you done about that? As you said that the matter is pending. I think you said that about Matlala.
Those form part of the investigation. Why the contract was awarded, who considered it, and then why the contract was cancelled. How much money was paid, and what services, if any, were rendered. That forms the broad strokes of the investigation, Honourable Member. Now,
your husband, you said you don't discuss anything with your hubby when it comes to work-related issues, am I right?
With regards to his environment and my environment.
Yeah. Now, with whatever happens on the 6th, when General Mkhwanazi spoke about the issue, because as an officer like yourself, your husband is like you. If there's crime, you must report it, am I right?
Are you asking if I must report?
Yes, and your husband as well.
I can't tell you what those the responsibilities are, but as citizens, of course, when something comes to our knowledge and we have proof, we must be able to register a criminal matter.
Now, if I may ask, because we're talking about the issue of dockets, if anyone, any South African in this country, can go to IDAC, no, when I'm saying to you, I'm talking about IDAC, and say that there's docket missing, is IDAC going to act in the same way they did with my colleagues Adams? Simple answer on that one is yes or no. Can anyone be treated like my colleague, Honourable Adams, when there's a missing docket?
That's not what Adams complained of, and we won't look at a missing docket. He made allegations that are different and said the dockets were missing.
Yeah, I'm saying the same, any ordinary South African come and report like what Adams, the same scenario.
If the person is making a Section 27 referral of a matter that falls within our mandate and says, I opened cases and those dockets are missing, of course, we would have to look at it.
Were you aware about the Khumalo's arrest, including the time, location, and the manner in which it was to be carried out?
Honourable Member, the operational part of affecting arrest, search and seizure fall within the ambit of the Head of Investigations and Operations, which is Mr. Sissoko. I knew that which day all the accused were contacted for them to make themselves available.
Were you aware that he's going to be arrested?
I was aware that he was being called on the 26th of June to avail himself at the Brooklyn police station. Same with all the other co-accused.
I'm not going to leave that one. Remember, he was arrested at the airport. My question was simple. I asked about the time, location, and in the manner which his arrest is going to be conducted. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware because the Head of Operations deals with it, Mr. Sissoko.
So you were not aware of all the things I'm talking about?
No, I was only aware
of
the
you said
date.
Mr. Sissoko, am I right?
Mr. Matthew Sissoko.
Thank you. In your opinion, does the coexistence of both IDAC and the TPCI not constitute a duplication of roles and responsibility?
We at IDAC have a very restricted and very limited mandate, Honourable Member. There's enough work for both the agencies to be able to do their work. But ours is a very small and restricted mandate, so there's space for both.
There's space for both. Now, are you getting funding from international funders or anybody?
IDAC is not...
I'm sorry?
IDAC does not get funding from any international body. The NPA would have sourced donor funding, for example, for the Tutuzela care centres.
No, I'm fine. I just wanted, I'm passing that one. I just wanted to find you say you're not getting that.
We're not getting funding, no, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to find out now. When General Mkhwanazi was here and on his press conference, he mentioned a lot of things. But I'm just going to find out from you because as well, there's a belief that there's rogue members at IDAC. Do you agree with that?
Sorry, Honourable Member, I missed the word.
I'm saying there's rogue members.
There are no rogue members at IDAC, and I'm sure that General Mkhwanazi should have known that putting such a word out there is really irresponsible in the absence of any evidence. It has cost people their lives. It has cost agencies their mandate. There are no rogues. Perhaps he knows rogues because he did indicate he's got sources in IDAC, so maybe those are the rogues. But there are no rogues in the same way there's no good and bad.
So in your IDAC, it's above reproach. It's only SAPS where we have problems in this country.
I'm not saying that SAPS has problems. There are problems.
No, there is problems. Let me tell you now on that one. This commission, this ad hoc, which we are sitting here, is because of precisely that. If you say there's no, then it means we are wasting our time here.
No, you didn't let me complete my response. Not everyone in SAPS are bad apples. And with regards IDAC, if it turns out that there is someone who works against what we're supposed to do, as indicated earlier, they will be dealt with. None of that has come to the fore yet, Honourable Member.
Do you know that as we sit in our committees, in Parliament, the different committees, I don't even know who's Brian Padiach. I don't have interest in him, but we know the names. that there's a Sunel Pelachon, there's Thailand Peperumal, there's Brian Padiach. I don't know them. They've cost other people's life. Some people have been persecuted for many years. Are you not aware of that?
So if you can give me details, I'll answer you. But if you are talking about the chitties who have made spurious allegations, you asked if I'm not aware of them.
Yeah, wait. Don't be emotional.
No, we're not, Chair. No.
Don't be emotional, please.
Hey,
through you, Chair.
No, wait.
Yeah, I'm saying through you, Chair. I'm not emotional.
Wait. Honorable.
Let me withdraw.
Yeah.
Let me withdraw that pick because now my members are intimidating me again.
Honorable Skosan.
Yes.
Advocate Johnson.
No, the way for me. For me, it's
Honorable Skosan. Honorable Skosan.
I'm saying for me.
No. Honorable James.
To me. Che,
wait.
He's talking to me here.
Wait.
No, but he mustn't speak to me. He must speak to me.
Wait.
You must not talk to him.
Wait.
No, I won't back off.
Wait. Oh, Marumo fast. Yes. Look. It happens in life that a man and a woman can peacefully stay together for a very long time and fight in a short moment. So, Honorable James and Honorable Skosana, since we use these chambers, you have been sitting like twin children in harmony. Can we continue to live the way we have been? The peaceful coexistence we have seen between the two of you is admirable. And then yourself, again, Honorable Skosan and Advocate Johnson, I am presiding over this proceeding. And the least I can show you is my respect. It's your choice to reciprocate. I can't impose it on you. You have a choice if you want to reciprocate. Let's continue.
Noted.
Chair, in good spirit, if I appear to be aggressive for you, my thousand apologies.
Accepted, Honourable Member, and I'm happy to proceed.
Yes, maybe you to proceed. So what I was saying, Advocate, is that I'm not personalizing anybody because we received so many. Remember, I've mentioned, I think it was Pade or whatever the name is, and you can mention whoever you want to mention, but I don't want us to deal with, those ones who've got complaints, they'll go to a police station or they'll go to IDAC. I'm just talking under general. That there's a lot of people who are, some of the issues you get them on your newspapers as well. That there's a complaint that some members from IDAC are terrorizing people. As I said, they allege that. I'm not saying they've done so. I'm just saying that to you, as General Mkhwanazi said here as well, to say there are members as well who are not. We're not saying every man and women in blue or in your unit, they are all the same. What I was asking you is that we've got this today because there's a problem in this country and we must accept that.
I accept that, and what I would ask Honourable Member and anyone out there who's listening, if there are allegations against any member of IDAC, we now do have the investigating judge, and please kindly submit your reports to the Honourable Rawlinga so that those allegations can be considered. No one is above reproach, Honourable Member.
Perhaps, I think I've got a few minutes. I just wanted to find out as well, there was an issue of oversight that the judge apparently appointed last month. So all these years, there was no oversight at all.
There was oversight. Parliament is the oversight body. The National Director to whom the ID accounts then comes to Parliament to account for the NPA, together with work done in all of the specialized units as well as IDAC. We appear before the Justice Portfolio Committee, and then everything else also falls within the committee that would also look at IDAC's work in relation to SIU referrals, and then we also have the National Director who would present the annual report of the NPA. So that would be the oversight, Honourable Member, over and beyond what I did indicate earlier, and I'm not going to repeat.
But that was the internal oversight, am I right?
Internal oversight, yes.
Yeah. Do you think that was enough?
It is precisely the reason why one looked at having external oversight over and beyond the parliamentary process to which having a judge.
I don't want to chow too much time for my colleague here. I'll hand over to Ms. Honourable Chongways. Am I fine, Chair?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Is your hand up, Honourable Sokanyile, or is it down? Anyway, if the hand is not up, it is down.
How many minutes left, Chair?
No, wait, I'm coming back to you. I will tell you what your allocation is. Let me take Matthais and take Honourable Sokanyile. Honourable Matthais, Honourable Sokanyile.
Advocate, I don't see the date on which the Medicare tender was referred to you. Do you have that
on
information?
On the 16th of February, 2025.
And was that referral part of the investigation that SAPS did that informed the decision to cancel it? Do you know? Because I know your full investigation is still happening, but did it form part of it?
The cancellation decision, I speak under correction, but the cancellation was done in May of 2025. Okay. At the time the referral was made, there had been no cancellation, Honourable Member.
And then we're going back to this thing about oversight, because I can see you're not relenting. It's very different. We say Parliament is the oversight, right? But no one can come and lodge a complaint against an IDAC member here at Parliament, as they can to IPED, which sort of operates independently. So when we're talking about an oversight body, that's what we are referring to. Are you going to just withdraw that you actually don't have an oversight body? You have a reporting and a supervision body.
But to indicate that if there were criminal matters, they could go then the normal criminal route. I only dealt with what was intern. But in the traditional sense that which you referred to, Honorable Mates, no.
So Bheki Cele was right.
For the
On
time
the
that it was
oversight.
ID, yes, and it's only in terms of considering the ID as permanent that we sought to ensure that there is the oversight we refer.
And then now we do have an oversight to the judge, and it's not fully functional yet, but it's...
It is there.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sokanyela.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate, when there were interviews and your husband happens to be one of the people who was going to be interviewed, then you you excused yourself. Then when shortlisting was done because you were part of the panel, what happened?
The shortlisting, I did the shortlisting of others. I did not shortlist him. So when it came to him, the panel adjudicated over the shortlisting, whether or not he was suitably qualified and or experienced, Honorable Member, and I also then didn't sit in the interview. When the list of shortlisted candidates was then presented to the panel, he was one of the persons that was shortlisted.
So you were part of the panel that was shortlisted?
The other candidates, absolutely.
How did you know that your husband was going to be shortlisted? Then you didn't become part of?
I was not aware that he'd become shortlisted because what we did is I did the shortlisting. I was aware that he had applied for the position. I did not adjudicate over his CV and his capabilities and whether or not he was suitable.
Then it is the other people who shortlisted him alone. The other people were part of that shortlisting, the other candidates.
I'm not following, sorry.
I'm saying that if you're saying that you were not part of your husband, but for others you were part. I'm asking if you participated for others, then when the time came for your husband, you recused yourself. How did you know that your husband was going to be shortlisted? Didn't you influence that your husband must be shortlisted so that he must go to the interview?
Honorable Chair and members, when he was shortlisted, he was considered by the panel. I became aware when I was back into the room, he was one of the shortlisted candidates. I didn't shortlist him. When we did the interview, we had agreed I will recuse myself from the interview panel, which I then also did. So I didn't adjudicate on his CV. I knew that he had applied. We did the shortlisting. When they were shortlisting and they pulled up his CV, I left the room and the shortlisting was done. I became aware when I got back into the room, Honorable Member, he was shortlisted. Yes, I became aware.
Why didn't you recuse yourself from the very onset, knowing quite well that your husband was an applicant?
That should be your last
it's my last
follow-up because it must not become opportunistic.
No, I'm saying that why didn't you recuse yourself from the very process when you knew that he was an applicant?
I accept that in hindsight, Honorable Member, I should have, but because I didn't go into his shortlisting and the actual interview for him, I didn't see the prejudice because the panelists were more than capable of arriving at a finding. I take your point.
Yeah, let me take the following order. Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Nhlanhla, Honorable Malim.
Yeah, no, Chair, I just want to have a clear understanding of what the advocate is saying. Advocate, are you saying you were not aware that your husband has been shortlisted?
No, I didn't say I was not aware.
What did you say?
I said he applied for the post. There was a shortlisting process. We did the shortlisting of all the candidates, and the rest of the panelists adjudicated over his CV. I did not adjudicate. I cannot adjudicate over his CV. And when the final shortlist came out, he was shortlisted. I accept the position of the Honorable Member. I should then have perhaps stepped off, but I stepped off during the interview of himself.
Or you only stepped off during the date of the interviews?
No, during the time of his interview, yes.
During the time of his interviews?
Yes.
And then when you were doing the final selection, the adjudication, when you were selecting the final name, were you part of that process?
The other panelists did the final selection.
After the interview?
Yes.
Were you part of that process?
I was part of the process when they recommended the candidates, yes.
So
but I couldn't adjudicate, Honourable Member, because I was not part of that interview.
So you were part of a process that agreed on the name of your husband to be appointed?
Are you satisfied, Honourable Member?
Yeah, no, satisfaction is something else, Chair. I've heard what she's saying.
That's what I want to check. Because we now move to Honourable Nhlanhla.
No, Chair, I also have heard what she's saying. Thank you.
Honourable Malim.
Chair, I must say I'm very disappointed, Advocate, in what you did because I'm happy you are agreeing that on a hindsight you realize you did the wrong thing. Because it doesn't matter what you do. I mean, you sit in an interview, you interview us, you ask us difficult questions. When your husband comes, you leave. No one asks you very difficult questions and then he gets high. Disadvantage, you either participate or you don't participate at all. That was a complete loss of judgment. I mean, I was so happy with everything else that you were doing, but this one, we must all agree that it was a serious lapse of judgment, especially from an advocate who should know the law of recusal. Thanks, Chair.
I accept that, Chair, but for a point of clarity, how interviews worked at the time, and they still do, all candidates are asked the same question. So he would not have been advantaged or disadvantaged because all candidates are asked the same question. But for the rest that you have commented on, I take it, Honorable Malema.
What honorable members are saying is that morality and ethics may not be legislated. It's out of human conscience. And sometimes the examples that you may want to set in life. That's essentially what they are saying. It may be a practice elsewhere at the workplace, but out of human conscience, you just say, look, here I think I can conduct myself differently.
That Honorable Chair.
And Chair, we don't ask the same questions at Jesse. That's the only place where I've been where we interview people, and I've never had us asking the same questions. You miss one, you don't sit at all.
I'm coming to you. Okay, let me check. Do you have a query, Honorable Skosana?
I just wanted to check if my time was over from you, nothing else.
No, you are not.
Can you protect me once again? I'm asking you.
That's
I'm
exactly
getting answers.
That's exactly what
And,
what I'm on to. And you know what I want to request from you is self-restraint and allow the chair to do his work. Because if you act in common purpose, you forfeit your rights. You see, when you are being attacked, allow the chair to protect you. But if okay, let me tell you, when you started, it was 12 minutes before 5, and you were supposed to have run for 30 minutes. So you ended at 17:14, and it was out of your own volition. You just declared it that, look, I'm stopping here. So now the time that is left, which I'm allocating, is 15 minutes to Honorable Shongwe. It starts now.
Sabona advocate.
Sawanandate.
Njani ma?
Ngiyaphila. Ngikhathele mari ngiyaphila.
Hayi bekezela ntombazana. Ngifuna ukhalalisela uhusband wakho ngathi ngingafunda
Ayo
kuyena.
ngcono ukuthi ngifake i-divorce.
Hayi ungayifaka. Ngeke ngikwazi ukuphila ngaleyo ndlela yokungakhuluma. Ngifuna ukuthi ungicacisele lana before ngene endabeni le engize ngayo la kuwo. Uthi usuke ekhaya, uhusband unominatiwe for ukuthi eze for interviews. Wangasho ukuthi wathula wathi tu uhusband.
Uhusband nami asihambi nekar eli-1 asebenzanga ema-office eli-1 lapho i-integrity yami
Yeah.
ngeke uzokwazi ukungishukuza ngeke ungithole ukuthi ngamtshena ukuthi kukhulunywani imibuzo ithini akukho lokho.
No, ngibuza ukuthi akafika ngendlela ajabulile athi mama yazi I got a call, I'm going to be interviewed ku IDAC or whatever, I'm just saying.
I DSO
Yeah, yes. Azange akuyethe ngithole i-call to be interviewed.
Ungitshenile vele.
Utsheli.
Yeah.
Then you didn't decide from lapho ukuthi uphume kule ndaba, but you decided let me continue singene ku selection and then ngiyohlika mase ngihlika lapha sesim interview yakhona.
vele ngishilo ndade kusho ukuthi if ngibheka ngemva kungcono if ngasikhipha kuyona angizange isikhiphe angikwazi ukushintsha lokho enzekile ngalelo sikhathi.
Njengommeli angiyena ke mina ummeli advocate angithi umthetho awuphukanga somewhere lapho noma mhlawumbe avulekanga iloophole ukuthi singathi lo mthetho awuhambanga kahle lapho.
Ngokwami
ngokomthetho.
angazi ngomthetho ngithi ngokwami ngasikhipha so ngokwami angizange yenze into mele ngingayenzi mari ngiyaniswa ukuthi nithini yiko ngithi ngalelo langa vele mhlawumbe kuzoba ngcono if ngasikhipha completely kuyona leyo process angizange isikhiphe kwi process yonke ngasikhipha kwiqesha mase umuntu uyangena for i-interview.
So siyavumelana sinawo ukuthi kukhona la usola khona awenzanga kahle
ngalendlela khulumnywa namhlanje vele.
So mangathiwa agreves ukuthi baba aphume emsebenzini bungavuma still.
Angikizwe kahle.
If it were to be said your husband must recuse himself from the post of position he's working because there was a loophole or slight mistake in that of hiring him, there is that gap nje engatholakala, would you agree that he must resign?
Kuphi nendawo akasebenza eDSO
kuleyo interview leyo?
Yes, if bathi ngomthetho mele asikhiphe.
Wawuthola lo msebenzi yena? Did he get hired? So
yiko ngithi if umthetho ukhona wayibheka wathi la mele umuntu asikhiphe abuyele emuva le waqala khona angabe kule position for which waba ne-interview vele mele asikhiphe ngeke ngime kwindlela ukuthi akhishwe as a result of umuntu athi ngcono ukuthi usikhiphe from i-interview process.
So uma ufika ekhaya namhlanje uzomtshela ukuthi baba besikhuluma ngawo lapha eParliament bayasola bathi mele uyikhiphe noma baba hlala nomhlanje uzothula njoba nixoxa into enje.
Lento akusinto ngizothula ngayo sengikwatile ke vele hayi ngawo ngikwatile ukuthi mhlawumbe ngokwami mele ngiyenze ngenye indlela ngalelo sikhathi.
Mase ngibuza phela manje sesitholile inkingi mufika ekhaya uzomtshela baba hamba resign senze iphutha.
Ayikuthi I resign akukho enze yena azange yenze into wrong.
Nasidlule lapha mama kunenkulumo engifuna adlule kuyo la. You said Honorable Skosana mayikubuza la.
Honorable Shongo, just a moment. Honorable Malema.
Advocate, the husband is no longer in the same position where you participated. He was in DSO, he's now at Crime Intelligence.
That is correct, Honorable Member.
Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Malema. You said Baba Mkhwanazi, General Mkhwanazi, he must be careful. Lento ayikhulumile has cost people lives. You said that, right?
That is correct.
Whose lives are those?
So, in terms of the use of the word, and maybe I used the wrong word, cost people their livelihoods. I correct myself. It cost people their livelihoods because those words were used very loosely within the ambit of SARS. And there is evidence and testimony to where people were victimized and lost their livelihoods. I correct the word of lives.
Did he mention names of those people? This person and this person, they are a rock unit.
I don't get the question.
Did he mention names of those people? Did Mkhwanazi mention names when he said there's a rogue unit?
Within IDAC,
Yes, wherever he said there's a rogue unit.
I don't recall whether he mentioned names, Honorable Member.
So how do you get to where you say he caused people's livelihood?
No,
Who are those people?
I think we misunderstood each other. I said the use of the word rogue unit shouldn't be used loosely in the context of who we are as a country and law enforcement. When it was used previously, which was within the ambit of the SARS Nugent investigation time, people lost their livelihoods. So the word should not be used loosely. I did not mean anyone in IDAC lost their livelihood.
Kukhona into ngesiZulu kuthiwa washintsha udludlu, uyayazi?
No, angidluli nix in that. Ngakhuluma le ngayikhuluma, angizange isiphikise. Angizange ngisho ukuthi khona e-IDAC. Ngathi mase sikusebenzisa leyo gama inama connotation. Ama connotations awona ngasikhipha as the past. Angizange ngisho ukuthi ubaba uMkhwanazi wathi mase wasebenzisa le gama bakhona e-IDAC balahlwe umsebenzi or livelihood.
Okay, let's remove IDAC, but kukhona balahlekelwe yimpilo noma balahlekelwe indlela abaphila ngayo, you said that.
Because of the use of the word rogue unit, and I said he shouldn't have used the word loosely. I
Because?
didn't say he used it previously and that cost people the loss of their livelihoods.
Okay, I see
If I
it.
created that impression,
Shy.
I correct myself.
Ngicela
Honourable
ukuthi
Member.
mawufika uyibuke le tape uzozizwa ukuthi utheni.
No, ngiyazi ukuthi ngathini but
Okay, ma.
ngiyazizisa.
You said ukuthathwa kwama phones in the case le enzakele manje. You sounded to me as if you are saying couldn't disturb you. It somehow disturbed you guys. You would have been far in investigating that case when they went to get those phones. Ngikuzwe kahle yini?
No, it didn't disturb our investigation. We heard that the phones were seized. We realized that we might as well get the search warrants. We didn't know who had seized the phones, except that it was law enforcement, and we were worried. If the devices get lost or data gets compromised, we need to be able to access that data as soon as we can.
Were you investigating the very same case?
We were investigating Cat Matlala. What we had heard in the media was the devices of Cat Matlala had been seized. That was our only interest, is to get the devices in order to see whether or not anything there fit into the 360 million rand tender, which in a preliminary investigation, we can confirm it does. Communications.
Mama, yazi kunento engizwisa ubuhlungu kakhulu eSouth Africa, that uma umuntu ongenamali South Africa noma engenamandla kunezinto kunama case azokushaya kunezinto ezokuhlula ngenxa ukuthi awunamali. I-profile yenu ku-IDAC iscope senu kahle kahle, is it for serious and high profile cases, right?
Serious, high profile and complex, yes.
Including-
In terms of the corruption matters, Honourable Member.
Including corruption, right? Ufuna ungitshela ukuthi kuwena awulibonanga nje awuluzwanga nephunga nje le corruption kulento yephalaphala. Ayikho into ebukeka ngathi lana kudinga ukuthi si-IDAC singene siyohlola la.
So, to be clear, Chair, the matter was never referred to IDAC. The matter was always with the DPCI. If the matter was referred to IDAC, in terms of the referral mechanism, most certainly IDAC would have conducted the investigation. And also, just on a point of clarity, the DPCI, as they do in other matters, sometimes ask us for assistance. They didn't ask for any assistance. So nothing precluded us from looking at it, save the referral mechanism, and the matter was never referred to us at any stage, Honourable Member.
What makes you ukuthi ubone kubalekile ukuthi uthathe lama document ka Honorable Adams but ungaboni kubalekile ukuthi userve South Africans abafuna impendulo mayelana nephalaphala, ngoba ngizama ukuchaza ukuthi uyabona uma kungavela omunye umuntu la eSouth Africa atholakale nje no 500,000 endlini angawufaka ngisho ngaphansi kwesofa ufihlele ebhakedeni lakhe uzoboshwa lo muntu, and akuzokudinga ukuthi kuxoxwe into eziningi ukuthi we hey bethengisa inkomo noma benzeni. Awusibonanga wena isidingo wedwa nje sokuthi no, let me help South Africans silidonse lela docket siyol investigator. Awusibonanga wena leso sidingo leso?
Honourable Member, that is not what I can do. In fact, what did happen when the then Minister Cele had that meeting I indicated about us finalizing how IDAC would work, the one thing that the DPCI made very clear, and I'll quote General Lebia, he said, stay in your lane, which is exactly what I did. And in order to get matters, that is why we have the referral mechanism. Also, if the matter had been referred to the National Director, she could have referred the matter to me. Pala went to the DPCI. I had nothing or no reason to go and take it from them. If it was referred to IDAC, it would have been a different story. It wasn't referred to IDAC.
So okushoyo kumina ukuthi ama cases enwasebenzile nina ama case only as a referral akukho la nina nithena nibona ukuthi nisolokuthize niyele nina niyohlola.
Honourable Member, we are unable to do that.
Only on referral.
Only on referral, and then there were cases, just for clarity, when certain IPOD officials had come over to IDAC, they had come with their investigations, which is one of the matters I did refer to when the Honourable Sangoni had asked about Mkhwanazi and General Masemola. Some of those cases remained with IDAC because they were corruption matters, and those investigators were then in IDAC. They then became declared in IDAC, but we didn't go and source those cases, Honourable Member.
Okay. Can I, as uThulani Shongwe, bring into yephalaphala kwena ungisize ungihlolele yona ngoba ngiyayisola ukuthi inenkinga njengo Honorable Adams?
Please depose to a Section 27 referral affidavit, and the matter can then be considered. However, you must look at process. Where the matter is currently, it is a challenge. There was a decision not to prosecute. The National Director must review that decision. That decision has not been made. For us to take on a matter and start an
Just to
investigation...
interject, are you talking about the classified file? The docket. Are you talking about the classify? The classify?
So you are talking about the Pala matter?
Yes, are you talking
yes,
about
I'm
that?
saying that the Pala matter, there was a decision made not to prosecute, at least that is what I recall, by the DPP for Apollo Kwane. When a decision is taken, Honorable Shongwe, not to prosecute, then it has to go to the National Director, because I do believe there are people who made representations for the matter to be reviewed. The National Director must conduct a review. I cannot start an investigation now because a decision was made on that evidence not to prosecute.
Yeah, ibhlungu yona yayibona kodwa ngoba baningi abantu emalokishini abacela.
Your time is up.
Is it up?
Yeah.
Ngiqedelele le question noma ngiyiyeke.
I know. Your time is up, Honorable Shongwe.
Okay, Chair. Hayi sengijwayele Chair, ngiyabonga. Ngiyabonga advocate.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there members who want to do follow-ups?
Oh, yeah. You can go from the only woman raising hand.
It's Honorable Skosana, Honorable Nhlanhla, and Honorable Matthys. There is nobody, Honorable Matthys, who is going to be triggered by what you shall have said. So the list closes at 3.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate, I think you were a bit touched about the word rogue, and you spoke about SARS, am I right? That was used. That word was used in particular at that time.
I was not touched. I'm saying that it is irresponsible to use the word, and I can only relate it to the SARS matter because that is part of IDAC's mandate, which is looking at the Lt-Gen Commission findings.
Now, let me put it on record, whether you like it or not. We had rogue unit at SARS, Ivan Pillay, Jackie Lake. I can give you names. Johan van Lockenberg. It's a fact. But I know, you have to protect them if you want to. But the issue that word cannot be used, I don't think it's appropriate. Because next time you'll be saying, we can't say to someone, it's a dark, even if it's a dark. Because saying rogue, perhaps the understanding is not the same. But now, as we sit here, why we are here today, is because there's problems. And some people are denying. We're sitting one witness here. He said General Mkhwanazi was dreaming. I'm not going to mention his name here. You are sitting where you are. He said whatever Mkhwanazi was saying. In fact, we're not here. We're at the Google Hope Center. He said openly that this is a waste of time. But we know now that we've got problems at SAPS. And we had problems at SARS. Please, I'm just asking you to say, don't say we don't have a right to use that way. Because those people as well, much as you say their lives were destroyed, they destroyed people's lives.
Honorable Member.
Thank you. I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
I won't comment about them. I do recall when I said we shouldn't use the word rogue unit loosely without substance and evidence. That is what I mean. I cannot preclude anyone from using a word. We must have evidence, or we must have proof, or we must be able to back it up.
No, we have. Hence I'm saying when you talk about SARS, we are talking about the thing which we know. They are still terrorizing people as I'm sitting here with you.
I want us to avoid,
thank you, Chair.
to avoid debating the matter. Let's ask a follow-up and not debate. Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thanks, Chair. How different is the husband's situation from what you have charged General Khumalo on?
So the difference there, Chair, is one, I was not in charge of the process. I was part of the panel. It was chaired by somebody else. I did not shortlist him, nor did I sit in his interview. I still accept that in hindsight. I should and could have recused myself completely. But we did not bypass any process. The allegations as set out in the charge sheet are completely different with regards to the Khumalo matter. But what I will concede is it doesn't look right, and that I can't take away.
Honorable Matthys.
Mine quickly, Advocate. Referrals. Anybody can do referrals as long as they fill out a section. Is it section 27?
As long as it is an affidavit that they depose to. Okay. Because that forms the basis, almost like a complainant statement.
And then you said that when they seized the phones of Matlala, you got worried and you didn't know who. Why didn't you contact the National Commissioner? Because the two of you have a good relationship, to find out who was responsible for seizing them.
From my recollection, the media reported that organized crime had been dealing with the matter. And the organized crime that we almost always talk to would be the organized crime DPCI. We called General Kadwa. He said he had no idea what we're talking about. And the next immediate call was to talk to the National Police Commissioner, who then gave us direction about where it is.
Oh, okay, because it was, you were moving around and you didn't know. And then I think just on a point of clarity for Honorable Kosana, this was your opinion about what you are saying about using the phrase going rogue, and you putting it or characterizing it in a historical context of when someone goes and says someone is going rogue, especially in the justice system and crime intelligence in particular, what it can result in.
Correct.
So that is your opinion.
Correct.
Which we've been asking people for opinions all the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Breitenbach.
Chair. And so what time do I have?
I'm allocating you 45 minutes. So after yourself is going to be the EFF before we.
How many minutes, sorry?
45.
Honorable Chair, may I ask for an indulgence because Honorable Breitenbach is going to is given a longer time. May I ask if that is?
It is not her alone.
No problem. We can all
however it works, a 45 minutes stretch. I would just like
it's not her alone.
break.
I'm giving you 5. This is your break alone. Nobody goes out.
Okay, please don't time me. I thank you for the indulgence.
It's only you who is allowed to go out. And please have your audience. The next 1.5 hours is your time, 45 minutes each. 45 minutes for the full member, 30 minutes for the full member, and 15 minutes for the alternate. So we're going to run until 7:20.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Johnson, you and I have known each other for a very long time.
That is correct, Honourable
And
Member.
we have probably a little more than a professional relationship. We've known each other for a very long.
That is correct.
General Mkhwanazi has indicated that he has sources within the IDAC. Do you have any view on this issue?
Honourable Member, it was quite alarming to have him say he had sources. In fact, my management and I sat down to engage on what did he mean by he had sources. And I think what was most perplexing is why would a provincial commissioner, a used to be acting national commissioner of police, need sources, not just in IDAC, in any other law enforcement agency? Why did he need sources? I have always spoken to General Mkhwanazi. If he had any misgivings, he had any concerns, there is no way he didn't know he could call me. In the same way, Honourable Member, that he called me on the 2nd of July to escalate an issue and ask me to contact someone. It is very worrying. It remains worrying. And I'm not sure why he has sources, what it is these sources are feeding him. But it is very disconcerting to have a senior member of police whom I still respect regardless of what he said. Why do you want sources in IDAC?
Thank you. I had a question on the allegations of a rogue unit, but I'm going to stay away from it because of the apparent controversy of the word rogue. It's a bit like immediately, something we need to avoid. So you've mentioned in your affidavit, I noticed, references to death threats. So
That is correct, Honourable
these
Member.
are sadly a part of the life of most prosecutors. At some point or another, that happened.
It is, but in my almost 30 years, it was the first time it happened to me and to me directly. And given that we had dealt with contentious and or high-profile matters over the years, I had never myself received a death. So for me, this was different and very difficult, yes. The threat still remains, which also makes it then even more difficult.
Yes, they remain unpleasant, more particularly when they have an effect on your family. But what I want to ask you is, while I understand that this is upsetting and disconcerting, can you tell us how this affects how you do your work, how it affects your appetite to do an already challenging job?
I have said previously, I'll repeat, the fight against corruption is not for sissies. And so you cannot be weak in this fight. What I won't, and I can't afford to, is arrogant and careless, which I have sought not to be given the death threats. But what I can do is step away from this work. If I step away, who takes over? And what happens to the other person who takes over? My life is no more meaningful than someone else who has to step into my shoes. What it has done is, it's just made me more weary. It has made me more alive. Of course, death threats happen. People have been taken out, auditors, liquidators, etc. You read about it. You say to yourself, this is absolutely terrible. But when it comes at you, you directly, it really makes you pause. So I've had my pause moment. I've had to get over my pause moment because I've got to do my job. But like I say, I'm not arrogant about what has happened, and I'm not going to be careless. I have a family that I love, but I also have a job that I love. So par for the course, what do I do? And if I step away from this, Honourable Breitenbach, I have to ask myself, where do I go and what do I do?
Thank you. So there have been suggestions that that IDAC is or could be abusing their processes. This, of course, can only be so if you could cherry-pick your referrals, because that's how the system works, and initiate them mere motu. So Section 27 referrals, in my experience, don't work like that. Could you just briefly explain the process of a Section 27 referral and how, and whether or not you are restricted then to the prosecution of only corruption and organised crime, or can the net be set a little wider to include other charges once it has been referred?
Thank you, Honourable Member. So the intake of the matters and how matters come in is restricted by the Section 27 process. But once you have decided that it falls within the mandate and are able to take on the matter, your investigation can be cast as wide as your mandate allows, over and beyond just the allegations that were made, if, as part of your investigation, other evidence is unearthed. So let's just say that in a matter that is strictly in the IDAC mandate, there arises a different offence. We would have to deal with it. We are, after all, law enforcement. So I can't choose to deal with 90% of something and then hand over 10%.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. The IG report on the crime intelligence property purchases. Have you received a referral in this regard? Have you been placed in possession of the report? And if not, do you know why or where the hold-up is?
Honourable Breitenbach, I was aware that the Inspector General was looking at the procurement issues. And I was made aware that the Inspector General would be submitting a report. And there was an indication that the Inspector General was to make a recommendation, because IDAC was seized with some of the crime intelligence matters, because by then some of the arrests had been made, that those matters would be referred to IDAC. They were never referred to IDAC. I have not seen the report, and so I do not know if, in fact, that final recommendation was made for a referral. I also don't know the extent of what all he would then have investigated. I'm not sure why it was not referred, if, in fact, a recommendation was made to be referred to IDAC.
Thank you. Then the National Commissioner, Matlala, has admitted that he, in fact, did not heed warnings that emanated from IDAC, that Kat Matlala's 36 million rand health service tender may well be dodgy, and he allowed it to go ahead. After Minister Mkhwanazi raised issues with the tender, he told him that he got a call from IDAC warning him. Do you have any knowledge of this call? Do you know from whence it came, how it emanated?
When the matter was referred to IDAC and it was given to the investigators, I am aware that they did engage the National Commissioner to indicate that we do have this matter, and to, I think they did source his views, and such a discussion did in fact take place. So he was made aware that there was in fact a referral to IDAC, and yet the contract had not yet been cancelled. Contract was cancelled much later than in May.
Thank you, Advocate Johnson. Thank you, Chair. Bearing in mind that this is a limit and not a target, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Breitenbach. It's your hand up, Honourable Sangon. Who else had his or her hand up? It's only you, and no triggers. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. No, it's a clarity-seeking question, Advocate Johnson. So what I understood on Advocate Breitenbach, Honourable Breitenbach's question was that the National Commissioner had been made aware that the contract was dodgy before the Minister asked him to look into it, which would be before December 24 or something. Now, he had said, no, it's fine, and he continued. Are you saying that he had been informed by IDAC before December, or it was only when the referral was made, which I'm assuming is after the 24th of December, that you then indicated to him that you already had a referral?
That is correct, Honourable Sangoni. I'm not aware of what engagements the Minister had with the National Commissioner, but after the matter was referred to us, we made the National Commissioner aware that IDAC is looking at the tender, yes.
Not that there was a referral from someone else. It's the same referral from SAPS.
It's the same referral from SAPS of the 16th of February, Honourable Sangoni.
Can I get indication, Honourable Breitenbach, is it Honourable Klopper or Honourable Kolabanat?
Honourable Klopper, thank you,
Honourable Klopper, it's now your time.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Advocate Johnson. The first question I would like to ask is on Major General Pilani Lushaba. If I heard you correctly, you mentioned that he went back to the office and that he breached his bail conditions. Can you offer any explanation to why he wasn't arrested?
So to be clear, there are two matters that he was facing. In the first matter, there was bail conditions that were different from the second matter. In the matter where he was told not to go to his office, a presiding officer removed that condition. So his condition was not to interfere with witnesses. So when he went to CI's head office where he works, the concern that was raised by the witnesses are, will he then interfere? And that was their fear. With him, that condition fell away because a different presiding officer considered that condition, that he not be allowed to go to CI.
Thank you, Advocate. You said, and before receiving the phones for that download purpose period that you mentioned, you stated that you already had concerns that it would have been tampered with, which subsequently your cyber expert indeed observed that there was data that was deleted, and a lot of it. Was it deletion timestamped to the period that the phones were in the custody of the PKTT?
Honourable Chair and members, we await a formal report from the cyber expert, and one is unable to give you that time frame now. It's part of the investigation. Safe to say, at the time of the download for IDAC, the cyber expert was able to say at that very time that data had been deleted.
Advocate, did you open up a parallel inquiry into this potential obstruction of justice if the evidence was indeed tampered with? As you say, you know it was deleted. I'm not sure if you know if it was deleted in the time span of PKTT or whether SAPS had it at that time. Did you do an inquiry in that direction?
Once we have the report from the cyber expert and the timeline is then looked at, one would consider what our recourse is. It's also not automatic to open an inquiry because where do we go to? Safe to indicate what would the impact be of that the deletions and the time frame within which they happened. If it causes really big gaps in our investigation, it would be something to look at. But even if it was deleted in the time of the PKTT, but there is no impact on the IDAC case, then IDAC doesn't have a resolution to go back and to open an inquiry. We will if it affects our criminal matter.
Advocate, Lt-Gen General Mkhwanazi has alleged that IDAC interfered with the PKTT matters. Based on your warrants and referral letter, do you believe his assertion was factually mistaken or just deliberately misleading?
Honourable Member, I don't know what informed his decision or his assertion. We had nothing to do with the investigation. If he's talking about the investigation into Molefe and into Matlala, there's nothing that we are doing in the Matlala tender matter that could have done anything to obstruct and or to cause any disruption in the investigations that the organised crime, and Honourable James corrected me, the counter-intelligence unit of PKTT were doing. We would not have been able to disrupt that work because our exercise was completely different.
Advocate, I just want to go back to the phones. When you wrote that the phones were already on, was that intended to flag a possible breach of forensic protocol, or were you just merely describing the handover?
It is a breach of protocol. The phones are, and I can only talk from my own experience of dealing with such matters. When the phones are seized, they are put into the evidence bags. Those bags are sealed. When they are opened, the accused persons and or suspects are asked for access codes, PIN, fingerprint, biometrics if they use those. The phones must then be downloaded, and those original devices must be put back into a new evidence bag and sealed. You don't work with the devices. You work with the downloaded data. It doesn't matter what the criminal allegation is that you're investigating. So it was a red flag when these phones in the evidence bag that is sealed were in fact on.
General Sabia, when he was here, he commented on crime intelligence and actors with a similar capabilities that they could both delete and insert data or messages specifically on devices. And I probed him and asked him, as well as civilians, he agreed. Would you agree with this assertion that this can be done? Especially on the insertion part, not so much the deletion.
I think the deletion we all know.
Yes,
Take
yes,
phone,
obvious.
put on, click, delete, delete, delete. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to do those.
Correct.
But I am unaware, I heard what he said, but I'm unaware of crime intelligence or anyone else in law enforcement having that capability. He should have backed it up because that is a serious allegation to make, because if I remove myself as the ID as a normal South African citizen, it would cause sleepless nights about who all can access our devices and plant information to implicate us. I'm not aware of that capability.
Given that there was multiple DPCI, PKTT, IDAC, all simultaneously touching, the Matlala matter at some point or another, in your view, who should be the sole custodianship of this digital evidence to avoid duplication? And then, obviously, secondly, and very importantly, avoid compromise, if I can put it that way.
So to be clear, Honourable Member, I'm not aware of any investigations that DPCI is supposed to be with regards to the Matlala matter. And I take that also from the conversation the investigators had when they called Major General Kadwa to ask about the devices. He never said. He said he's not aware, which meant they weren't working on it. That is how I read it. But for me, we are investigating, IDAC is investigating a small part. We're investigating, not to minimize the corruption, but we're investigating one matter. I do not know the volume of the matters that the organized crime and the counter-intelligence unit of the PKTT are looking at. There's no issue with them keeping those phones. We wanted the data, which we now have.
And my last question, Advocate, to close up, does this fragmentation, or there seems to be a bit of a fragmentation in the interagency coordination, do you propose any reforms, perhaps a joint digital forensic protocol or a single evidence repository? What would you recommend to avoid this kind of situation in the future?
I do not mean to sound blunt when I say all of us should just get over ourselves and start talking to one another and working more closely. It doesn't require protocol. It just requires us being able to see the... I know that IDAC would have appreciated if General Mkhwanazi or anyone else who had any misgivings talked to us about what we were looking at. I have no doubt, Honourable Member, that if we talked, we would have been able to look at everything Matlala. IDAC has no interest in Katitso Molefe because we don't have any corruption matters there. But we could have had a singular, holistic approach in addressing the criminality alleged against Vusimuzi Cat Matlala. I believe we would have been doubly successful than doing it as we are doing it currently. I don't know that you need protocol. I think we have so many documents that talk to interagency working and that we should work together. I just don't know how you force that accountability and force people to work together. A lot of it is about personalities, and that's why I say it's unfortunate. We should have talked to one another.
Thank you, Advocate Johnson, and thank you for your time. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you, Honourable Topper. I'm going to slot the third speaker before we break. Let's go and see how the EFF use their time. But it has been very impressive, Honourable Members, that you have used time sparingly. So from 10 minutes past 6. From 10 minutes past 6 until 18:55. The time is allocated to the EFF. And from there, we are going to take one member, either Mngwango or Honourable James. One of you must be ready after the EFF before we break. Thank you. Your time starts now, Honourable Malema.
Thank you, Chair. You know that you can say all those type of things you're saying. I will never be under pressure. I'm not the type to be under pressure. So you're praising everyone so that I can also finish within a limited time. Advocate, I would assume that you are a supporter of our current democratic dispensation, and that this constitution we have is one of the documents that are trying to protect us as South Africans and whoever finds himself within our country.
Is correct, Honourable.
And any anti-democratic practices, you will never subscribe to those, even if you are emotionally, very strong on a particular issue. As long as it's not consistent with the law and the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, you will never agree to that.
I don't, Honourable Malema.
So let's say, for instance, for crime intelligence, for it to listen to people, they have to go to a judge and get a permit. It's a good thing to do under democracy.
Honourable Malema, for me, I think they call it the Act 70 interception. For me, that should be a last resort. But it should be a well-motivated, absolute reason. For me, the only reason, really, would be a threat to national security. I'm not sure that we would have needed to use it otherwise. That would be the one where I say maybe it should be used. But then it also shouldn't be based on hearsay, because that is unfortunately how some of the Act 70s work. It's a lot of in-the-air stories.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, under whatever circumstances, as an institution that operates under the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, when that need arises, you ought to go to a judge so that we don't wake up willy-nilly through pillow talk. Someone spoke about pillow talk, and then you wake up during the conversation of the pillow talk, baby, let's listen to him, without a permission of a judge. That will be anti-democratic practices.
Absolutely, Honourable Malema.
Even when there is a huge protest and you're feeling like we're losing control under the democratic dispensation, it will be an anti-democratic practice to switch off the social network or the internet. Do you agree?
Sounds correct, yes.
Because our constitution has got mechanisms within which we can work to control whatever situation we find ourselves without being emotional and wanting to act outside the constitution of the Republic of South Africa.
Not just the constitution, Honourable Malema, but also the law. The law makes very specific provisions about when interception, monitoring and listening can be done. So it's doubly protected according.
Yes. And an institution like IDAC, it is only democratic practice that with the power it has, I had you saying you got the phone, you were able to take out what from the phone of Matlala and all of that. That's a very powerful institution. And it shouldn't be a matter of discussion between people who subscribe to democratic practices, not to want to subject themselves to check and balances, because it might not be you tomorrow. It can be someone there who will abuse that power and violate the rights of people if there are no checks and balances in the form of a judge who will be able to say, look, 1, 2, 3 is unacceptable. It can be done this way. We're thinking you are going outside the law or you are even violating the constitution. And it shouldn't be something difficult to agree about that. Actually, Minister Cele was correct that we were potential victims of abuse of power when this institution of Judge Raulinga Mshabi was not in place. Because that thing you're talking about of, if you do this, we take you to labor, that is supervision, it's not oversight. If you make a mistake, they report you to a senior, it's supervision. Oversight is much bigger than that. And it serves to protect the institution of democracy more than a mere labor issue, more than a mere criminal issue. It's very broad, and in its characterization is designed in such a way that it must secure, in the main, our constitution and the law against a potential abuser of the law.
I agree with you, Honorable Malema, and that should IDAC have wanted to monitor or conduct interceptions, it would have had to do it in terms of the law.
Now,
even in the time when there wasn't the Honorable Raulinga J.
Now, there was a Newton Commission, Party Commission, Zondo Commission, and all of that, which spoke to certain issues of corruption and all. When you look at these matters, you spoke about the Nugent Commission, that this is the high-profile case we're dealing with, and this and that one. Percentage-wise, when you put all of these commissions together, you think how many people have you arrested, and to what extent have you been successful? Because one of the cases that you should be handling, I know it must be referred to you, but if you're talking Zondo Commission, state capture reports, Busasa is one of the outstanding matters of Zondo Commission. And IDAC should be saying to us, since then, 1, 2, 3, 4, we've arrested and we've succeeded with the following cases. Do you think you've done well on those 3 commission's recommendations, if matters were referred to you?
We could have done more, but the time before the permanency of August 2024, Honorable Malema, we were unable to recruit permanent capability, and we were working on contract positions and duty reassigned. So it is disproportionate, and we have to change our game. In terms of the Bosasa matters, we do have Bosasa matters that are in court, and there are other matters that are under investigation. And in fact, there were 5 new matters that were authorized by the ID as well. So we have quite a few matters that are under investigation and matters that are in court. Patrick Gillingham, Lyndam T, Vincent Smith, Agritzi. We had the matter for the late Medu Dumieni. With her passing, Mr. Matendra is still on trial, and the trial commenced this week, and that matter continues. And then there are other investigations that continue. None of the Bosasa matters that were mentioned at the commission have been closed, if that might be concerned.
It becomes worrisome that, there could be, and I like what you said, that, you want to act with evidence and only with evidence and overwhelming evidence so that you don't make mistakes and mess up these cases. But there are so high-profile people who are mentioned in Busasa. One of them is the national chairperson of the ANC, who's a minister, Gwedemantashi. The other one is Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, who ate chickens every December, but Agrizi said was sending chicken every month that's supposed to go to prisoners, is going to Nomvula. And will such people not be people of interest? Because our inability to defeat corruption is that the high-profile individuals with money don't get to be prosecuted. And these things came out public. We were all there and all of that.
So, Honorable Malema, I take the point. However, those investigations continue. What did hamper us is the evidence we sought. We had to get, and the only other person who could give us that evidence was Angelo Agritzi, who was also an accused. Angelo Agritzi has, in the past month, now deposed to Section 204 affidavits on various individual matters that we did not have previously. We must now move for those matters. And they are among the
I'll
matters
tell you
that
where I
you
come
referred
from,
to.
Advocate. Khumalo gets arrested for labor-related matter. And then there are these people who have been eating chickens and eating food of prisoners and blessed with Austin Martins and all of that. A person is accused of irregular appointment, and that becomes a big issue when we've got this other. So when this is presented before us, it looks like there are others who are treated differently and others are treated differently. But I'm happy that you are saying we are coming close to making more arrests with the 204 we got from Agritzi. So my question will be, I'm moving from that one. When does it become an irregular appointment, and when does it become crime? Because there are so many people who got appointed, and there were reports that said, look, man, the due processes were not being followed, and we don't think this appointment was correct. And there are many institutions that deals with that if you're not satisfied with a certain process of appointment. And now we get a situation where one of the crime-fighting leaders in institutions like crime intelligence gets to be arrested with the other colleagues for appointment. I'm not saying it's big or small. There's no big corruption, there's no small corruption. Once it's characterized as corruption, it's big and deserving of the necessary attention. But on this labor process, irregular and crime, when does one become the other? Because if we're to follow what you did, we're going to lock up a lot of people who interfere with appointment of people. I'll tell you, for instance, now, in Johannesburg municipality, a CM was supposed to be appointed. He passes an interview. No, he first gets it shortlisted. He passes an interview. He passes the test that they go through after the interview, competency, whatever test. And political leaders who are outside government go and sit down and say, no, don't appoint this person. So we are subjected to those kind of things that politicians and other people can just do as they wish, but they never get arrested. Here is an arrest on a person that made the wrong appointment and didn't follow procedure or anything of that sort. When does it become irregular? When does it become a crime?
So, Honourable Member, we looked at the institution, the position of the accused, and the influence they had in order to circumvent and manipulate the processes. It was different because this is an environment that is charged with upholding, which is part of law enforcement. And there was an active gratification to a person who should never have gotten the job, and they manipulated the processes as we've set out on pages 7 to 9 of the charge sheet. I agree with you that what is happening where it happens in the municipalities should not happen. I did also indicate that part of IDAC's mandate is looking at issues of dishonesty and issues of the municipal MFA or MFA. If those matters are referred, and these are positions that compromise a government and how a government runs, then we are fully within our mandate to look at it. None of those matters have come to the fore, but there's no distinction. One shouldn't be allowed in those processes as they are, because an appointment of the incorrect person, even in the municipality, robs South Africans of service delivery. That in itself is a huge impact that we can't afford. So those matters should be escalated. And if those matters are being dealt with by the Auditor General, I think that is where there's a gap. We have had this conversation, Honourable Malema, I know you don't want long answers, but we had this conversation with the Auditor General to say, we have to find a way where you make certain findings, especially those irregularities and wasted and unauthorized expenditure, non-service delivery because of the misuse of funds in municipalities. We must find a way for those matters to be referred. So we have had that engagement, but we haven't had any of those matters referred because the Auditor General can.
Thank you very much. Advocate, and we asked the former Minister Cele this question, and he was happy to answer it. And the same thing with the Minister who's on special leave. When you went through Matlala's phones, did you find that Bheki Cele called Matlala when Matlala was in prison, or did he call him after prison? Because he says when Matlala was in prison, he didn't call him. And then when Matlala was outside prison, now that he knew the kind of character he was, he has never had any form of communication with him.
I myself have not looked at those communications, and those are still part of the investigation. But those were part of the allegations we became aware of, that there were communications by politicians and senior members of the South African Police Services. The ex-minister's name was mentioned, as was the name of Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, as well as other police officials on the platforms that they have. And because they have come out in the commissions, we are looking at them, yes.
But what if it's part of those things? Okay, just for record's sake, are you confirming that Matlala's phones records were tampered with when they were handed over to IDAC?
There were communications that were deleted, yes. But what will happen, Honourable Malema, it goes to the question that Honourable Klopper asked. When did those gaps, those deletions take place? And if they happened at material times when allegations are being made that Mr. X would have started communicating, one is able to draw those inferences and take the investigation in a different way.
Mr. Matlala's issue, when it was referred to you, who referred it?
It was referred to us by a general in the risk audit section of the South African Police.
Or not commissioner?
Not
the national commissioner?
Not the national commissioner.
Now, what I want to understand is, when a matter is reported to you, is referred to you, where do you come in as a head? Does it come to you, and then you choose investigators, or how does it work?
So when matters are referred, they get sent to the head of investigations, Ndata Matthew Sissoko, and he, together with the two chiefs, Chief Lusanda Boy and Chief Dylan Perumal, would assess the matter. They put an application together. If they, out of a view, it falls within the mandate, I get to then consider an application. If they're not sure, what they will do is indicate that there is a Section 27 referral. However, there's a bit of uncertainty on an aspect or two, and for those reasons, they're not sure if it falls within the mandate. We might have a discussion, but it has been very, I can't even remember off the top of my head how many of those would have happened.
So when General Mkhwanazi says there is a person in your office who's feeding him with information, will that person not be acting in a rogue manner? Because in terms of line of reporting and duty, there's no any other channel that says there could be a person in your office who reports to provincial commissioner.
You are correct. You are correct.
Now, when a person reports, like he said, someone from your office reports to him, and he knows, that's how he knows these things, will that person not acting in a rogue manner?
Correct, they are.
Meaning there is a rogue in your office?
If that is how you frame it, yes.
Because General Mkhwanazi said there were rogues in your office, and here is a rogue that takes information in your office and gives to General Mkhwanazi. With that being said by General Mkhwanazi about that kind of a rogue element in your office, what steps have you taken to, including amongst other things, solicit more detail information and evidence as colleagues from General Mkhwanazi, because it doesn't matter what happened. It doesn't matter what he said to you. You guys still owe this country a duty to protect it and serve it. So when you hear such things, why are you not reaching out to say, can you please give me these elements that you are saying exist in my office, because here I'm fighting corruption and I'm not going to have people who are behaving in a corrupt manner in this office.
I agree with you, Honorable Malema. However, there were these processes that were taking place. And so I was waiting for that. I've got to deal with the Ad Hoc Committee, deal with the Matlala Commission. And like I said to you, there's no reason not to talk to Lt-Gen General Mkhwanazi. I didn't want it to seem as though we were trying to cover ourselves. There's nothing to cover in IDAC. And I'm sure if he has that information, and I do contact him now that I'm done with the Ad Hoc Committee, that he would share that information. And if he does, we will then be able to.
Advocate, the issue of your husband should never put you in a difficult situation where you start doubting your capabilities and your capacity. Sitting here, for me, this is quality leadership coming from a black woman. You answer questions properly, you give us information well articulate. There will be more challenges. They come inherently with being a female leader. We all have issues that we might not have handled properly. It's part of growth. It's part of becoming more experienced and then dealing with matters differently going forward. And when you live here, this should never, I heard you saying I'm very angry, it must never be one of the issues that are going to distract you from fighting crime and fighting corruption. You came here, we shared that information with you. On a hindsight means I'm more clever now. And you should take it in that spirit and continue to fight. I thought Winnie Mandela died, but Winnie Mandela has multiplied. Thank you very much.
I received. Thank you.
Home.
Honorable Mathaisa, you're fine.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening.
Just one moment. Honorable Bredenbach.
Sorry, Chair, I have never made use of this before. May I have a follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you. Advocate, you are aware of the plea bargain that was entered into today, I'm sure, with Angelo Agrizzi, where he walks away with a wholly suspended sentence of 30 years for corruption and money laundering in the Basasa scandal.
In terms of what we can prove, Honorable Breitenbach, we could only prove the gratifications to him of 2.7 million. There is no other evidence. He pleaded guilty to 3 counts of corruption, 1 count of money laundering, a total of 40 years imprisonment, as well as paying back that which he was gratified to the asset forfeiture. In return, he gives us something we did not have, which is an answer I gave to the Honorable Malema. There was evidence we did not have. If we didn't get his 204s, I can tell you unequivocally so, it may not be a popular answer, but we would not be able to move on some of those matters that the Honorable Malema mentioned. It is unfortunate, but sometimes this is what you do for the greater good, or else some will walk and the perception that some are more equal than others would just have become real. It is that.
Advocate Johnson, you don't have to tell me about how you do 204s and how you do guilty pleas. I was doing them when you were in nappies.
Probably before I was born.
Yeah. So what I want to know is this: what happened to the assets that were secured in Italy? Have they been forfeited now?
Honorable Breitenbach, what asset forfeiture sought to do, because in terms of the criminal matter, we can only deal with the 2.7 million. They are asking the court to conduct an inquiry, which would be a civil inquiry, so that those assets are then not lost, because they still have that right of recourse. And given what remains in the Zondo report, they have a balance of probabilities they can use. And that inquiry would have been commencing today. They were to ask the court for that.
Okay, so nobody else here will understand this, but you and I will. You remember Agliati?
Correct.
Charlie.
Thank you, Chair. My follow-up question on that, would be the way you explain the issue of Angelo Agrizzi. It's a painful one. It tells you that money is everything. We are sitting here with, I don't want to mention those things because we are receiving so many things who are complainant. There's somebody who's 70, almost 70 years, who's in prison. She's in prison as we speak with you here. They've complained to us, and he paid back the money, like you said 2.7, the amount which was involved with this one. He paid back the money, I think 100,000 or whatever money it was. But she's still in prison. Sentence. Whether she's got money, I don't know. But I'm just saying to you that if the law applies differently, and it's about color, then it means this so-called reconciliation, as we always say, is Mickey Mouse. Now, we've been following this case, I'm shocked as well. Like Honorable Malema was talking about others, that some are in the cabinet as we speak here. But that's a debate for another day. I'm just saying what you just said now. What about these other families? How must they feel? How should they feel?
So if I deal with the Agrizzi matter, Agrizzi doesn't have anything. He's currently very ill. In fact, even this guilty plea was done virtually. If we proceeded with the trial, that case, the trial in which he's an accused, it wouldn't have taken less than 10 years. He's unable to be in court for more than 2 hours of any day. That would in itself have defeated justice. We would not have gotten there. But we also had to look at how do we deal with the other Bosasa matters that we are unable to deal with. There were a lot of extenuating circumstances, Honorable Member, that were considered. In the other matter, the accused pleaded not guilty. The accused went through a trial and the court imposed a sentence. It's not a sentence that the 2 parties agreed to and the state sought to prejudice. There was a court that adjudicated adjudicated, and the court could have given that accused a lesser sentence if it felt that there were circumstances that justified it. It's a court finding.
No, thank you, Chair. I don't want to waste your time. I'm saying I will mention another one here in Cape Town and in Mpumalanga, but I don't want to waste your time on that. But I'm just saying the public perception out there. You can imagine how, even if, I mean, she's not the only one who's sick. She's not the only one who's sick. I mean, people go to a doctor, they'll give you a certificate, to say you are sick. But I'm just saying to you, you must just, the integrity of that of your institution has to upheld at all costs. But if issues like this one, like this Bopusasa issue, was a very serious issue, and in fact the investigation is taking too much long. I mean, other cases we are told from 2002 are still being investigated, which is a shame. But thank you, Advocate.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I take note.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Good evening, Advocate.
Good evening, Ndati.
From page 15 of your statement, point 40, and I want to quote, you note, and I quote, you say, when one looks at all the cases referred to the IDAC by Mr. Adams, they depict the capture of systems and processes for private interest by the head of CI, criminal or crime intelligence, and other senior managers. And then you say, I can expand more on this when I appear before the committee, unquote. In your statement, you assert that the cases referred to the IDAC by Mr. Adams, and I quote, depict the capture of systems and processes for private interest by the head of criminal intelligence and other senior managers. Could you please clarify what specific systems and processes you are actually referring to here?
Remember, my apologies, I didn't hear which paragraph you referred me to. 1.5 of my statement. You mean page 1.5. I thought you said paragraph 1.5. My apologies. So the systems we talk of, Honourable Member, are the recruitment processes as well as the vetting processes. So in the manner in which they deliberated about the candidates, the manner in which they sought to appoint a specific candidate, and evidence which will be led about things they did leading up to the interview will show that they manipulated the recruitment process as well as the vetting process. That is part of the evidence that we will lead.
And furthermore, when you speak of, and I quote, capture for private interest, unquote, are you referring to financial gain, manipulation of investigations, or influence over personal and procurement decisions within the crime intelligence division?
It is the third one.
You also indicated that you can, and quote unquote, expand more on this matter before the committee. Could you provide specific examples or case references that illustrate how these systems were captured or manipulated?
Honourable Member, when I said I would expand more, it was in reference to the charge sheet that was attached and those parts that I referred to that I can talk about. The rest of it I'm unable to expand on. That's the expansion I was making. And only because, Honourable Member, those matters are in court and sub judice, and the rights of the accused would also be prejudiced, as would the interests of justice, if I delve into the exact issues. But I think they are expanded on quite clearly in page 7 to 9 of the charge sheet.
So from your experience and the evidence before you, was this capture systemic and coordinated, or did it occur through isolated incidents of misconduct by individuals in senior management?
Because we are dealing with more than one matter, it is systemic and almost invariably by a similar grouping within a similar work environment, seeking to manipulate the very same systems and processes and then some.
Can you share with us, because some other people believe that the process that Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Khumalo was involved in was purely an HR process, which is actually followed in any work environment, presiding over, an interview and constituting a panel and so on. Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, when he was here, he told us that, but that individual was not employed, was not appointed by that particular panel. The panel made a recommendation to another body, which actually ultimately decided to appoint.
I'm not
Are
sure
you aware of that?
I'm not sure what General Mkhwanazi is talking about, but that is the panel that interviewed Mayor Mokwele, who was then appointed as a brigadier based on their recommendations. I guess if they work as we do, we would make recommendations in IDAC for yourself to be appointed in a specific position. That must still go to the Office of the National Director as well as the Minister, depending on the ranking of the person to be appointed. If that is what he's talking about, I understand it, but that appointment cannot be made if the recommendation did not come from the panel that conducted the interview. That's how I understand the process, Honourable Member.
But are you aware of a certain general who actually left the police service and was employed somewhere in Johannesburg, and he got re-employed into the police service, and on the day of his appointment, he was actually not only reappointed but promoted to be a lieutenant general. And on the very same day, he was also appointed as the Deputy National Commissioner without going through any kind of competency test. By the way, he had failed the competency test elsewhere.
So you are talking about Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibia, because I think it is as obvious as today is,
well, I don't know
as is Thursday. And I have to say respectfully so, I'm not privy to what happened there, but if what the honourable member is saying is correct, then one would have had to look at the irregularity of that appointment, how that appointment came about, and what systems and processes were bypassed in order to favour the individual. Because from the account that you give, honourable member, it would seem that he was favoured for the post.
If I look at the movement and the communication between IDAC and the echelons of the police regarding the dockets, to me, what comes out very, glaringly is lack of trust. Is it normal procedure for IDAC that each time you want dockets, you should subpoena them, not actually take a telephone, make a call to the National Commissioner or to the relevant general, look, I need those files, can they be delivered tomorrow? I'm saying this because the National Commissioner was subpoenaed and he had to physically deliver the files. What does that say to
On
you?
a point of correction, the dockets, I wrote to the Divisional Commissioner in charge of detectives to get those dockets. We must be able to show that we followed process, which is exactly what Lieutenant General Jacobs of the Inspectorate says in one of the documents of MK15, the annexure that was handed by the evidence leader to myself as a witness. However, Honourable Member, I indicated, when it came to documents that were sought, we have to secure chain of custody. When we want to use documents for court and they are not in the possession of the person that we need them from, it is best to subpoena that person. But I did indicate, I called the Commissioner to indicate what we were going to do and to indicate why and who is it that we should be serving the subpoena on. So there was an agreed to process. There was a gentleman's handshake that happened prior to the actual submission of the subpoena, Honourable Member.
So still on those dockets, do you agree that the Honourable Mr. Adams actually misled you by saying that the dockets were missing, when in fact they were being processed?
If they are exactly those dockets that we received, you are correct.
Last question, Chair, has to do with an observation that I actually have made, through the engagement with the advocate. There's an honourable member who also alluded to the fact that there is a glaring lack of coordination in our criminal justice system, because it would appear the left does not know what the right is doing. If you look at the issue of, for instance, the missing files, the whole world knows now that there were no missing files because they were there and they were in safe custody of a lieutenant general. And when you wanted them, you got them. And that the files were actually being processed. And here is the note which was written to the National Commissioner. So if you had picked up the phone and talked to the National Commissioner without a subpoena, he would have told you that, the files are being processed, and not allow yourself to be hoodwinked and actually be deceived by a person whose motives are not known.
Honourable Member, we did not subpoena the National Police Commissioner. The dockets that are being referred to, we were informed that the dockets, we must check with General Sentumule. She's the head of detection. Detectives keep dockets. So what I did is I wrote to her. We did not subpoena her. And General Sentumule then, through whatever processes, facilitated that those dockets come to IDAC. There was nothing untoward in that conduct, and we were able to procure the dockets. I've said, and I want to please repeat, what the ID and IDAC would have appreciated, given that I, for the first time today, have insight into the contents of MK15, I would have expected that the moment that letter went to the police, they should have informed IDAC, we have these dockets because we have a complaint, there is a process we are going through, please take a chair and sit down. That was not communicated, Honourable Member. So IDAC was unaware of that process. And where you make the point, there should have been communication, but it should have come from the police who were sitting with these dockets on an alleged complaint that nothing was being done. We were not aware of that.
And probably they did not know that the matter had been referred to you, because Honourable Adams actually walked in Orlando Police Station and actually opened a charge. He walked here. He walked into the police station here and opened the charge. And then they were doing a normal course of processing the files, not knowing that the files actually had been referred to another unit elsewhere. So how could they have known that you actually needed the files?
The moment IDAC wrote the letter, that should have activated their knowledge, and it is there that I am saying they should have indicated to the ID that they are vested with this matter. They must be given an opportunity to conduct whatever exercise they need to conduct. When they were done, they would inform us of what the outcome is, and if IDAC still required those dockets, what the process was to follow. That is what I'm saying. They became aware through the letter at a very early stage. It was upon them to indicate we need time to do this process.
And another example of lack of communication and coordination has to do with the issue of cell phones that we've actually been talking about. Cell phones were actually taken by another legitimate unit that was doing its own job. And if you had known that those cell phones were actually also in the possession of that particular unit, you could perhaps have approached the matter differently.
Unfortunately, Honourable Member, when it comes to electronic devices, law enforcement is bound by the Cyber Crimes Act. So even if we had called the counter surveillance unit of the PKTT because we knew they were dealing with it, even to access it, we have to get an access warrant from a judge. So even if we called them, it would have served no purpose. You still have to get a warrant, and it is in terms of the Cyber Crimes Act. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
When the former Minister of Police was here, he told us that he knew your husband, he worked with him, and he knows that there is no love lost between your husband and Lt-Gen General Khumalo. And he was not surprised that IDAC should actually do what you have actually done to Lt-Gen General.
He is wrong on the charges, and I cannot comment on who likes who and how they work. I'm not in that environment. I also don't know how the ex-minister became privy to that information. It's not for me to comment. But the case that we dealt with is a legitimate corruption matter which we dealt with.
My last take is that, well, I don't know, the matter is still going to go before court. But reading from what is actually said here on the charges, there could be a lot of speculative evidence here. Because if you are going to say Lt-Gen General Khumalo did what he did because he wanted to employ X in order to have some kind of personal gain from the slush fund, whatever. But that is speculative. What evidence do you have? Because that has not happened.
We have witnesses who will testify in court, Honourable Member.
Members, I'm going to dissuade you from discussing the charges. There should be a competent authority which will decide if the charges stand or not.
No, thank you, Honourable Chair. In fact, I was touching on the charges because they were presented to us, and the fact that, Lt-Gen General Mkhwanazi was very emphatic in that IDAC is...
What I'm saying, Honourable Mngang, I don't have a problem with you making your observation, but if you want to pass a judgment on the charges, we will be overreaching as Parliament, and let's observe the independence of other institutions.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. No, I take your advice.
Honourable Sangweni.
Thank you, Chair. I think Honourable Mngango is finished, so I wanted to double check before I follow up.
I'm done, Honourable Chairperson.
Are you done?
Yes, I am.
Did I intimidate you?
Well, the remainder of my time is actually donated to the Honourable James.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, before we... Honourable Sols, I want to bring you in before we break. Are you good to go?
Would it be Honourable James first?
Okay, let me take Honourable James and then you will come back after break.
Okay.
But before that, let me take Honourable Sangweni. Let me check, is it Honourable Sangweni alone who wants to speak so that we recognize hands and we close the list? Going, Honourable Sangweni, Honourable Skosana.
Thank you very much, Chair. Advocate Johnson, Honourable Mngango was asking you about this duplication, and I was just reminded that there was a letter that was sent to SAPS to request the dockets. Who would have signed that letter?
Sorry, Honourable Sangweni. I wrote to the Divisional Commissioner Detectives to request those dockets.
So then this letter, there were 3 iterations of it. So it was sent and then sent, but not, because then the guy had to come back the next day and then he still wrote it to the wrong person. The guys at Inspectorate were refusing to give over the dockets. Then the letter was changed the 3rd time.
No, it was one letter that was taken to different places on different days. But the letter itself was addressed by myself to the Lt-Gen General Sentumule.
Sorry, Chair, and maybe I must leave this point until I question and find the exact reference. But the final letter, which made the gentleman at Inspectorate Jacobs, I think his name is, give over the documents, I think at some point the addressee was changed to the divisional head of the Inspectorate.
I did not write to the head of the Inspectorate. How I read MK15 is after my letter to Lt-Gen General Sentumule, she engaged the Inspectorate. I read from the documents, her then, General Jacobs then saying to her, is it your instruction that I give this over? And I'm taking it that is the communication then that was given to the Inspectorate, but it would have come from herself. I only wrote one letter, Honourable Member.
Okay, I suppose where I was going with that, Advocate Johnson, is that you are extremely experienced. You know the system in and out. And by the time this matter gets to the Inspectorate, then you obviously know that SAPS is dealing with it. And you know the mandate of the Inspectorate. So it can't be that IDAC didn't know that SAPS is handling the matter.
And this is your last follow-up question.
I did indicate earlier, Honourable Member, we were not made aware that there were complaints made with the Inspectorate. Hence, I wrote to the head of detectives, the custodian of dock, asking for the docket. And I say again, she should have alerted me that the Inspectorate had a formal complaint and they should have been allowed, absolutely, to have to deal with it.
Thank you so much, Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Wangathi ngakhuluma nami njengo Honourable Shongwe ngoba ngiyabona uyasikhuluma kamnandi.
Othi sizana ungakhuluma amagama enkulu.
Yeah, mina ngikhuluma isiNdebele.
No, then we do English.
No, I just wanted to say that on the high side, I'm sorry to take you back a bit. Did your husband declare when you were sitting in that interviewing panel before you recused yourself on the face that you are the wife?
It was common knowledge.
Aye. Let me rephrase this again. Ubaba wakakho wabatshela ukuthi unkosikazi wabo ngisho ukukhuluma ukudeclare ngithi siyadeclare sometimes njengala eParliament we declare and lapho kuleyo nto waye wachaza ukuthi phela mina la kunonkosikazi wami. Besides the common knowledge.
Before ubaba wangena sengiphumile, mar I conflict of interest wonke umuntu kumele agcwalise iform. Angikwazi ukuphika ukuthi azange abatshene ukuthi ngumfazi wakhe.
Honorable Member, I exercised my benevolence, and you must be very grateful to me because the question you ask is not a follow-up, it's opportunistic. Yeah, when we make a follow-up, we make follow-up on the line of questioning led by Honorable Mwangu. You don't throw a javelin and then you come back later after 2 hours and say, it is still hanging there, I'm running this direction, I will meet it there.
Ngiyabonga Mgcinihlalo. Kodwa ngithi uma ufuna ukuthi ucaciselwe kahle if you want to get it right, because I don't want us when we live here and then omunye umuntu abe confused. Njengoba iphendule kamnandi ngiyabonga.
No, what I wanted you to say is that I'm very grateful, Chair, to your benevolence.
Ngiyabonga.
Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. Advocate Johnson, would you agree with me that the element of risk exists in all spaces in society, even in churches?
They do.
They do. I see that you were quite taken aback by the use of the word rogue elements by General Mkhwanazi. Is that true?
That is true in the IDAC context.
In the IDAC context. Let me ask you this. In 2014, Hawks arrested a top cop, now employed in IDAC, for, I think it was alleged bribery. Are you familiar? Are you aware?
If you can give me the name that you refer to, Honorable James.
Okay, I'm going to carry on. 3 months ago, an article surfaced that IDAC appointed a wanted suspect for fraud. This is the same member?
That is not correct.
All right. Are you aware, do you know the member Sunil Bello?
Are you talking of Sunil Belochan?
That's right.
That is correct.
Is he employed by IDAC?
He is employed by IDAC. He has not been convicted or arrested on any matter that we are aware. I know that there were allegations that were made against him, but there were no findings made against him. He's not been charged, nor has he been...
But there's currently a case. You said that there were no rogue elements within this organization. Here you have a member that you've appointed. There was a case, there was a red flag from 2014. Again in 2024, you said there's no rogue elements. I think that's the point that I want to... Whether he's been found guilty or not, there's a pending case against him, registered in 2024. Am I correct?
Honorable Member, if you say so, I haven't seen.
What vetting system do you have in place?
So he is being vetted. And when the matter was raised that there is allegations against him, we considered, wasn't part of the interview process, but as head of office, we were made aware that there were allegations against him. Those investigations have not come to anything. And just to be clear, that doesn't make it a rogue element, where I do agree that there might be...
So, ma'am, you just said earlier on that matters pertaining...
Honorable James,
yes,
I have allocated your time and I want to respectfully request you not to breathe heavily on the neck of the witness. You have your time, just go slow on the witness.
Okay, Chair. Thank you. I'll try my best. I can't promise.
And if I could be allowed to finish, Honorable James, I took exception to him saying that there were rogue elements. If the Honorable James remembers what the Honorable Malema said, I indicated in the manner in which he put it, I could not dispute that. If you talk of Mr. Belochan, if there are criminal allegations, those must be investigated. That is not a rogue element. That is completely different from how I understand the rogue element to be. The rogue element is someone, as described by the Honorable Malema, who might be compromised in terms of giving information about cases and details of cases to Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi or anybody else. That is the rogue, as I understood.
Here we are unpacking another word now, the meaning of rogue elements. In my mind, rogue elements means anyone that's possibly linked to any form of corruption or that has any case. IDAC has a newly established body basically to root out corruption. And here you have a member within IDAC that has an active case and you are justifying his appointment.
I'm not justifying his appointment, Honourable
But can we agree that you have a member employed in IDAC that has 2 cases and the one hasn't been finalized? That IDAC is compromised?
You refer to the cases, Honourable James. I'm saying to you that if there are cases, they will be investigated. That has not put the member at risk. In the way that you put it, I hear you. I hear what you are saying. I'm not disputing what you're saying. I'm saying that there have been no findings made against the person in question.
Okay.
However, given what you raise about how matters should perhaps be dealt with, what I do undertake is myself to ask about these investigations, the status of those investigations, because if, in the manner that you summarize it, it would have an impact on how it looks for IDAC and its integrity.
All right, I'm going to put it to you now. Does this not raise concern regarding transparency and accountability within IDAC? When the general public now hears that there's someone appointed within IDAC, does that not raise concerns?
It should.
Thank you. The case involving General Khumalo, you mentioned noise was made, right? You rightfully spoke about the seriousness of irregular appointments categorized as corruption. Do you agree that this extends far beyond a single incident within SAPS, within crime intelligence, irregular appointments?
That is correct, Honourable James.
Your husband works for crime intelligence, right?
That is correct.
Who does he report to?
At the moment, I don't know. I know there's an acting. There's a female that is acting. Sorry, her surname...
does he not report to General Khan?
No, he does not.
He does not.
There is a female brigadier that is acting in the component. Her surname is Krishna Dutt.
I thought you said you don't discuss work.
I know who he reports to.
You know, okay.
Yes.
So
that's not discussing work.
You were saying that you are aware of the fact that this wasn't a single incident of irregular appointment.
I am aware, but I haven't had other evidence as we have had in this matter, and or referrals as we have had in this matter.
Okay, so do you know General Feroz Khan?
Honorable Member, yes, I do.
Do you know anything about his appointment?
No, I'm not put to his appointment, Honorable
Do
Member.
you know that he went from colonel to general without an appointment, without a post being advertised? Does that not also translate to corruption that you should be investigating?
If that was the case, yes, then it is an irregularity and it should be looked at. I'm not aware of the process. I am aware that he was a colonel and became a general only because in my time in the broader NPA, we were working with crime intelligence, and so you get to hear about people. But that was never an issue that was brought to the fore or raised, nor was it in the time of IDAC.
All right, so even if there's smoke, you won't respond to it. Are there no other ways of you detecting or getting involved in any cases other than a case actually or lead or someone actually reporting it to you? Because this is rife within SAPS. Irregular appointments, it's very, very rife. This is not a single matter, and you acted quite swiftly on this. Based on the fact that there's factions within crime intelligence, here you have, there's two factions, right? Here you have this one general that you have pursued swiftly, well done, and you have someone else that you haven't done anything about. You're aware of his appointment, but you haven't done anything about it.
On a point of correction, Honorable James, I said I was aware that at a stage, General Khan was a colonel, and through the course of our work, heard that he had become a general. I am not aware of what process was followed or not followed, and at the time, I was not in IDAC.
Okay, now that it has been brought to your attention, will you be investigating it, his
Can someone
appointment?
kindly send us a Section 27 referral? That is our intake mechanism. It's not something I can run away from. It does not mean that we are running away from accountability. So if there's a Section 27 referral and there's something to be investigated, it most certainly will be investigated.
You also mentioned earlier on that you received threats. I think this was shortly after General Khumalo's arrest. Did you report this? Did you hand in your phone? Did you get to the bottom of these threats?
The threats came well before the arrest of General Khumalo. The matter was escalated, yes, to the Risk and Security Division of the NPA. The message was forwarded to them. It was just one WhatsApp that I received on my phone. I don't use, so whilst I have two cell phones, the NPA is not responsible for my phones. I don't claim anything from the NPA. I have my two phones on my contract, although I do use them for official purposes. The message was escalated. It was shared with Risk and Security. They then took steps to ensure that, that I was taken care of in terms of various safety provisions.
All right, but
what we did do as IDAC, we first wanted to see if we can find out the holder of the number, and it is what is colloquially called a burner phone. It had no owner. So there was nothing to be able to report to the police, but I reported it internally to our Risk and Security. They also did due diligence, Honourable Member, and were unable to trace that number.
All right, were you not meant to actually hand in your phone so that it can be properly downloaded? To also verify the authenticity of that message. I know I had something similar, and even though they received the message and the number, it was important for them to actually take the phone in to also verify that I probably didn't send it to myself, the origination. So did that happen?
They did view my phone, and they also took a screen grab of the phone. It was just one message, and you could see the number from which it was sent, and that it was sent to me. It is time-stamped. It is a very specific message, and they had sight of the phone. There was no need to download it. They had sight of the phone and of the message. It was one message.
I just find that really strange that these processes vary, because as I know, your phone must be downloaded, it needs to be booked in, and the message, and it needs to be sort of cleared in that way. But anyway, if that's the way they did it on your phone, then that's fine. Are you familiar with the mandate of Gauteng counterintelligence? We spoke about it earlier on.
No.
Are you familiar with the mandate of PKTT?
Other than what I read, or know that they are called the Political Killings Task Team, which I thought was self-explanatory, I am not aware of the scope and ambit of the work that they have to do, Honourable Member.
Okay, earlier on you mentioned that PKTT was there when they handed over the phones, and you said that you are familiar with the fact that they are the Political Killings Task Team. And didn't that raise brows, the fact that you have that team handing over the gadgets?
There was no eyebrows to be raised, because it is the National Commissioner who facilitated the handing over of the phones. They were the custodian of the phones. For us, it didn't matter who had them. We wanted access to the phones so that we could download them as per our warrant.
But in this House, you realize that the contention is around PKTT. And it is very important that we get it right when we say that the team that was investigating, or the team that sort of confiscated these cell phones, was PKTT.
I understand, but IDAC had nothing to gainsay that they behaved in a way that they shouldn't have, except for when the phones did reach us. And I do not cast aspersions on them. The phones were on. We don't know who put them on. We downloaded the phones, and one found that there were items that were deleted from the phones. So at the time, yes, we got the phones from someone the National Commissioner says is from the PKTT. But that is as far as it went. There wasn't anything to cast aspersions about them. We questioned why the phones were on and why data was downloaded. I can't tell you that the PKTT
Did you ever get a response for that question? Why the phones were on, why data was compromised? Did you ever investigate that further?
That is part of the investigation that we are conducting, yes. It forms part of the broader Matlala investigation into the corruption.
Can you also, Advocate, just tell me what is the current caseload being handled by IDAC? And this is just for my own purpose.
So at the moment, Honourable James, we have over 250 accused that are currently in court, that is individuals as well as entities. And we have 59 authorized investigations, and that is full investigations. And then there are investigations that are still coming on board. And we in a year cycle, look at how many of the matters that we can do. Now that we are in a permanent position and have been able to recruit, the turnaround is expected to be different from what it was.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Honorable Malim.
Thanks, Chair. Advocate, when you received a message, you reported it to your own internal security department in the NPA.
That is correct. And I also then escalated it to the head of investigations in IDAC, given that I didn't know where it came from. So we also, through IDAC, in order for us to then open a case, issued a Section 28 to various cell phone providers, and no one had that number. It was not RICA. So what do you do when you make a complaint? Who do they go in and investigate? So what had to happen is security measures put in place to ensure that I was safe and that my family was safe. And that is what.
The point I'm trying to make is that you and Honorable James can't report to the same institution. You reported to NPA security. She went to the police. Probably they reported it to crime intelligence and went to take a phone to download it. The procedures won't be the same because you didn't report to the same institution.
Absolutely. And perhaps also, Honorable Malema, one message. You just had to look at the phone. You could see it was a WhatsApp that came in from an unknown number. When we went through my contacts together with risk and security, that's not someone on the contacts. In fact, Honorable Malema, in their presence, we even went into Truecaller, put in the number. It is not a number that is known. So where do you take it? But what you do is you act upon that message, because it's not something light when somebody tells you, get the body bags ready. It means you're going to be dead. That's the steps I had to take.
Thank you so much, honorable members, for the manner in which you have done your business. No triggers. For the manner in which you have done your business in the session we have just concluded. I'm going to allow you a break and also advise members of the staff of Parliament who might have parked their vehicles far to get them closer before night falls. When we come back, we will go into the last session, and by all indications, we are going to conclude our engagements with Advocate Johnson tonight. Can I see the speakers who are coming to speak after the break, if they can just raise their hands, and those who have decided not to speak any longer. No, your time has passed, Honorable Skosana. It's going to be Honorable Sangoni, we're going to start with Honorable Sols, and then we go to Honorable Sangoni, we go to Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Breitenbach. Can I see who will be speaking from the DA?
Thank you, Chair. We're done.
Yeah, so we only have 3 speakers. When we come back, the SC will indicate if he has 1 or 2 things to do, and then we'll be done. It's now 20 minutes after 19 hours. I'm giving you 40 minutes. We'll come back at 20 hours. Honorable Scott. Yeah, but every time a window opens, I check who wants to speak. No, it's fine. There is no problem. When we come back, we will accord you the opportunity. Yeah. Honorable members, we can now resume. Honorable Skosan, did you say you want to ask a follow-up question? Okay.
Honorable Chair, on a point of order, I just wanted to ask, there was an issue raised by...
Yeah.
There was an issue raised by Honorable James about 2 criminal matters pending against one.
You can start
Mr.
by...
Belochan. I'd like to reply to those.
Yeah, you can start by responding to that, Advocate, and then we take the follow-up of Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable James, on the 2 matters that were raised about Mr. Sunil Belochan, in the break I sought to clarify. In the one matter, the so-called torture matter, the witness put in a statement to indicate that he had been coerced into making a false allegation, so that investigation therefore went nowhere. And in a second matter, the 2014 case, Mr. Belochan filed a civil claim for an unlawful arrest. The High Court agreed and found in his favor, more so because a DPCI member who had opened the case admitted to the civil court judge that he had fabricated that case. So that case was also disposed of, just to indicate the status of those matters.
Honorable Skosan.
I just want to say thank you, Advocate. You've actually then alerted me to more cases against this member. Thank you.
And we ask the Honorable Member then, as I've indicated, if anyone has any allegations of criminality or impropriety, please make sure that those are reported accordingly.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening once again, Advocate.
Evening.
The cases which now, I wanted to make a follow-up on that, because we've got those cases. The 2014 which we are talking about, that case was, the outcome, the case was withdrawn.
From what I have, the 2014 case was
Yes,
settled.
00112 2014 case withdrawn. Yes. East London, is that the East London case, am I right? Now, in the same court, East London Court, case number 450/5, I can't see it well, if you see here. There was a driving under the influence. He was found guilty. Yeah, I will 436. I'll try to get it right here. I can't get it right here. It's blurry. Now, it was under the influence of alcohol.
Sorry, Honorable Member.
Yes.
Guilty of drunk driving?
Yes.
I take note.
And again, case 104/2005, stroke 2005. Driving a vehicle recklessly, found guilty as well. In Duncan Village case. I think it's in the Eastern Cape as well.
Duncan Village.
Yes, they send them. You must come and work with us there, you'll see. Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to...
I take note, Honourable Member, and I myself will then follow up.
Thank you.
Good, Chair.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience, Honourable Sols. Your time starts now.
Until how long do I have, Chair?
It's 30 minutes, Honourable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate, good evening to you.
Evening, Honourable Member.
Let me begin by saying that, firstly, it is very refreshing and it's a proud moment to see a black Indian African holding your position and expressing so much bravery as a female, fighting against corruption. You know, it gives hope to people like Babita, the late Babita, who's no longer with us, Paul Malife, Pamela Mabini, Bover van Niekerk, and there are many others whom your efforts will assist in bringing closure. So for that, I'm thankful. In the same breath, I want to take time to express my utter disappointment in the fact that out of 128 staff members, there's only 3 colored Africans. It's disappointing. And you have 18 white Africans, 91 black Africans, and 16 Indian Africans. I'm very intentional about calling everybody African. But that's the posture of our country, and we're not surprised by that. I mean, earlier, Honorable Malema, when we made that statement, he made a comment justifying such. Honorable Breitenbach laughed in support. I didn't find it funny when it came to colour. And I didn't call on the chair to call him to order or for him to withdraw. Because in our country, we've realized no one is coming for us. We must rise up ourselves. So coloured South Africans will rise up for ourselves.
Honourable Sols, I see the hand of Honourable Mathesi.
Chair, it's just on a point of order. Honourable Sols is bringing up something that was not done or said or anything on record. Nobody heard it. It was an inside joke, and I don't think it needs to come here and be made public. It was not said. Nobody said it out loud. And if he felt some type of way, he could have just dealt with that privately. It wasn't done during this committee and on mic. So he must withdraw. It's unnecessary. Did anybody hear it? It's not anywhere on transcript or anything.
And Chair, she's not denying that it was done. And I said that the reason why I didn't call for it to be withdrawn is because we're no longer begging and asking for such to be withdrawn.
Yeah, but Honourable Sols, you can't ask for something to be withdrawn if it's not on record. If
it was said.
It's not there. It wasn't said to the committee.
But it was said and I heard it.
Honourable Mathis,
Do not talk down on colours and think it will be okay. So I'm addressing it, Chair. I don't think I'm out of order. It was said even though it wasn't heard. Unless the Honourable Member can deny that it was said.
The matter which you speak in reference to, was it said off record?
It was said in the House. It was not said on the mic.
Yeah.
So I heard it and I said that the reason why I'm not calling for it to be withdrawn is because we're no longer asking for withdrawal.
Yeah, no, where I'm sitting, I'm powerless to adjudicate on a matter that is off record.
Chair, I'm not seeking your intervention. That's what I'm saying. And we are not seeking...
Yes, but what the Honourable Members is saying, she's correct because it has not been read into the record of the proceedings.
Chair, I was speaking through you to the witness and I was addressing the employment equity. And in my statement to the witness, I mentioned that. I was not asking for...
No, it's fine, Honourable Members. Let's get back to the business.
No, Chair, but there has to be a point of order because he's going to leave here and the whole of South Africa is going to have some type of version of something that was not said in this committee, that was just said in power. We joke around here all the time.
Don't joke
and
about
if you
colours.
did not like it, so what am I also?
So don't allow your leader to
There's
joke
nothing
about
to
us,
allow.
you and me.
But it wasn't like that. But the point here is that you and I can have this discussion after. We are here in a committee, Honourable Sols. That thing was not said and you bring in something where it shouldn't be. There's no way on transcript where you're going to hear that. So I'm just saying use platforms properly. You always come here and you abuse platforms. Yesterday you were abusing this platform, dealing with issues that's dealt with on social media, then you come and redeem yourself here. And we just let it go. Now you're doing the same thing on something that is said behind the scenes. Come and call me out after. There's no problem. We'll talk about it. Thank you.
But Chair, I didn't say anything on record. I'm sitting here with an undisputed coloured. You could have heard that.
I'm not going to call you to order. You should call your leader to order. May I continue, Chair?
Who else wants to speak? Raise your hands, those who want to speak. Yeah, because look, if you want us to discuss a matter which is not on the records of this proceeding, anyone can as well bring any other matter. I think at that point, Honourable Sols, in all fairness, if there was something that you had, you could have brought it to the attention of the Chair to say there is this remark that is being made, Chair, and I think it's uncomfortable with me. It's bringing discomfort on my part. Can I please raise it with you and then you rule over it? And unfortunately, you allowed it. And then at the time we give you chance to speak, you want to go back to it. And that's why I'm going to rule you out of order because that matter is not in the record of our...
Chair, I'm going to use the opportunity to challenge your ruling because I was not asking for your intervention. I was addressing the witness through you. I was dealing with the matter that I'm disappointed that there's 3 colours. Then as I'm speaking to the witness, I addressed what I heard and I was clear that I'm not seeking the intervention of this House or anybody. because that's the reality of colored people in this country, but we're not begging no more. We'll do it for ourselves.
Let me
no
tell
one
you,
should withdraw.
Let me tell you what my approach is going to be. I am not going to be technical about the arguments. I want you and us take an approach that makes the proceedings to move forward. It's your time now. You can question the witness.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Advocate, I hope that my expressed disappointment is heard by yourself as it relates to the fact that there's only 3 colored Africans employed there.
I take note, Honourable Member. However, we have no control over who applies for positions, and it is our unfortunate reality that the majority of those who do apply are not of the coloured disposition, especially within the framework of criminal and financial investigators. And that is the reality that we were faced with, and that is the appointments that we have. I can't change the numbers. I do, however, understand your misgivings about the low numbers, but people have to apply, people have to qualify, people have to have the requisite relevant experience, and regardless of their colour, they would then go.
Although I don't want to belabor the point, but we need to do more to get the word out there. There are many that would qualify, and so I'm not going to belabor that point, but do more, Advocate. General Mkhwanazi testified that the arrest of General Khumalo was an attempt to protect drug cartels. And when they looked at the dockets and realized that it had nothing to do with Gauteng, it was KZN, he then said it's for that reason that they now diverted an attack towards General Khumalo. And obviously, because it was IDAC, he was referring to you. Is that true?
It's completely false, Honourable Member. What I do recall is that in media reports, which I indicate, we became aware of investigations into Mr. Matlala and Katitso Molefe. What I'm aware of, as those reports say, they are charged for the following: attempted murders, conspiracy to commit murder. I'm not aware of any drug charges. And even if they were, they are of no interest to IDAC because those do not fall within our mandate. And having an interest serves no purpose. So we were not aware. And I can only go on what they were charged for. They're not charged, from what I recall, unless the media reported half a story. There are no drug charges that were brought against those two. I'm not saying that there's no evidence and no charges may be brought later, but at the stage at which IDAC conducted its investigations into the head of crime intelligence, that is not the reason why we cut it out. We have no issue with Molefe or anyone else that deals in drugs. Those must be dealt with. It is an ugly reality.
General Khumalo is charged. The charge is fraud and corruption related to the irregular appointment. Can you unpack the impact of this practice, and how would this irregular appointment possibly assist in corruption? Because the reason why you're involved, it's not just an irregular appointment. It's the fact that it's related to fraud and corruption. So in practice, just explain to us practically, how would this appointment assist in corruption?
So, Chair, this appointment, and I have to back reference it to matters that arose out of the State Commission. When you have who are beholden to the person who has gratified them by virtue of an employment in a position they would not have gotten because of the lack of requisite skill and or knowledge and or expertise or qualifications, it makes that person be placed in a strategic position in which she was placed. Putting people in strategic positions, and especially where there's money to be made from procurement, where systemic processes can be bypassed, investigations can be run as they want to be run. The TSS is a very volatile environment in terms of what they can do, the kinds of equipment they sit with. And so the things that the Honourable Malema indicated that become a worry for a citizen are the kind of things that can happen when you put the wrong people in place. And that is the worry. The impact is not felt with that immediate appointment. It is as the time passes and the opportunity arises for those who put that person in that position of power that you see it. Some of the impact you can't reverse. We've seen that in terms of what had happened with state capture.
Furthermore, the charge is centered around alleged flouting of the vetting process. Explain to the nation the impact of this. Is it a mere administrative error or a fundamental breach of national security?
So it wasn't a mere flouting of process. Without going then into to the actual evidence, what they sought to do in this process was get someone vetted, not on the system that we use. They actually tried to get her details onto an old system so that her lack of pedigree for a vetting could not be traced. In an environment that is crime intelligence, it is even more sensitive, I would say, than IDAC. All kinds of things can happen unchecked. And so vetting must be done. But this is not the only person. Hence, we have those other matters, Honourable Member, that were referred in terms of the Section 27 referral that are also being considered for the bypassing of vetting, where people failed the vetting, remain in their positions, and were brought into strategic positions within crime intelligence. It has a big impact.
So it is a fundamental breach of national security. It's not just a mere administrative error.
You are correct.
If you agree that because General Mkhwanazi has someone in your office that is reporting to him information in your office, if you agree that it's indicative of rogue elements within the office, and General Mkhwanazi is actively communicating with this person, asking for information, would you then say that General Mkhwanazi is the initiator and active participator in the creation of these rogue elements?
Yeah, I'm being cautious with my answer only because I don't know who it is. It helps when you know who they're talking about, because then I know who we've worked with, who this person is, what this person had access to, what could they have given, allegedly given General Mkhwanazi. But of course, the fact that he said, we did not say. General Mkhwanazi under oath said he has sources in IDAC. It is a problem. It is a real problem. And I indicated it's not just about IDAC. As law enforcement, we shouldn't be seen to be wanting to have sources giving us information when at his level and mine, we should have been able to talk to one another about whatever it is he seeks to source from his source or sources. That is where we have that big shortcoming in terms of how law enforcement operates with one another. There should be trust. As ugly as my truth may be, I should have the comfort, as I do call the National Commissioner, for General Mkhwanazi to have been able to call the investigating director. And last thing, Honourable Source, maybe he decided, well, I don't like the young lady, I'm not going to call. There is the National Director, there is also the Minister of Justice. And whatever it is he wanted, he could have escalated it there. He did not need to have sources or a source.
SAPS Legal Services, in the exhibit that we were provided with, SAPS Legal Services reviewed the 7 dockets, and they concluded that it was, open quote, scanty and too vague, close quote, to formulate charges. Did IDAC, when you took the 7 dockets, did you come to the same conclusion?
First, IDAC had the Section 27 referral, which gave us more direction and substance about what was being alleged. When we got the dockets, those dockets were further investigated. So investigations had to be done, yes.
Yes, but the conclusion, was it the same as the conclusion that the SAPS Legal Services came to after they reviewed the dockets? Did you come to the same conclusion after you looked at it, or was it different?
So we didn't draw a conclusion per se on the dockets. We looked at the dockets and concluded that further investigation needed to be done. And that is what we did.
Yes, but when you looked at it, are you saying upon looking at it, upon investigating it, SAPS Legal Services says when they looked at it, it's too vague, it's scanty, there's no need for charges here. When you looked at it, are you saying there is a need for charges when you looked at it?
Sorry, Honourable Member, we said there's a need for further investigation. Their assessment and ours are different. We apply different minds to a matter, same like prosecutors do all the time. When we adjudicated over it, we said more work has to be done.
So you disagree with their conclusion?
I don't know what all they assessed when they arrived at their conclusion. I don't want to say that they are wrong, especially more so, Honourable Sols, when we didn't know that they were even conducting such an exercise. They were looking at why his matters were not being investigated. So what they apply their minds to in terms of what is merit-worthy and or not, and why they perhaps didn't conclude as we did, that there should have first been further investigation. And maybe I should pause. That is what they perhaps sought to do by wanting to have an interview, conversation, or engagement with Mr. Adams. They tried on several occasions and he did not respond. It means they wanted to do more. They couldn't do more because the person that they needed to talk to had not availed himself. I don't think we arrived at it differently. I think they had to deal with what they had. We had access to Mr. Adams and he was able to give us more.
Does that mean you also consider it vague?
I didn't look at the docket. So the investigating team and prosecutors looked at the docket and asked for further investigation. If you want to say that that is why we did further investigation, I'm saying when you looked at it, there was enough to point you in a direction to conduct further investigation.
Yes, which is contrary to what the legal services of SAPS has concluded. So it is, I think it's okay, Advocate, to say that their conclusion is different than yours. And yours is that it warrants, you don't say charges, but you say it does warrant more investigation, which says the things that you have found on first glance points you to continue.
You are correct, Honourable Sir.
Please explain to us, just in layman's terms, so that we understand, what is the chain of custody protocols of the handover of dockets? Take us concisely, step by step. If you now need to get the docket from SAPS, or wherever it is, from the inspectorate, what is the formal chain of custody protocols to do so?
So, Honourable Sols, I am unable to explain the SAPS protocol, but in terms of the protocol that the IDAC would have had to adhere to, it is in fact what was done, which was right to the Divisional Commission of Detectives, as the detectives are the custodians of dockets, these being matters that the Honourable Member allegedly opened at police stations. We made the request. I'm not sure what internal process followed between Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, Lt-Gen General Jacobs, and all those who had to then find and hand over the dockets. Part of what we had to ensure is that we got the dockets in their original form, which we did, that the statements that were in the A clip of the docket are what is referred to in the investigation diary, and that is so. There was nothing missing on the face of what was in A1 and what was recorded in the investigation diary, and that we were given, in fact, original documents. And in terms of our chain of custody, we are able to say where we got the dockets from in terms of who handed it over to IDAC. But between the letter written by myself to Lt-Gen General Mkhwanazi and the actual handing over of the docket, I'm unable to explain what protocol or process would have been followed, Honourable Chair.
On page 5 of 6 of the exhibit that we were given, on the 6th, it starts off from 6.5. Are you there?
Can you tell me, Honourable Sols, what I'm looking for at the top of...
We are at MK15 page, at the bottom it would be page 5 of 8, and at the top it will be 27, and the other number is blurred out.
I am there.
Complaint against the South African Police Service.
I do have.
6.5. It says on the 6th of December, Colonel Philip received a call from Mr. Rafase of IDAC, and he indicated he's coming to collect 6 dockets, and the other one, the Valeria one, and that arrangements was made for him to come and pick it up. 6.5.1, Mr. Rafase produced an NPA document which was addressed to Major General Khumalo. Is that the one you've written?
Honorable Source, I had written to Lieutenant General Sentumule. I am given to understand that the investigator is Mr. Rapeso. Mr. Rapeso had been informed that he must make contact with Colonel Philip. What I assume he would have done is, in order to acknowledge receipt, he would have drawn up a document that would say what he was receiving and from whom, and putting down those dockets. He didn't need my permission for that letter. The ID only wrote one letter herself, which was to Lieutenant General Sentumule. I'm not disputing that there was another letter, but I did not write it.
Well, the information we have is not the one you have written. The information we have before us that's submitted, it is said that the letter that was produced, an NPA letter is how it is phrased, NPA document, and that document was addressed to General Khumalo. Do you accept that?
I accept that, Honourable Member, and the reason it would be an NPA document is Mr. Rapeso is in IDAC, and it's an IDAC NPA letter that ordinarily used.
Sure, but we're addressing who it was addressed to. Your testimony says the letter you wrote
was to Sentumule.
Yes, was to Sentumule. We're saying that's not what we have before us. What we have before us is that the document that was produced was addressed to General Khumalo.
I accept that there was also this document. I know that General Mkhwanazi did have sight of the letter to Lieutenant General Sentumule. In fact, I think it was attached as MK16 to the commission affidavit. So they were aware that there was a letter from the ID to Lieutenant General Sentumule.
No, I'm not disputing that, Advocate. I'm merely just dealing with the evidence before.
I accept that.
So what we have before us says that this was addressed to General Khumalo. In response, Colonel Philip says he's not going to accept that because it's not addressed to the Directorate or to the Inspectorate that he's responsible for, that has the dockets. Do you accept that? Was Colonel Philip correct in refusing?
At his rank and level, I accept that he would have had some trepidation. He didn't, according to how I read this, have the authority which he was seeking from Major General Khumalo, whom I assume is the provincial head in Gauteng. And how it usually works is they first seek permission. So there's nothing wrong in him wanting to confirm that he, in fact, can hand this over.
So he followed procedure.
In terms of what he set out here, yes.
Was it correct for Mr. Rafese to only show him the document but not give him a copy?
Incorrect. If you are in possession of a letter, what should happen is you have the original letter, you should have a copy of the letter, and the original should be handed over to the person you are engaging with, and they can acknowledge receipt on your copy, which is the ordinary process of how we engage, not just about dockets. When you send documents, wherever it may be, that is out of IDAC.
I refer you to 6.5.1. It says the NPA document was not handed over, it was only produced.
I see that, and as I indicated, Honourable Member, all of the documentation attached here to including this, I had sight of it the first time when Council handed it.
Yes, but you are testifying that the representative of IDAC did not follow proper process.
I can't dispute that.
You're saying he did not?
He did not follow process, and that is something that would have to be addressed.
And then when Colonel Philip tells him, you gave this thing is addressed to the wrong person. You must address it to me because we have the documents or the dockets and it's with legal services. Mr. Rafese then goes back and then he returns on the 9th. 653 says Colonel Philip informed Mr. Rafese that the dockets could not be handed over as the NPA correspondence was not addressed to the division inspectorate and that the dockets were with legal services. Mr. Rafese indicated that the NPA correspondence would be amended and arrangements were made for Mr. Rafese to meet the divisional commissioner on the 9th of December at 12 o'clock. And so he comes back, the 6 criminal documents were received back from legal services on the 9th, and on the same day Mr. Rafese attended the arranged meeting and produced another NPA document which was addressed to the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection. He's told who to send it to or address it to. He comes back 3 days later and addresses it still to a different person, to Crime Detection instead of to Colonel Philip in 6.7. Was that correct?
Was incorrect.
So you are testifying that the official from IDAC was once again procedurally incorrect. He did the wrong thing.
He was procedurally incorrect.
Sorry, Advocate.
He was procedurally incorrect.
Then 6.8, we're almost there. The NPA document was not handed over, only produced. 6.8, Lieutenant General Jacobs chose not to hand over the dockets as the correspondence was not addressed to the division. So would you now say, Advocate, that on all these occasions you testified that Mr. Rafese was procedurally incorrect, which would now mean that Colonel Jacobs was procedurally correct in his refusal. Is that what you testify?
Colonel in 6.5.2 was correct, and then Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs in 6.8 was also correct. Protocol is that if there's a request, they must be given either the original or the copy of the request, duly, properly signed and addressed to the party who, and that is chain of custody. You cannot have General Jacob give over something when the request is not directed to him. What proof do we then have of how we got it? Because that could be disputed.
My last one. Then 6.9. It says on the 9th of December, 2024, at 12:24, Lieutenant General Sentumule called Lieutenant General Jacobs and indicated that the dockets are to be handed over to IDAC. The call lasted 2 minutes and 9 seconds. There's a screenshot attached, and the dockets were handed over to Mr. Rapese, who acknowledged receipt for the 7 dockets. What this says is that Mr. Jacobs, as you testified, understood the chain of custody, held to procedure, refused to hand over the dockets. The only time he handed over the dockets was when he received a call from his superior. And at that point, he hands over the dockets just because of a command that he cannot question. But he did his job as you testified. Was that correct procedure for him now, or rather for his superior to command him, despite the fact that you're doing the right thing, hand over the dockets to the person who's doing the wrong thing procedurally?
So, Honorable Sauls, you will recall that what I did indicate about Colonel Phillips was he needed to engage his superior. I am sure that if he was able to get Major General Khumalo on the phone, and if the Major General said, hand over the dockets, he would have done that. It is therefore not unlike what happened in this scenario, where if in fact when this call took place, Lieutenant General Sentumule informed him to hand over the docket. There's nothing incorrect because the letter had initially been addressed to her. She therefore has the authority to indicate that the dockets can be handed over. He didn't do anything wrong. He had an instruction. That is how I read.
Yes, but the person who's calling him is not there. He's supposed to.
Your time has expired, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Sangon.
Thank you, Chair. I'm so sorry, man. This thing of this issue fascinates me. Advocate Johnson, your letter to Lieutenant General Sentumule, when was it?
Let me check. Are you making
follow-up?
Are you making a follow-up?
Follow-up,
because
Chair.
it's now your time to
follow-up. I'll come back for my time.
That's what I want to ascertain with you.
Follow-up.
Okay.
Thank you. When was your letter dated to Lieutenant General Sentumule, and what would have prompted your letter? Then how does it happen that your investigator is busy then going around manufacturing other documents in the process? Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to answer you and then I'm going to put on my laptop, Honorable Chair, to give you the date. I ought to have done that. When I wrote to Lieutenant General Sentumule, I don't know what processes followed internally. What I was made aware of by the investigators is that Mr. Rapeso was asked to make contact with Colonel Philip, and that is what he did. In order for him to take receipt of the dockets, if the Colonel handed it over, he would have had to produce and hand over a document. Ordinarily, that document would say, I so-and-so handed over these dockets over to Mr. So-and-so. That helps the chain of custody. It's not just protocol, it's a chain of custody issue.
Okay, yeah, I think you're getting me the date, right? Because I need to understand whether Mr. Rapese came back to you and said, oh no, my Major Khumalo document didn't work. Please write another one for me that goes to General Sentumule, but then he then arrives there with another letter that's directed to DNC crime detection. There's something strange there.
I accept it may not make sense. He didn't have to come back to me because they had given him somebody that he was supposed to engage with. Correctly so, the person says to him, I can't hand it over to you. I need permission. He didn't get that permission. He was told to address his letter to somebody else. There's nothing untoward. He's got to come back and address the letter. Where I do sit with the challenge, Honorable Sangoni, is why did he not, on either occasion, hand over a copy of the letter that he had then, I would assume, authored on both of them?
Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate, just to follow up on the issue, Honourable Sauls asked the question in detail about how SAPS handled the dockets that Honourable Adams opened and how IDAC did. So we have the same dockets with 2 different outcomes. Tell us how that can work.
The only reason, Honourable Matthys, that I can deduce is they were making attempts to get a hold of Mr. Adams. That is what is in these documents. So from what we would have done, conducting further investigations means engaging with the docket, and follow-ups were in fact made on the 6th of January to take supplementary statements from Mr. Adams. I think that is what they were trying to do, and because they could not get a hold of him for whatever reason, they were correct that on what they had, it was scant.
Judges on with. So pretty much we're saying that because of Honourable Adams' unavailability to SAPS, they were unable to pursue the matter.
That is.
And then when it came to you, did you ask Honourable Adams why he did not make himself available to SAPS, or is it because you already had the application lodged with you that you just continued with it?
We were unaware, as I've indicated, that this was in fact escalated to the inspector, and the inspector also did not inform us.
Honourable Bangazi.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. No, I just want to be assisted on this issue of rogue versus whistleblower. Where do you draw the line? Because here, the certain people within IDAC were sharing information with General Mkhwanazi. And I've heard that they've been actually characterized as rogue. Now, when Adams, Honorable Adams and others, especially those witnesses that need to be protected, share information with IDAC, they are whistleblowers. Where do you draw the line?
Honorable Chair, it's a difficult question to answer because I don't know what was shared. I also do not know the intent of the person who would have shared this information. It is difficult to make a call on what the person is, not knowing what it is they escape.
Honorable James, Honorable Sols, and the last will be Honorable Malema.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just a clarity-seeking question. You've rightfully so explained earlier on how an irregular appointment translates to corruption. Am I right? And this is a follow-up on Honorable Sol's question to you with regards to drug cartels, when you said that that does not fall within your mandate and drug. So you don't see drug cover-ups, compromise statements, SAPS members embroiled in drugs, transporting of drugs, intercepting drug busts. You don't see that as being corrupt, but you see irregular appointments as being leading to corruption cases.
Honorable James, you make a sweeping statement and work on an assumption. If there is corruption, regardless of what the underlying nature of the offences are, yes, we will look at it. What I understood from Honorable Source and what I understood from my reading of these individuals in the drug cartels is that they are involved in dealing in drugs and possession of. If there are law enforcement officials that sought to defeat the ends of justice or compromise those for corrupt intent, that must be investigated.
Thank you, Advocate. That wasn't your response earlier on. You elaborated now. Thank you.
Honorable Sols, this is an exemption. For sure, you'll understand that under normal circumstances, you cannot ask a follow-up on your own initiative. But look, I'm exempting you, and I hope that it does not become an example to other members. That's what I'm saying, that it's an exemption, Honorable Sol.
Jay, you are assuming that that's what I'm going to do. Both yourself and Honorable Malema. I'm not doing a follow-up on my questioning. I was going to comment on the whistleblower thing. But if I'm not allowed to do that, it's fine.
Honorable Malema.
Advocate, in the spirit of collegiality, when someone sends information to General Mkhwanazi at that level, and General Mkhwanazi requires something from you, within that spirit of colleagues, is it not that fair that he calls you, if that information implicates you, calls your senior in the form of NDPP or minister or anything of that sort? Is that not the correct procedure to follow in the spirit of killing those perceived divisions and fictions and things like that? Is that not the correct procedure, to do?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Honorable Sangweni, your time starts now.
Thank you very much.
It's 10 minutes to 9. By 20 past, you must be done.
I shall. And I was saying to Advocate Johnson, I think all questions have been asked. But we must work. Advocate Johnson, will you be applying or at least raising your hand for consideration when the position of NDPP comes up?
Honorable Chair and members, I am aware that the position is now open. I'm aware that there's a closing date tomorrow. I myself will not be applying. If I am nominated, I would have to consider the nomination, but I myself have not.
So it's both a nomination and application process?
In this round, yes, you can apply, or persons do. I have no intent of applying myself. I didn't do it in the previous round, nor do I intend to. It is better if you are nominated. It also depends who nominates you, but I am not applying as Andrea Johnson.
Okay, but you'll consider it in the event you are nominated?
I will contest.
All right. Advocate Johnson, my sincere apologies. I think we would have also just wanted to have a broader discussion with you about IDAC, but there are contemporary issues which I think we need to clear up. I'll try and go through just some lingering questions I have on those before going to some of the more broader issues. After this whole discussion about the handing over of dockets, knowing what you know now, don't you think that Lieutenant General Nhlanhla should have informed you that SAPS was investigating this matter? Don't you find it strange that, on the 4th of November, the inspectorate gets these dockets, starts working on it. On the 20th, I think, of November, they ask legal service to look at it. Even before they get their report, General Nhlanhla is all over there saying dockets must move. Isn't that strange?
I agree, Honorable Sangweni. Even if it wasn't her, the inspectorate should have told me. The long story short is, someone in SAPS should have alerted the Office of the ID that they were already looking, the reasons they were looking, and my requesting the docket interrupts a process, and they would appreciate that I stand, which you would then have gladly.
Okay, I'm not expecting you to answer for General Nhlanhla, but when she then picked up the phone and said to the inspectorate, give over those dockets to IDAC, she obviously knows that the inspectorate is busy with them and she is interfering and interrupting that process, right?
What I can indicate is by calling the inspectorate, she then knew that the dockets were there. I cannot talk for what she knew they were doing with it. I can just say she knew them.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure General Nhlanhla will help us with that. So, Advocate Johnson, during the course of these proceedings, we've been putting forward an assertion to witnesses that we think the reason we are sitting here night on end is because of deep divisions within the top brass of the SAPS leadership. I want to say that right now, I think that these divisions cut across the criminal justice system, and I just want to hear your view on this theory that I have. So we've been asking about Mr. Brian Padayachi, because Mr. Padayachi, it seems, he was used to effect this very speedy investigation and what I think was a frivolous arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo. Tell me, So you testified that by the time you took the helm, were you at ID before you became the head of the ID when Advocate Cronje was the leader?
No.
Okay, but you are obviously a successor-in-law in terms of head of IDAC, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he's retired at SAPS. And in your document, you go to a lot of detail around his skills and expertise. Are those unique?
So those are the skills and expertise one requires of investigators. So be they DPCI or IDAC. We need investigative experience, and you need knowledge and understanding of the law enforcement environment. So that is what he had when he did come to IDAC back at the time. And they did serve us well in terms of, and if you'd allow me, Honorable Sangoni, just for clarity, he didn't conduct the investigations in any of these matters by himself. There's a team of investigators and prosecutors, and everybody does different things. Different people take statements, some issue Section 28 subpoenas, etc. In terms of the conducting of the investigation, there is a team that conducts an investigation and more than one prosecutor that assesses the matter. However, when we effect arrests, and this is a general law enforcement thing, you will find that when an arrest is to be effected, search and seizure warrants are to be applied for, cyber warrants, bail affidavits, they choose within the team who must depose to that affidavit. And for those reasons, he is at the fore. But he's part of, I only just wanted to clarify, I'm not trying to justify it.
No, I think I understand you, but I'm sure you'll appreciate also, Advocate Johnson, that our line of questioning is based on the allegations that have been put before us, which intimate that he was intimately involved. He was also involved in the arrest, wasn't he?
He was not at this.
He was not at the arrest. Okay, only the investigation. So I was asking you, these skills that he possesses, are they only possessed by a person who has retired? Because I would think that if they were the requirements of the job, we're not creating job for retirees, am I right?
Honorable Sangoni, when I took office at IDAC, the issue was we had duty reassigned or seconded individuals. Many of them were already at an advanced age. When we started recruiting as well, the experienced investigators in criminal matters are of an advanced age. And that is the same answer you would get even if you talk to the DPCI and you talk to the detectives. And of an advanced age doesn't of necessity mean that they reach their retirement age. Many of these experienced law enforcement officers also left for different reasons before the time. But many of them are the more senior people without casting aspersions on anybody's age. But the experience came from them.
But he had retired and was brought back or headhunted.
In terms of what I have from his statement and what we have from my finding him there, it is correct. He had come out of retirement.
Okay, so I suppose then the assertion that I'm putting to you, Advocate Johnson, is that you have this person who is employed in one entity in the criminal justice system, purportedly is retired. Thereafter, he's brought back. He comes into this other criminal justice system ecosystem, proceeds to investigate as part of a team, charge, arrest his former colleagues who include the senior officials and people that he reported to. At no point did anybody think that this was conflict of some sort, there was something strange here, no?
I can do no more than indicate the team scenario, and each one of them delegate the duties. He did not arrest Lt-Gen General Khumalo, but he was involved in the processing of the co-accused who had handed themselves over to the South African Police Services. He was part of, when you think about it, the optics don't look good, but there was nothing untoward.
Okay, Advocate Johnson, there's lots of optics that look funny here. So General Khumalo, General Mkhwanazi asserts is being targeted, right? So in December, they raid Mr. Matlala's house. There's then a fabricated case that they stole Rolex watches. Also in December, it is alleged that Mr. Brown Mokgotsi sends an SMS to the minister that says, yeah, now we've got something, we can finally charge Khumalo. Then in June, you arrest him. Sorry. So IDAC arrests him. Does this not look like a coordinated campaign against General Khumalo?
It doesn't, simply because you have to look at who is dealing with what. We were not dealing with, nor were we involved in whatever happened in December, be it for Matlala or for Mokgotsi, bearing in mind, Honorable Sangoni, that at the time we didn't even have the referral for the Matlala tender corruption matter. Ours dealt only with what came from Adams. If there was a concerted effort, then the timing of everything would have happened differently, logic would have happened differently, and then we wouldn't have gone on what everyone goes on about is, what were you doing with what they allege is an HR or labor issue? We would have taken all those other allegations that are purported to have been made and hit him with a full book of allegations. That's not what we did. That wasn't our case. Our case was different, and we were not working hand in glove with anybody outside of IDAC.
But you can see coincidence, right?
Things of coincidence.
Okay. So just help me. Why, having now heard all of these allegations, are you not investigating them? Because when you spoke about your mandate, you said you are only limited by the extent of the mandate. You don't only investigate 90% of a thing, you go all the way. Now, why are you not investigating organized crime and drug cartels? Because your mandate says that you can deal with issues. In fact, I want to read it if I can find it. It's 9.2 somewhere. But in your mandate, you say that issues that relate to the contravention of Prevention of Organized Crime Act, they fall within your mandate. So why are you not broadening the scope since your mandate allows you?
That part of the mandate, Honorable Sangoni, relates to matters of racketeering and matters of money laundering. That is where IDAC gets its mandate. Because in the corruption matters and or the financial crimes matters, there would be money laundering, as has been evident through the State Capture Commission, etc. Those, for us to prefer those charges and conduct those investigations, they fall within very specific provisions of the Prevention of Organised Crime Act. That is the purpose of having all of those parts of the legislation referred to. We did not want to run the risk that you do not mention a statute that we are allowed to deal with. That is what we do, and that's where we have restricted ourselves. But if there's organised corruption and it is reported, and if that corruption relates to organised crime, we can investigate, but we don't investigate organised. I hope that clarifies.
Okay, no, I hear you. So in your statement, and I'm going to thread carefully here because the chair did say he doesn't want us to discuss allegations, but I want to discuss the justification that you have given us. And I think some of the members have already touched on this. But you quote Justice Zondo that state capture is a project where a group of actors, their network of collaborators, systemically conspire to redirect state resources for their own private gain. Then in paragraph 3.1, paragraph 38, you then list the elements of what make up state capture. In 1, you indicate that state capture can manifest where there is a conspiracy to redirect resources to correct purposes. So now, how was this accused number 7, Mrs. Mkhwanazi, going to do this? How was she going to redirect resources for corrupt processes?
Just for clarity, Honorable Sangoni, I took that entire definition and all of the elements. Not every one of those elements are applicable to all of the accused.
You will indicate. So if
terms of
she was not going to, I'll go through them. So she doesn't fall within the conspiracy to redirect resources for corrupt purposes.
The allegation that we make is she was put in a strategic position so that when she was requested to, she would redirect resources or funding for the resources because of the nature of TSS, their funding and what it is they can.
Okay, I want to be clear and again, very careful. Are you speculating that she will be in a position to do that, or you then have, I don't need to know the evidence, you then have evidence that that is what they were plotting to do?
We have evidence that that is what they were plotting to do, and I did say it is unfortunate that I'm unable to discuss the other matters, not just these 2 matters. But when you look at the full ambit or basket of matters, Honourable Member, then they do give you a different.
Then on 3, on the next one, which is the strategic appointments and dismissal, right? So Judge Zondo says this entails the filling of posts with loyalists who would then facilitate capture. So is it your evidence, and I don't want to know your evidence, that Ms. Mkhwanazi was going to facilitate capture of crime intelligence, the co-working, okay? And then the manipulation of procurement is what you were talking about, okay? I think Honourable Mnangagwa has already asked you about the systems and processes and private interests and so forth. So if these are all the issues, then, Advocate, why would you then go and charge him on employment-related issues when you have evidence that there is a conspiracy to capture crime intelligence? Why don't you go for the jugular instead of confusing all of us with employment matters? Mike, please, sorry.
When you look at this matter, I must be tired if I keep forgetting the mic. I do apologize. This was a matter that stood alone. I did indicate that we had to first look which matter can be prosecuted on their own. When we look at the balance of the matter, look at whether or not some, if not all of these accused and other persons did not act as a criminal enterprise to conspire and further the ends, and that is part of prosecution and investigation structure. Not every matter would fall there, but the remaining matters are exactly what we have.
So you've also said somewhere that there are persons who have been appointed that allowed the head of criminal intelligence to access funds without proper processes. So who are these people? How come they are not charged? Like what happened to that? I mean, it's a big statement for Madam IDAC to make, and people are roaming around free.
So we also have, that would be the 7th matter, which is a Langlaagte matter, which refers to procurement, which is also under investigation. It hasn't fallen under the radar, Honour.
Okay, I was going to ask you, but I think I'll ask it anyway for the sake of completeness. Is this matter of Lt-Gen General Khumalo the only matter that you have dealt with which relates to manipulation of employment? Is there precedence for this? Because, is there precedence for this? Has this ever been done?
In IDAC, this was the first one that had done. I can't answer for if it was done in the rest of the NPA. It is something I would have to find out, or else I would be misrepresenting facts, which I can't.
Okay. On paragraph 29 of your testimony, you indicated that, so you speak glowingly about crime intelligence, then that you indicate that the key challenge in relation to crime intelligence is the use of funds and the lack of accountability thereof. Drawing from your experience, and I think I want to step off these contemporary issues now, but drawing from your experience, what recommendations would you have to tighten the Secret Service account, the slush fund? I mean, we asked the minister, he said, what recommendations would you have? You've been through the Celebi matter, the Lazarus matter, what you call the Lazarus Mdluli era. What needs to be done there?
Honourable Sangoni, I did indicate earlier that what one should do is allow greater latitude to the Inspector General for them to be able to openly look books and to be able to account cent for cent and legitimacy, whether it is of procurement of goods and or services. But the same should be allowed of the Auditor General. And I am saying we do have bodies that can do it. We have to find a mechanism, given the covert secret nature of this account to allow them to do that. It might then mean that the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence is going to have to sit down, have a debate, and perhaps seriously consider an amendment to the legislation. There is a protection, and they then have to ask the question, what is this protection doing for the fight against crime and for accountability and transparency? I think that might work.
Okay, I'm almost done. One of our terms of references speaks to us investigating prosecutorial conduct between IDAC and the KPTT, Political Killings Task Team. I just want to make sure that I heard you right. IDAC has no relationship with PKTT whatsoever. We can scratch that off our terms of reference.
Absolutely. I can say that we have both my hands raised to God. There's nothing we have.
And then what is the conviction rate of IDAC or ID, then IDAC?
Sorry, we had in this year, we've had 3 so far. The unfortunate thing about these matters is they take such a long time. They even frustrate us that they take so long. But it's usually lots of lawyers. And I know what the South African public wants, and they're absolutely entitled, Honorable Sango, to want speedy justice. But unfortunately, these are voluminous matters, and they just simply take forever. What we have done is we have engaged with the National Director, and I am aware that there are engagements that, if they haven't already happened, will happen with the Honorable Chief Justice to ask for a fast, I'll just use the terminology we use, for a fast lane court. We're not asking to create special court, but to say when we have a state capture matter that must go on trial, the JP of that division must know this is state capture. They must get a judge who will then sit in a dedicated court to run with the matter start to finish. The chances of you finishing some of these matters within 6 months to a year, as opposed to the 5 to 10 years that it's taking us because we are given space on existing court roles, specialized commercial crime, as well as the regional court, and we're also, Honorable Sangoni, to fall into the high court role. It is not ideal, and it is impractical, but I am aware that there are considerations for what they call a fast-track court, experienced, dedicated judges to run start.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask you what needs to be done to fast-track it, but then even if you've got a fast-track court, you get in there and the public believes, well, I believe, that you get there and then your things are thrown out. Like, what are you going to do about that? Because that also seems to be a problem.
Well, for us, first prize is finding a court that will only deal with IDAC state capture matter that is brought. But at the stage it gets to that court, it must be trial ready. So all of the other processes and whatever motion applications are brought must be dealt with by court of first instance, so that when we go to the Chief Justice or to the JP, we are saying all the parties, including the defense, we are ready. We want the judge to start our trial. And that is what we...
Advocate Johnson, I know maybe I'm unfairly targeting you because it's the NPA generally, but can you understand how frustrated people are that you would bring cases, and I'm sure it's both sides, you know, both the accused and members of the public, you bring cases, nothing sticks, you have to go back, and it looks like the NPA/IDAC is just fumbling cases and people are losing confidence in the system.
Honorable Sangoni, I take what you say. In terms of the IDAC matters, I know that we did have an unfortunate incident in terms of the New Lane matter, and without discussing the trial judge, I think the Supreme Court of Appeal judgment speaks volumes on what went wrong. It has cost us a lot of time. It's cost us over 2 years to get that judgment. Now the same accused, when we were ready to enroll the matter, have taken us to the constitutional. Accused persons have rights, and so they do exhaust them as they do. But are you asking if the NPA can do better? Of course, that is what we were supposed to. We must aim.
Are you working on doing better? What is being done to improve the output? Well, yeah, I'll call it output of the NPA.
So if you look at the IDAC matters, I've indicated what we seek to do, and we seek that when we enroll a matter, that at the date of enrollment, all the investigations are done and we are ready to make disclosure of the docket, which then becomes very important and determines then the speed at which that matter becomes enrolled. And that has become a general principle with the commercial and corruption matters that are also dealt with by my colleagues in the DPP offices and specialized commercial crime.
I'm gonna step off this, but I do have to just throw in this one thing. Do you think that, I mean, you spoke about the implications, right, of things that, let's say, General Mkhwanazi does. Do you think that the NPA should take any accountability when they do bring matters to court, the matters are not ready, and people lose their livelihoods because the NPA bungled things, took them to court, they were not ready, people lose their jobs and all sorts of things? Or is the way that it is now okay? It's like, oh no, we'll do better.
It cannot be business as usual. And what you say is exactly how it should. And that is why I was at pains to say, you know, when you just even mention who might be a suspect, the irreparable harm you do, no one cares that you didn't end up charging Mr. or Mrs. X. They remember what you said. And that is the same for matters going to court, matters then being withdrawn, and those matters then falling by the wayside.
I think it's even worse when you're charged, you know, and not just mentioned, but I get your point. Honorable Johnson, has in your experience, both as, okay, I won't go to the Scorpions, but as a prosecutor, let's say in the last couple of years, has there been political interference in your work? Let's say especially the ID and IDAC, and could you give us the details of that political interference?
So we won't talk about the DSO because I think that is history. But since then, I myself, in my work environment, have not had political interference. Of course, we had members of the NPA where there's allegations that they had been captured, and many of us, myself included, were victimized, where we were not allowed to deal with our matters at all. And we were moved office to office. I mean, I was physically moved in one building 4 times at the women fancy of one of the national directors. At a stage, I ended up working out of my boxes because that was the best thing for me to do. In my time in IDAC, not then Minister Ronald Lamola, not Minister Simelane, and not the current Minister, Mayor Mamoloko Kubai, have sought to interfere in the work. They have not asked me as IDAC to provide them with details of the merits of matters. They have not asked that they be informed when persons will be arrested, because that is where you would look at for interference. However, all ministers are entitled to ask for a high-level report in terms of Section 33 of the NPA Act. I think there was only one instance where a report was provided to the Honourable Minister Lamola at the time. There was nothing untoward about it. It was more clarity, but none of the ministers since then either have asked, which they can legitimately ask for.
So the lack of prosecution is not because you have politicians, ministers interfering in your work and saying, do not prosecute this one, frustrating you, things of that nature?
Our challenges are different. They are not political interference.
Thank you very much. I think my second last question, if not the last question. Okay, I've forgotten this. Let me go to the last question. I was worried about your response, Advocate Johnson, when you were asked about the duplication of functions. I think it was, I'm not sure if it was Honourable Cameron or Honourable Klopper who was proposing a protocol. Now, when Minister Kachalia was here, he went to great lengths speaking about this duplication, scope creep and whatnot, right? Now, your response suggests to me that you think that the criminal justice system should be run on collegiality. We must just speak together more. We must just do this and this. And I'd really want you to think about this duplication. Minister Kachalia proposes, for example, the establishment of an OPI, I think Office of Integrity, Public Integrity or something, which would then look at IDAC, which would look at the Hawks, the SIU. Don't you think a mechanism like that could strengthen the fight against corruption, in particular crime in general?
So my response in terms of as it stands, and because there isn't a coordinating mechanism, that collegiality was the only way we were able to get over those hurdles. I have seen the NACAC recommendations, and they make sense, so much so that there isn't a straddling of mandates. So the DPCI, as per those NACAC recommendations, ought only, if they are accepted and go through Parliament, only deal with organized crime. And that matters of corruption, serious economic offense should fall within the mandate of IDAC. And in terms of the OPI, it is almost an absorption of the SIU, but with a bit more functions than which they currently. I think that would talk to a bringing of all the law enforcement, aligning the mandates, keeping mandates restricted and effective, with the detectives still having to do the lower level crimes. And what they also then put in there, which is what we don't have, is a coordinating body that will look at the cases that are coming in, who's doing what, and how we can perhaps help with the resources, etc. So for the first time, there'd be a all-round coordinating mechanism. And I think if we give it a try, the chances of it doing us greater good.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I'm done, but I just want to ask Advocate Johnson before I step off. Advocate, we don't want another 6th of July media briefing. So I want to ask you here, right, that where you are sitting, and I'm sensitive obviously to the last part of your statement in terms of threats, are you sitting in a position where your life is being made difficult? I mean, in terms of the work of IDAC, that you can't function, you have all these syndicates, influences, interferences that make it difficult for you to do your work. Because I won't come back after you answer that question, could I also request, if possible, in writing, any recommendations you would want the committee to consider to strengthen IDAC or even the criminal justice system in totality? Are you going to do a 6th of July on us anytime soon?
I didn't do a 6th of July, but a 6th of July was unnecessary. However, I do not know what attempts Lt-Gen Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi made to escalate. Got no joy, as he says. And when people are frustrated and their intentions are good, sometimes it comes out in the manner that came out. But in terms of the death threats aside, I am able to do my work. It's a lot on one's shoulder. You cannot forget it. You can't just, I don't relax. There's no relaxing in just getting to work. So one would have liked me to be the me.
The time of the members expired.
Thank you, Advocate Johnson. And I'm happy that you're not frustrated. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us. Thank you.
Honourable members, can I check those who want to make follow-ups? Honourable Mathais, Honourable Sols will be the 2 speakers. The list is closed.
Thank you, Chair. To follow up on the issue of political interference, I just want you to speak a little bit too. So you said you haven't had any political leaders, ministers, etc., come directly to you. Politicians, by nature, if they are not clumsy, they're not going to come to someone that they haven't captured yet. And do you think that the issues that you are having, because you said you do, or you have worked under, and you still do, under very trying situations, they have to be fueled somewhere, because it's no way that just bureaucrats can do that without being protected or being fueled by politicians in the background. That's my statement. I would like you to speak to that. And I'm not saying that you must identify any politicians, but that is a fact. There's no way bureaucrats can get away with half of the things they do if they are not in the pockets of politicians or being directed by politics.
You put it so elegantly, Honourable Mathais. I'm not sure what response I'm able to give. Safe to say, I have had concerns ever since the death threat and the 6th of July media. And And I'll tell you why. What you see is what you get. I don't know how to be different, Andrea Johnson or the ID. And so when people were in the public space connecting dots that I didn't even see, I had to ask myself the question, who are you and why? And is it necessarily the person who took to a podium? I still don't have the answers. I do have a suspicion that something bigger is aimed at target, if not IDAC, the ID. But that is where I put it on pause. Unfortunately, I do believe the Lord will show them up. It may sound philosophical, but that is all I can wish for. But I do hope I find the sources in IDAC, because that would also give an indication of what the agenda is and who's running.
One day is one day. And can we safely say that state capture has continued under Cyril Ramaphosa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, because these cases we're talking about are post-Zondo?
I cannot say that state capture happened under a specific person, because that person is not implicated in any of the cases IDAC currently deals with, except that capture continues. It even happened after the Zondo Commission with the PPE procurement. Corruption is rife. That you cannot take away. I can't attribute it to any one specific person other than the people whom allegations are made against and whom IDAC would have to investigate.
I wasn't saying the person administration, so the Cyril Ramaphosa administration, but you've answered our question.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to remind members, President Cyril Ramaphosa, we elected him here in June last, and by an overwhelming majority. My friend, Honorable Sols.
No, Chair, I can't be your friend. You are my elder. You are my senior. Too much respect for you to be called your friend. Honorable Chair, Honorable Advocate, we just got information on recruitment. The follow-up is on recruitment. Just got information that there was a post of senior criminal investigator that was advertised 2024, and the appointment was made this year, 2025. A colored female, LLB degree, many years of experience, applied, and those who got appointed has less experience than her. And then she was victimized when she wrote a grievance or lodged a grievance against these unfair appointments. So I want to put it to you, we can prove, and we want to debunk the notion that coloreds do not apply and they do not qualify. Earlier, I didn't have this information. I received it now. And I put it to you that IDAC must do more, because coloreds, there are coloreds out there that qualifies and that can contribute to the well-being of this country.
I take note. There was a labor dispute that was declared. I'm therefore not going to discuss the matter. Safe to say it is a one-sided story that the Honorable Sols has been, and it is unfortunate. But I do know what you are talking about, but the person had declared a grievance against myself and various officials in IDAC. I'm therefore unable to discuss that matter, but I do know what you're talking about, Honorable Sols.
Can I just say that I obviously don't know the details, and that's not important for me. What is important for me is you can confirm she's colored, she has qualifications, and there are colors that applies. I just want to debunk the notion. Colors don't apply and they are not there qualified. That's the issue here. Let's do more to be inclusive, because there are colors that are professional and do qualify. That's the point.
I'll take.
Honorable Nomvalo, your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I will be long, Chair. Good evening.
Okay, just hold a moment. We get Honorable Malem.
I don't know, Chair, but I think it's unfair on the witness to use one incident to create a phenomenon that is non-existent, because it's very unfair on to say because of one incident colors are applying and they are not being appointed on the suitable cases. So from that point, I think we should protect her. She gave us her answer on the matter, and that's her answer. We can't use one isolated incident to want to prove a non-existing crisis.
No, Honorable Sole, wait, I don't want that. I don't want you to debate the matter. The reality which has been presented here and which has been acknowledged is that there is an underrepresentation of colored people in IDAC. And I think it's a matter which we should be worried about. And if there is a way, persuade the leadership of IDAC here to pay attention to it. They have been excluded for many years. And I think it's very important that we look at that. Honorable Sols might have lacked a better way to present it, Honorable Malem. But the truth that remains is that the colored population of South Africa also deserve recognition. It's very rare that you see them in any of the state departments, especially at the highest echelon of leadership. So the point, Honorable Sol, I think has been driven home, and we must take it as such. Honorable Nomval.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, good evening, Advocate.
Good evening, Honorable Nomval.
Was the National Commissioner not involved and the moderating committee of SAPS in a recruitment process for which General Khumalo was arrested? Were they not involved as role players of any kind?
Well, just clarify, are you asking if they had any engagement with IDAC?
No, I'm saying for the HR processes for which General Khumalo was arrested, did they not play any role?
What I do know from what I have, I'm sure there's documentation in terms of the investigation to show who would have signed. I think their corporate services head of HR would have signed that final letter of appointment. but they would have accepted whatever the recommendation was. That's how I understand process. Whatever the recommendation was that came out of that specific panel, they would then have, short of them having questions, which I don't know whether they had, the appointment would then be endorsed and made. So
Yes.
administratively, that is the involvement I would see of anyone else outside of the panel. It happens across the board.
Yeah, because my subsequent question was going to be on the appointment letter. If you saw it and who signed it, if you saw it. Did you see the appointment letter?
The investigation team would have it. I didn't see who signed the appointment letter. But if I take how IDAC works, the head of human resources would sign the letter or send an offer of the appointment to the incumbent for them to accept. I don't think it would be different, Honorable Nomvalo, for the South African Services.
So if they are found to have played a role maybe through effecting their signatures, then they are also going to be liable, correct?
In terms of what we are alleging as the criminality, we are talking about the initial recruitment process. So unless there was a reason for anyone after the panel made a recommendation to question whatever it is that and it also depends, sorry, Honorable Nomvalo, on how the recommendation is written, what is put in the motivation. There may have not been any red flags that anyone else would have seen, because it depends on how a panel couched its recommendations and its motivation.
Okay, no, the reason why I'm asking is, you will correct me if you have a different understanding, is that if there were many role players, then they were supposed to be arrested in terms of the principle of doctrine of purpose. People who participated in the recruitment process, they were supposed to be arrested, all of them, because they acted in common purpose to execute what is illegal, or what you alleged to be illegal.
What I understand differently, Honorable Nomvalo, is we are talking about the initial process. There couldn't have been any common purpose in the administration of the acceptance of the recommendation. And that is why I'm saying how it was written and the motivation. If there was nothing there to raise red flags, what criminal common purpose can the state allege against anyone outside of that initial?
Okay, now let's move to another question. You said General Khumalo was arrested as a consequence of a referral that was made by Honorable Adams, correct?
Correct.
And Honorable Adams made that referral in terms of Section 27, is that correct? Now, when was this referral authorized?
The referral was made on the 22nd of November. The investigation itself was authorized on the 6th of December.
So it was authorized on the 6th of December.
That is correct.